Morning. Nice to have your company. Tuesday, June 28th, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast with you till 7 o'clock, Monday through Friday, whether you like it or not. And the scams go on. There's loads of them. They're fantastic. But there's one that came out in a book, and a former producer of mine said, you've got to read it. And it was basically a so-called Russian girl who wanted to meet a man in this country. And so the best way to do it was to go onto the internet. I mean, you know, she's a crook to start with. And so it starts off very gentle. Oh, I'm, working over here in wherever it happened to be, and I'd love to meet you and all the rest of it. And so he was playing along with it because he'd had these things before. And he said, oh, it's a good idea. Yeah, I'd love to meet you. That would be sort of great. And then she would sort of go, unfortunately, my mother is very ill at the moment, and I need money to get her some medication, because medication's very difficult. The moment they mention money, you've got to panic, because you know what they're after. They're after the money. So he says, oh, yeah, obviously. How much money do you need? And she said, just $200 will get me all the medication for her that we need. And so he said, yeah, OK. Well, of course, he just ignores it because he knows she's a scammer. And in fact, it was probably a bloke who was writing to him, because they just put up a picture, but there's no voice communication. And this sort of went on. And then she would say, oh, right, you need to send it to this post office box number, blah, 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 blah. So, of course, he ignored it. So the next day she writes back, oh, lovely to hear from you, my friend. Did you send the money? It hasn't arrived. And he goes, oh, no, sorry, I was really busy yesterday. I'll try and do it today. Oh, thank you. That would be very good. My mum, she's very sick. Very sick. And I thought, oh, good, she might die by the end of this. But anyway, he didn't send any money, and so it went on. It dragged it out for weeks. And then she was going, I would love to come and visit you. Could you send me the money for a ticket so I can come over there? I'm very voluptuous and all the rest of it. I'm thinking, you're basically a hooker, aren't you? But, of course, you're a bloke. You're a scammer who's a bloke. That's what most of them are, I'm afraid. And so it went on. In the end, she said, you still haven't sent this money. And he said, no, I have no intention of sending it. Don't be so stupid. I was winding you up. That was the last he ever heard from her. Because she'll be trying it on with other people. So the answer is, firstly, if your phone rings and you don't recognise the number that comes up, don't answer it. You'd have to be the daftest person in the world to answer the telephone. I mean, I'm very good at not answering the telephone. I mean, there is a new hotline designed to allow people across the UK to quickly and securely check if this suspicious call is genuine or not. It's by Stop Scams UK. So what you do is you dial 159 if you receive a suspicious call from somebody claiming to be from your bank or ask you to transfer money. I mean, you'd have to be as thick as a brick. If, the bank's phoned up, oh, yeah, what, shall I transfer 80,000? Yes, I'll do that now for you. Are you mad? Well, don't answer the telephone. But if you call 159, the hotline will connect you securely with your bank, and your bank will hopefully be able to establish whether the call... It definitely will not be genuine. I'm not even convinced about this 159. Because there is no way that your bank contacts you to ask you to transfer money. They just don't do it. They will never email or text you asking for PIN or password. Watch out for poor grandma, or dodgy spelling. Never click links in suspicious texts or emails. Get free antivirus software, get help choosing and storing passwords. I mean, I've never been scammed in my life. Because I'm very aware of it. I don't answer the phone. I look at the phone, I go, do I know that number? And I would rather let it go by me. In fact, yesterday I got phoned twice by the hospital. But because I didn't recognise the number, I didn't bother. So later on, I then went onto Google, put in the number, and it came up as Kingston Hospital. So I'll phone them today, say, yep, all ahead for next Tuesday. God help me. And that's it. But don't ever answer the phone. If somebody says, listen, we have suspected that there is a little bit of action on your account, don't do anything at the moment. Speak to us, and we will sort it out. So they say, call the bank now. Just don't trust us, obviously. And so they then say, call this number. Of course, so you put the phone down if you're elderly. What they're looking for is elderly people. People sound a bit dopey. That's what they're looking for. They don't want anybody who goes, hello, how are you? They don't want anybody like that, because you'll suss out that they're crooks. And it was a case of you sort of, You pick up the phone, dial what you think is the bank. They haven't hung up the other end. They're still waiting there. Hello? Can I help? Yeah, this is the fraud department. Can I help you? Oh, I got a call a moment ago from somebody saying, oh, yes, that's Mrs. What was the name? Sorry. Oh, yes, I've got the account details here. Yes, we noticed some activity. And it sounds so convincing. They'll keep you on the phone for ages. All they want is your detail. Once they've got your bank details, that's it. You know, that's the best thing for them. And when you think they're doing it thousands and thousands of times, they've got a whole raft of numbers. And if only a few of them, you know, I mean, you've got to be wary of any number that starts 084. You know, that just means calls to those numbers are charged at a higher rate. Because there was one, do you remember the other scam, which is an old one from years ago, where, you know, somebody's at home and they get a knock on the door late at night and somebody says, oh, I'm really sorry to bother you. My phone has died. My car's broken down. Is it possible I can use your phone so I can call the garage to come and collect the car? And, of course, being the good citizens that we are, we go, yes, of course, it's pouring outside. Pop in and use the telephone. They call a premium rate number, which has now cost you 20 quid. That's what it's geared up to make, 20 quid, or even more. And then they go, thanks very much. Of course, you don't think anything about it because you don't notice it till the bill comes in. And people fall for it every single time. As far as I'm concerned, somebody knocks on your door late at night. You shout through the letterbox, what do you want? My car's broken down. Good. You know, and then you leave it. I love it. I love stuff like that. It's like listening to Dave earlier on. Dave, who's obviously a little bit of a nerd, you know, with his being a little bit pedantic, poor soul. But the one that my producer got, it says, hello, this is an agent from Santander. This is at agent from Santander. A new phone has been linked to your account. If it wasn't you, please visit review-logons-attempt.com. That's the crook's phone number, okay? And once you're on there, you're in big trouble. I got one once. I'll be brutally honest with you. It said it was from Barclays Bank. Well, I don't bank with Barclays. I don't even bark with them either. And it said, can you fill in the details, your account number, your sort code? I thought, you must be even more bloody thicker than I thought you were. Yeah, all your numbers so we can sort of sort this problem out. So I just filled in a load of rude words, sent it back saying, up yours, basically. Never heard from them again. Funny that, isn't it? I wonder why. I was so desperate to talk to them. But no, there's loads of scams. They originate, and there's loads of call centres. You must go to YouTube and check out this guy in America who's only young, but he can sound like an old woman. And he would say, oh, yeah, so I've got this thing. A lot of these scam call centres are based in this country, but there's loads in Calcutta. They've got loads of them. And he would get a phone call from this bloke pretending to be American. And he then plays a woman. And he'd go, I don't understand what you're asking me to do. I need to transfer money. And they go, yes, please, can you transfer some money? You need to transfer 100. Now I'm going to transfer 24,000. Okay, that sounds good to me. Can you see your account? I can see it. I can see it. And he takes it all the way through. It's brilliant. And then of course he says, I can see you. And he's managed to get access into their computer. And you can see the call centre room with all these bent crooks in it who are scamming people around the world. Well, this bloke can't move fast enough to get the cameras covered over as quick as possible because he suddenly realised that they're being watched. He said, and the bloke who used to be the woman, now is the man, he goes, I know exactly where you are. He said, I've got your address here. He said, I don't know who owns your company. You're a crook, aren't you? You're trying to scam people. No, we're not trying to. Yes, you are. Yes, I can see you. And that's what freaks them out completely. So if it sounds dodgy, it is dodgy. There will be no activity on your account. Nobody will be trying to transfer money out. There'll be nothing like this going on at all. And if the worst comes to worst, I was going to say go into your branch. But, of course, you don't have any branches anymore, do you? The whole thing is conducted on the telephone. But you don't transfer any money. You don't do anything at all. You get another member of your family to help you out if you're not sure. And that way it can all be sorted out. I wouldn't even dream of it. I've got, I forget how many bank accounts I've got. I've probably got about 7 bank accounts. Yeah, I'll give you the sort code later. 20. It's like the size of my frame. But no, I've got about 7 different bank accounts, some savings accounts, some bits and pieces, and I check them daily. Nobody could gain access to them at all. because, you need all the passcodes and everything else. And as there's only two people who know what they are, it's me and my brother, it's not going to happen anytime soon. So I'm always very careful. So he will tell me, if I say to him, can you transfer this amount of money from that account to there, then he will do it. And anything, if it looks suspicious, you call the bank. You don't wait till somebody phones you to say, we need you to transfer this money out to keep it safe. It's a load of old cobblers, okay? Because the bank will always look after you. And but the trouble is, if you've helped these people, the bank are very loath, because they go, listen, you should have been protecting yourself. They can only go so far. But if you then say, can you transfer this money to there? You've given them a direct instruction. There's been a few people who've said, but I lost it, and the bank should have warned me. They shouldn't warn you about it. They do have. I told you, my godson works one of the big banks, and he deals with fraud. That's what he deals with. He spends all day on the computer. He works from home because he's got a home office, and he deals with fraud. And it's amazing. Banks are generally good, but if you've made big mistakes by, trusting these people, no, you get it checked with the bank first of all, and you do it in your time. Put the phone down and call them the next day. You won't be able to do anything on that particular day. Well, you just can't, because you have to leave it, because these people will keep the phone line open. But because they're call centres, they're just waiting. They see a light flashing up. And the light flashing means there's somebody on the line, and they'll be on to you immediately, very, very quickly. Yes, hello? They're that fast. But never trust any of them. Never trust the scam emails. Russian girls want to meet you, or things like that, because they don't. Because they're generally blokes. They're not in Russia. They can be all over the place. And what you do is you treat everybody with great suspicion. There was one woman I heard the other day. She lost £80,000. She transferred £80,000, and I'm thinking, what have we been telling you on LBC for years? Trust nobody who does, an unsolicited call. All you have to do is turn around to them and say, do you know my name? They won't know your name. They would have no idea. That's why it says, hello, this comes from an agent of Santander or whatever it happens to be. They have no idea who they're calling. They've just got a number. So ask them for your name, okay? Do you have my address? What address are you writing to? They won't know. They'll more than likely hang up. But the other ones are the ones who want to have relationships with you. These call centres are hilarious. I mean, seriously. I remember getting one a short while ago. Russian girls in your area want to meet you. They must be incredibly stupid. And, of course, you have to look at their leader, who apparently, according to the papers today, is going to be dead in 2 years. I don't know whether to celebrate and blow up a balloon now or take an ad break. It's interesting, actually, because Roger says a guy near me went to Manila to meet his woman, returned home 3 days later, £30,000 poorer. Oh, I knew another one, went over there to meet somebody, and she said, oh, we must get married and all the rest of it. Anyway, cut a long story short, she took all his money, and it turned out she was already married. And he was trying to get his money back. And I knew a guy as well. He used to have a club in Twickenham years and years ago. And he went over to Thailand, bought a bar. That was bankrupted within less than 3 months. Bought a house. Turned out there was no planning permission for it. He lost everything. Absolutely everything. Because people will take it from you. If they think you've actually got it, they will take it from you. Not me. I'm far too clever for things like that, because I spend all my time talking about it anyway. So I'm very, very well up on it. Steve, can we have a Mornington Crescent this morning, says Bill in Grays. We can't do it this morning, actually. I can't do Mornington. Well, apart from the Sun, O2, Screens, Touch, Mornington Crescent. There you go. Just like to help you out on that one. Young Noreen says, hope you're well, though I know you're off early next week. Yeah, I'm off Monday, Tuesday next week. Got the procedure on the Tuesday. Can you wish our friend Alice a great birthday, please? We met at one of your shows, and keep in touch. America was a dream. Several hiccups I'll tell you about, but we had the best time. Still a bit jet lagged. Oh, isn't jet lag awful? I'm not very good with jet lag. I'm not very good with it at all. You normally get it on the way back. I'm all right on the way out. On the way out, I'm absolutely fine. And Sam says, when I get these calls, I immediately say, I've got my cards with me now. Would you like the sort code first or the long number on the front first? And then I say, I'm not sure which card to use, as I'm so rich I've got millions. Shall I start with the numbers now? They hang up pretty quickly. Oh, keep them on the phone for as long as... I always say, hold on a sec, and just leave the phone down. But, of course, I use my mobile. Nobody uses home phones anymore. But even so, just leave it off the hook. And all of a sudden, their line is now tied up. They can't get away from you. I make them wait for ages. Or failing that, I go, oh, thank God. Are you the funeral director? Oh, right, hold on a sec. And just put the phone, just leave it on, connected still, just to wind them up. It's always good, actually. Steve, I'm reporting on time today, says Peter the Toastmaster in Malvern. Yeah, well, I don't know about on time. 4:20 doesn't exactly sound like on time to me. Post office. Yeah, he sent it earlier. Okay, well, I'll let you get away with it. Post office staff are going to strike again. This is the third time this year. Did anybody notice last time? No, I didn't, unfortunately. The grooming gang leader, the old pervert, will not be kicked out of the UK for some peculiar reason. I don't know why. Because the Home Office go, no, he won't be kicked out. And you think, oh, what, we've got to pay for this pervert to be here? What's the point of that? What is the point of that? The Stars come out to play at Wimbledon. Yes, it's all the people who are desperate for a bit of fame. And so you had Pip Schofield, went with his wife Steph. So obviously still no boyfriend on the horizon. I don't know what's the point of him being gay, actually. I mean, he must better find somebody. I mean, perhaps he could join a dating agency or something like that. What? No, he's gay. He told everyone. He came out on television, I'm gay. But he hasn't told us who he's been out with or, you know, whether he had a boyfriend at the time or whether somebody was passing through. You know, that's what we want to know. But he took Steph to Wimbledon. She obviously said, you take me or I'm going to really divorce you. And he went, no, you won't. No, you won't. And who else went? Holly Willoughby went. And apparently Rochelle Humes went. Well, as I say, what she knows about tennis, you could probably write on a grain of sand. And Stacey Dooley was in the VIP box. Good Lord above. Obviously standard slipping a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. And Emma Raducanu has now won Wimbledon. Well, no, she hasn't, but you wouldn't believe that if you read the papers today. It goes, oh, Emma, she's only won one game against somebody nobody's ever even heard of. From Belgium, if you please. They played tennis in Belgium. Hilarious. Hilarious. I thought they just did chips and meringues, and that was about it, actually. Have you been to Belgium? Ghastly place. Absolutely ghastly place. You think they invented chips. You really would. Get chips. There we go. Oh, you want chips? Sorry? Yeah, with mayo. And meringues. They do a lot of meringues and stuff like that. Ghastly place. It's like being on a building site. There's only one bit, which is a square, which is very old, and that's where they've got the cafe, and you can have mussels and chips. Mussels and chips, I ask you. Sounds like a gay bar, doesn't it, really? And so they all turned up. Chips are called frites. They're a part of Belgium's gastronomic, cultural and tourist heritage. Chips are part of their heritage. Gives you a rough idea how dull the Belgian people must be. Chips are part of their cultural heritage. Oh, Cliff was at Wimbledon. Oh, yes. 81, Cliff. Still looking good. And it rained a little bit, but I don't think he sang. But we love Cliff to pieces. Absolutely. Also, today I'll introduce you to the announcers behind your favourite shows. Yes, the people who are too unattractive to appear on television. They just do the voices. The voices. Football's biggest fan dies. When I say big, it's because he was grossly overweight. And he'd also had various convictions against him for assaulting nurses. I mean, he was 37. His mother, for some reason, had no comment to make. I would have thought, somebody who eats that much. Even when he was in hospital, he rejected the hospital food, which is calorie counted, and I thought was delicious. If you've ever been in hospital for anything, any length of time, I mean, I thought it was brilliant because you're so hungry. Anything they serve you go, whoa. Thank you. In the morning, they come round and bring breakfast, and then lunchtime, you can have all sorts of things. I mean, I got addicted to fisherman's pies. I loved it. And I got a menu. They would give you a menu in the morning and you would decide what you wanted for lunch and for tea. But it always finished up with me. Apart from sometimes I'd have an apple crumble, I'd go for one of their ice lollies, which were good ice lollies. They weren't sort of full of sugar or anything like that, but they were delicious. I'd order two ice lollies. And I thought they were excellent. So back into... Yeah, trying to find the menu. From the London Clinic, it was amazing. Absolutely. I mean, really, it was like being in a hotel. And they do drinks and everything. I didn't do the drinks, obviously. I was more happy with sort of cups of tea. Well, they bring you in a pot of tea. And you can have that as many times as you want. I mean, I was really, really pleased with everything. So, and even in the West Mid, when I went into there for about a week, I was eating their food, and it was lovely. They'd bring breakfast round, and they go, "Do you want some toast?" I go, "Yes, please." Never understand why sort of people complain, but this hugely obese man at 37, who popped up on television and revelled in the fact that he was overweight, was ordering in Chinese takeaways and everything else in hospital because he thought the food was so atrocious. Obviously, basically, he was just trying to get his sort of calorie count because it's an addiction. He has an illness, and the illness is it's killed him. It's as simple as that, because the bigger you are, the more strain it puts on your heart and all your bodily functions and all sorts of things. Because there was a bloke in the bed next to me when I was in the NHS hospital, and he had to have everything done for him, every single thing, because he took up most of the bed. This bloke who's just died, he took up 4 beds. That's how big he was. When he went to court, they couldn't get him to court because they didn't have anything to transport him in. And you think to yourself, why don't these people, take a stock of their lives? The papers are full every single day. I don't think there's a day goes by where they do not have healthy recipes. Oh, there's Her Majesty the Queen, 96, and she's walking. She's walking. She's got her stick, and what a thrill. What a thrill. She looks absolutely amazing. She took Edward up there. In Scotland, yes, they're in Scotland. Some lovely places up in Scotland. I was talking to somebody about Scotland the other day. Oh, it was a lady at the bus stop telling me about Scotland. I said I used to go to Tollcross all the time. And she said, "Oh, I know Tollcross." They're always like that. Oh, I love it. I love Scotland. I thought it was great. Yeah, well, she started talking to me at the bus stop. I'm like that. People start talking to me. I don't know why. Can't think of any logical reason unless they're really desperate for conversation. But it's great. Keeping me company, says Rob. And he says, I'm heading to the south of France. I remember you talking about the great times you and Dale had there. We loved it. We loved it. It was so... I didn't have any money. I didn't have any... Well, I mean, I had a little bit of money, but I wasn't earning the money that he had because by that time his mother had died. And so consequently, he had the income from the house, plus he had... she left a few £1,000s. He was on the radio... Yes, he was on the radio up in Nottingham. He was on Radio Trent, which we now own, coincidentally, and we've rebranded it. But, yeah, it's capital. I used to go up there all the time. But we went to the south of France. Within 2 minutes of arriving in the south of France, we drove in Dale's car all the way down there, and we got offered drugs on the Croisette in Cannes. Drugs. I couldn't believe it. There was a bloke cruising in a white Rolls Royce, covered in... Every bit of chrome on it was gold-plated. I took photographs of it just to prove it was so lovely. Oh, and we've got the photographs of the bubble gun, which we're going to put up today. I brought the bubble gun in. You remember I told you about this gun that you dip it into the liquid, and it's an absolute mountain of bubbles. An absolute mountain of bubbles. So I don't know how we're going to do it. Are you sending it to me, and then I'm going to... I don't know how to do these things. Yeah, we'll put up in the news, and you can see this. But you're going to see this bubble gun, and I know what you're going to say. Where'd you get that from? And I won't better tell you because I can't remember the name of the company. But you'll just enjoy the bubbles. You get seriously, you get tons of bubbles. You dip this little gun because it's a lot smaller than I thought it was going to be. So I got 2 in a nice little parcel, and you put 3 batteries in it, 3 AA batteries, and then you dip it in a little tray, and it sounds like this. That's like a hairdryer, doesn't it? Sounds like a hair. In fact, it could probably double as a hairdryer, and it's got, I think, 26 little bits on it, which you dip in, and then you fire it, and you'll see on the... is it a video we've put up? Oh, it's just a photo. You'll see all these bubbles. You go, wow, want one of those, Steve? That is so cool. It is. I'm first time I've done it, actually, today. I bought it the other day, but I didn't want to waste the bubble liquid, so I've just ordered, I think it's either 24 or 48 bubble packs. Don't want to miss out on it, goodness sake. Lifetime supply of bubbles. What was the other thing I'm going to... Oh, yes, boys can wear skirts to school, but not shorts. It's another one of these peculiar schools, I think. Almost a quarter of train workers defied the picket lines. The gold watch worn by Elvis has just sold for £240,000. £240,000, but it was worn by Elvis on his wrist. I mean, it's absolutely lovely. I'd have bought it. If I had 240,000 quid, I'd have get 14 tacky? What do you mean tacky? Well, because it's gold, 14 carat yellow gold timepiece. I don't think it looks tacky at all. Very classy. No, you're right, actually. But it's the sort of thing you would expect Elvis to wear. It's a one-of-a-kind piece, no less than 26 round white diamonds in it. But then he was Elvis Presley. That's why he died broke, I suppose. But, because he bought things like that. The house, so somebody's got it. And very lucky they are to have it, actually. Steve, sounds delicious. Makes me want to go spend the night in hospital. How much did you say it was per night, says Desmond? I didn't. I never discuss money, as you know. I have no idea what it cost. Well, in the NHS hospital, it costs nothing. But in private hospitals, most people have hospital insurance. That's what it is. It's, very rarely. Although the first question they do say to you is, how will you be paying for this? Because you are booking into what is roughly akin to you get the same medical attention, but it's much more personal. Much more personal. I hadn't been. Oh, I tell you, I was years and years ago in a private hospital, but they vastly improved. Vastly improved. But I'd had all sorts of procedures, believe you me. Some of them you don't even want to hear about. Far too depressing.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. I hope you're well. You're good. Actually, yesterday, what was the weather like? I can't remember. I went out and did... What did I do yesterday? Honestly, I have to start trying to remember things. And, today... Oh, yes, I got the phone call from the hospital, the endoscopy or whatever it's called. I can't remember. And so that'll be for next week. I'm not really looking forward to it, but, might as well go with it. As long as I don't gag, I should be fine. And there's a picture on my Twitter of the bubbles. When I tell you, you get a lot of bubbles from a little tiny handheld gun thing, you'd be absolutely amazed. It looks fantastic. So it's on Steve Allen Show, at Steve Allen Show. And if you blow it up, you see in the background, that's part of our newsroom. That's my desk. I have to share it. And then behind there's that video screen with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 videos. And the bubble machine, you can see I'm holding it in my hand. You wouldn't know I was holding it. It's blue. Always the worst colours they do. Why it can't be white, I've got no idea. And you literally just dip it in the bubble liquid and then just pull the trigger, and that's what you get. That's what you get. You'll be amazed. Seriously, you'll be trying to find this thing now because it's so good. Takes a few weeks to get to us because I think it comes from China or something like that. But 2 of them were packaged together because I couldn't work out what it was. Because I thought when I saw it being unpacked on the internet, it looked like it was in a box. But no, they just wrapped it in bubble wrap, and that was it. Steve says, Jim, your piece re internet scams was excellent, but I advise people not to bother with free cut-down antivirus programs. I've never bothered with those at all. Says, if you're doing all your banking online, then spend 30 quid on full-blown internet security. It's a cheap price for proper protection. But I've never bothered with that because we changed all the passwords. We've got all new passwords up on there, and I check it daily. And I think that my computer has actually will actually have it built in anyway. My friend Joe Pike loves it. As indeed he would, actually. It's the kind of thing that would appeal to Joe Pike, bless his heart. And so you literally just dip it and then just pull the trigger, and you get this sort of just amazing amount of bubbles from it. I should imagine it would keep pets very happy indeed. Stephen Mulhern tweeted a picture. I like Steve Mulhern. He's ageless, isn't he? He's a bit like Andy Peters. Who is? He's not. How old is Steve Mulhern? I would think he's about 42, 43, something like that. Only guessing, of course. 45. Is he really? Well, he doesn't look it. He's also... Yeah, and he's by one of those whiteboards outside. It says, Psychic Night cancelled due to unforeseen circumstances. Because, he is a magician, and he's very good indeed. He's a very, very good magician. Very good. That's why a lot of his programmes incorporate magic. He likes doing it. John Jackson likes the picture of the bubbles. I think if you've got kids, Kids are going to absolutely love these bubbles, but I'm not telling you where you get the machine from. I'm going to make you work for it. It's got, I think, 26 different little bits and pieces, which you dip it in. You get a little tray, and then you dip the bubble mixture in there, and then you just aim and fire, and that's it. Takes seconds. Kids would have a field day with it. Even the producer would go, oh, look, bubbles, bubbles, you know. I had to say to him, grow up, for God's sake. Very embarrassing. Yeah, I bought it. I bought 2. I didn't just buy 1. I bought 2. I'd have bought 10 if I thought they were going to be that good. Really good. Steve, great trick on the iPhone. Just find on settings in the calls menu. Silence unknown calls works a treat. At my age, I've realised people only want me for money or swimming pool problems. Pete's the pool man. That's why. And what were you doing in Tollcross, says Eddie? I used to drive buses through there 30 years ago. I was visiting the United Biscuits factory in Tollcross. I'd fly up there and get a taxi from the airport to Tollcross. We would fly up there and do factory visits, because I used to work for United Biscuits Network, and one of the factories we visited was there. The other one was in Manchester, one in Harlesden, one in Liverpool, and one in Osterley. And you had to go round and I didn't used to visit. The idea was you were supposed to go up there and go and visit the lines, because they couldn't hear any other radio in any of the United Biscuits factories. You could only hear United Biscuits Network. You couldn't hear anything else. It was captive audience. And the reason that they put it in was to stop people leaving. They wanted you to feel you were part of the United Biscuits family. And so I would go up there. In Scotland, the worst factory, because the girls in the linen room there, I mean, they were tiddled first thing in the morning. I'd get up there. I'd be in there by 9 o'clock. Oh, you have a wee dram, Steve. You'll have a wee dram. Let's put some whiskey in your tea. And I'd stagger out of there. I'd have to go and hide in the factory. I didn't want to go around talking to people because the accents were so strong. I could understand what everyone was saying. And but that's why I used to go up there. Liverpool was okay. Manchester, the guys on the line, they just want to take you out and get you drunk. That's all they wanted to do. Because they listened to you all the time. And in Harlesden, it was good. I mean, they knew who you were. Oh, God, yes. I was on it for 4 years. What was my slot? I did... God, I can't remember, actually. I used to do regional programmes. And then I did overnight. Oh, the factories were 24 hours. They didn't close down. No, 24 hours. The night shift would go in at Osterley. And we could go to the canteen and get sausage and chips. It was lovely. And then you'd do the programme, and they'd come and knock on the door sometimes. The girls in the daytime would knock on the door at Osterley and bring you in all the latest Indian film albums to play, because we used to play 2 Indian tracks per hour because there was a big Asian workforce at Osterley. And so that's how I got to know about the Indian Bollywood film industry and about all the different singers and, you know, the stars of the movies. And because the girls would bring them in and say, it's track 3, Steve, so-and-so, so-and-so. And Cubby. And so we used to get to know all of those sort of things. It was good fun, actually. Connie in Stotwell says, my husband received a letter from the United States of America telling him that a relative of his had died, and my husband is the beneficiary, inherited a lot of money. I think they wanted money from my husband before he received his inheritance. Of course, he didn't send any money. He knew it was a scam because he doesn't have a relative with his name. Yes, they would say that. Remember I told you there's that poor old soul pensioner, and they targeted him and they said, you won 250,000, but you need to pay £1,000 to release the money. It's got to go through. And so he went to the bank. And of course, the bank alerted the family to go, listen, he's just taken £1,000 out. We don't know why. And so the family went round there and they decided all to sit in and wait for this courier to arrive with his 250,000, who, of course, never showed. They had to explain to him that it was a con, and he went, no, he said, he said that I'd won this money in the South African state lottery. So they said, you know, standard question, did you buy a ticket in the South African state lottery? He went, no. They said, why would you think you'd won then? You know, because you haven't. Steve, I once had a scammer, says Jane, showering me with compliments who was working on an oil rig. I entertained the correspondence. When I requested he send me money for my gas and electrical bills, the compliments and conversation ceased. How I laughed. I know. It's funny when you turn the tables on them. And Anne says, when I had a camera, I asked for a sedative beforehand. I was relaxed and didn't gag. Well, that's what I'm hoping. Anna says, I've got one of those bubble machines. Neighbour bought it for the dog who hated it, but my 2-year-old grandson loves it. And Roger says, I used to love the smell in the air driving near the biscuit factory in Harlesden. Yes, we used to visit. Any of the factories still there? Osterley's not, because it's now Sky. And but yeah, Toll Cross is still there. I think Liverpool, Manchester, and Harleston. I think they're all there. United Biscuits, still turning out the old biscuits. We used to make them for Marks and Spencers as well. So whenever they visited, the factory was on a special clean-up, to make it look absolutely pristine and perfect. Yes, much higher standards. Yes, much higher standards. But, we used to love it. And we used to love the shop we had at Osterley, because you could go and buy bags of broken biscuits. And, exactly the same biscuits that worked for different people. They just went into different wrappers. And it was the wrappers. So we used to make them for Winfield, which was Woolworth's own make. And it would be the same thing. It just, the lines split and went into different wrappers. But people were prepared to pay a premium for M&S wrappers. It's not really changed now, has it? I mean, if you say to somebody which would be the top supermarkets, people would say Waitrose, Marks and Spencers. They're not going to be saying, much as though they're brilliant, Lidl or the other ones. And not that I could think of them at the moment, but it's just that they've always had that reputation of doing something a little bit over and above. So that's why. What else do we have? The American dream that's turned into the nightmare for that publicity-shy couple. It's all gone a bit pear-shaped, hasn't it? They don't do a day's work. Never did. Never has done. Do you know the price of strawberries at Wimbledon has stayed the same for 12 years? £2.50 a portion. I think that seems really cheap, especially when we went down to, I told you, Marylebone Market the other day, and they were charging £7 for a portion of strawberries. Well, I don't know if the portion's got smaller, or has it? Oh, right. How many? Well, I should imagine they must have had. It's been the same for 12 years. And it's a portion for £2.50. 1, 2, 3, 5 strawberries. Oh. Yeah. Oh, it's another 2 at the back, is there? Oh, right. So 7. I don't know. I do like strawberries, but I wonder why they serve those. And they do cream as well. But is it pour-on cream or is it squirty cream? Because I buy the double cream, which is... Because, at Wimbledon, 10,000 litres of cream and 28,000 kilograms of strawberries are consumed. For some reason, we all think that, that's what it is. I mean, strawberries and cream has been served since 1877. Head of PR for the All England club, Johnny Perkins, I bet he's about 85, told CNN that strawberries were in season at the time the tournament was played, and in Victorian England they'd become a fashionable thing to eat. They come up with any old guff, don't they, really? So how much will strawberries and cream cost? Oh, there's also part of an afternoon tea, which had become a fashionable ritual, which was lovely. So how much will strawberries and cream at Wimbledon cost? Highest rate of inflation in 40 years, an increase in basics. And so how much is it? £2.50. Partly because they're sourced from local farms. Don't be stupid. There aren't any local farms in Wimbledon. No, there's not. No, they're not. No. But I wonder if that includes the cream. Do you know, what did I have for yesterday from Marks and Spencers? A breakfast bun and a hash brown. And I suddenly realised, actually, I really don't like egg in a breakfast bun, so I have to take it out. I didn't mind the other bits. I don't know. I should have said, can you not have the egg in it? Because she said, ketchup or brown sauce? And I went, neither. So on my one, it had a label on it going, no ketchup, like I was a pariah or something like that. I felt a little bit miffed. But I missed the bus yesterday because I was chatting to Courtney about important things. And just as I finished with Courtney, I said, I'll see you tomorrow. And I just got halfway down and the bus went, oh, please, God, don't let it be my bus. And blow me down, it was my bus. It's not good, is it? What was the other one? Frank Boff once boasted to Fern Britton about the size of his manhood. Not really the kind of thing we want to talk about at this time of the morning, is it? Goodness sake. And a ghost hunter who claims the sexiest spirit she ever saw flirted with her. She tells lies, of course. Don't be so silly. There is no sexy spirit. It's like that barking mad woman who turned up on this morning, who claimed she was going to marry her ghost. I mean, so why do we entertain these people? They're complete and utter idiots. We're just having so much fun with Bubbles. It's easily... I tell you, if Moyles had been on today, he'd have loved the Bubbles. Pippa would love the Bubbles. Toby will like the Bubbles as well. They're very nice. So, do you remember that house the other day that blew up mid-terrace? And it was interesting in the paper today. It was only recently sold for £160,000, but it came with a warning, and the warning was it needed a new boiler or servicing. And they didn't do that. They didn't do it, which is a bit naughty. I did Bubbles in the studio, and the producer put it down as guilty face. Honestly, I ask you. Nobody on your side, is it really? Very interesting that people were talking about United Biscuits, and of course Tony Gillam is still working. I don't know which station Tony Gillam's working at. Sorry, I've still got Bubbles in the studio. Tony Gillam was working at because he was one of the first people I met at United Biscuits. And in fact, I bought a watch off him, which was one of those. Do you remember those watches years and years ago? You might not know them. They were sort of, I paid 40 quid in a days when 40 quid was a lot of money. And it was black. And then you push the button at the side and the time lit up. Digital, 22.55 or whatever it happened to be. 40 quid I paid for it. But Tony Gillam, I don't even know where he works now, but somebody had written into me to say that he and Andrew Ellinus. I thought Andrew Ellinus was doing a state agency or something. Perhaps he'd gone back to radio. I don't know. It's one of those things, isn't it, that you bumped into all these different people. There were all sorts of people at UBN who sort of passed through the doors, and we had everybody else. There's Tony Gillam, and he's at BBC Radio Jersey. And BBC Radio Guernsey, Saturday and Sundays, 10 till 2. So how about, look at that early picture of Tony Gillam. God, and to think I used to think he was good looking. And Andrew Ellinus, where's he working now? Unless he's moved over there. Perhaps he's an estate agent who lives on Jersey or Guernsey and works part-time as radio presenter. Once you've been a radio presenter, you know, people tend, it stays within the family. People like it. And they were both at UBN. The stories I've heard, says Phil, sound like it was a real career highlight. Well, it was the first radio station that supplied people for the commercial market. There wasn't anybody else. It was either that or Kimberly Clark had a radio station, the paper people, and there was also Hospital Radio. Hospital Radio. Andrew Ellinus is in Pathos. No, is he? Good heavens above. Here's an interesting one. When he turned up, he used to wear cord. Is that what he looks like now? Blimey, you live and learn, don't you? And he used to wear really, really tight cords. I'd never seen such tight. And he was thin, stick thin. But he's still stick thin, which is even more depressing. And like a career highlight, I'm jealous I wasn't born early enough to have been involved in UBN. Sounds like I'd had the time of my life, says Phil. It was a job. 400 quid a week it paid. £400 a month, sorry, £100 a week. £100. So people used to substitute, you know, and add income by doing discotheques and stuff like that. And so, you know, you had a reasonably healthy amount of money coming in, which was quite nice. But it's so funny when you look at them. I mean, there's quite a number of people we've lost. As I say, John Hayes died a few years back. He used to work for, I think, a radio station in Reading, because I remember seeing he had a car. And in those days, it was quite fashionable for local radio DJs to have their name on the side of a car with, you know, Andrew Ellinus drives a car from so-called Motors or whatever it happened to be, because they were local celebrities. But I used to think, actually, that wasn't maybe such a good idea, because if you found somebody who didn't like you and they saw your car out, you know, there was the danger. But, so there you go. Ellinus is living in Cyprus. Well, I tell you live and learn. BBC Jersey and Guernsey for Gillam, and runs Black Cat Radio, a community station in St Neots. Oh, dear, honestly. These radio anoraks, honestly. If only I knew enough about radio, you know, to sort of keep a conversation going. But unfortunately, I don't know anything about... I mean, one of these days I'll get the hang of it. What else we got? Love Island's Ekin Sue, again, none the wiser, but Adam, one of our newsreaders for our capital station, has been watching Love Island. He's a little bit addicted to it. Enjoyed dates with Josh Patterson from Made in Chelsea. Never heard of him. But I shouldn't imagine that she's in his class at all. But I don't know anything. Love Island ratings are very high this year. Mainly because there's absolutely nothing else to watch. There isn't anything. The army of volunteers who are out there now, even as we speak, picking up rubbish from Glastonbury. 5 million-ish. Is it really? Well, there you go. And what was the other one? Oh, the 11-year-old. Look at the rubbish, honestly. But they literally, they get round there and all these tents, look at them. They've just been dumped. Chairs and stuff like that. And once you get an army of people on there, they've all got pickup. You don't want to touch anything. They put it in their black sacks, and presumably they all get paid. Although there were fewer gas canisters this year, but more vape bar. They're volunteers, are they really? Wow. Oh, good for them. Whether the field recovers, I've got no idea, but it seems to attract seagulls who will just eat anything. And there's still people leaving the site. Look at all the different shops there and everything else. Interesting, isn't it? So the army of volunteers cleaning up at Glastonbury. The 11-year-old seriously injured in an e-scooter crash. What in God's name an 11-year-old is doing on an e-scooter? I've got no idea. Crashed into a car. Shouldn't there be an age thing? You shouldn't be allowed on any of these things until you're 18. I'm not even sure if there isn't something like that in place. An 11-year-old. I said that they were killers, these things. They're blooming dangerous. Really, really dangerous. Pet Shop Boys, fresh from their success at Gloucester, have added 4 new dates because, you know, they're sort of top of their game. Kanye West, mad as a fruitcake, says he wants to be declared legally dead for a year. Funny that, we thought you already were. We had no idea that you're still going. Barry Manilow pops into a pub for fish and chips. There we go. This is Pet Shop Boys. Is this Pet Shop Boys? So they've added Saturday the 17th of June. We've had that, haven't we? Oh, this is next year. Of course, this is next year. They're doing Wembley, Saturday the 17th of June. Wednesday the 21st, Aberdeen. Friday the 23rd, Liverpool. And then Saturday, Leeds. Good God. So 4 more dates for next year. That'll bring in the money. I mean, they've done about 24 dates so far, but they've been all over. I mean, September, they've got Toronto, Boston, Columbia, New York City, Philadelphia, New York City, and then Chicago. Then in October, they're doing Madison Square Garden. Oh, they're huge. That's a huge place to do. And yet, when you talk to Neil Tennant, he's the most down-to-earth person you'll ever meet. Yes, I interviewed him. We had a very good interview. In fact, I said to him, can we do a bit longer? He said, yeah, of course. He was so agreeable. In October, they've got Minneapolis. Los Angeles, they're doing 2 dates at the Hollywood Bowl, Friday the 7th and Saturday the 8th. Then they're off to San Francisco. Then they're doing Seattle. Then they're doing Vancouver. Unbelievable, isn't it? And they've still got to go Budapest in July, Bilbao, Tenerife, in some way called the Campo de Futbol. So it's obviously a football stadium. And then they're doing Gran Canaria Arena. That'll be a bit of a gay event, I should imagine, won't it? But they literally, this is about the busiest I've ever heard them being. They really have been. And as I say, Glastonbury did them every favour under the sun because people suddenly realised just how good they were. And they did all the classics. They did everything. And I think the set was about 45 minutes or something. Whatever it was, yeah, you see, what happened years and years ago, Elton John did a live show and he played the new album and it died because people wanted to hear the hits. So did you see Tom Jones? Same thing. See, if they've got a new album to launch, they go, oh, let's do sort of a new album. And you think, no, people want to hear the hits. That's why the Rolling Stones have stood, I just met her, just a barroom queen in Memphis. Which is very good, thank you. Very good impression there. No extra charge for this on the programme. I know some people charge extra, but we couldn't afford John to come in and do it. So the bid to replace the ball boys and girls with dogs at Wimbledon, apparently. I don't believe that at all. But the problem they had, the dogs picked up the balls, they didn't want to give them back. Seems a bit of a pointless exercise. I feel a bit sorry for the ball boys and girls. They get treated very badly. They're not allowed to, they have to stand there with their hands behind their back. They have to run, stop. Not allowed to. You want to wave to your friends in the crowd. I'm down here. You know. So a lot of people tell me about sedatives beforehand when you have the camera. I've just got a low sort of gag reflex, I'm afraid. So I'm hoping it's all right. Depends how big the tube is, I suppose, going down there. But there you go. What's the training like for the ball boys and girls? Rigorous tests for them, said to be tougher than the regime for the US, the French and Australian Open Championship. The job is done with speed and efficiency. They train for 2.5 hours a week, and that increases as the tournament approaches. So what they have to do, the training starts in February. So they have to literally run, pick the ball up and then down. Not allowed to move. Practicing general fitness training and feeding the ball seamlessly to the players. They learn how to dispatch a ball from one side of the court to the other without moving from their spot. They've got to learn to work quickly, efficiently and quietly without distracting the players or causing a fuss. And then when they're standing there, hands behind the back. And then if the ball comes near them, they pick it up, quickly throw it to the player. And if you're either side of the net, sometimes you get 2 people there. on one side of the net. They really put them through it. I'd love to know what they earn. Love to know what they earn. I bet it's not a huge amount of money. You know, it's the prestige, isn't it? You know, what did you do? I was a ball boy and girl. I mean, at Wimbledon, I think, because they get paid an hourly rate at the US Open, which is roughly minimum wage. At Wimbledon, they receive a one-off stipend of around 200 quid for the whole tournament. And how many weeks does it last? 2 weeks. So that's £100 a week. They're cheap labour, aren't they, basically? Especially when you consider that they spend an hour on court and an hour off during an average day. They're split into teams of 6. The 4 best teams work centre court and number 1 court, where the top action happens. But for that much money, and they're paying out £34.5 million in prize money. But for the ball boys and girls, who basically keep it going, you get paid nothing. Not going to give you any money at all. You'd think actually it'd be quite nice if all the tennis players thanked the ball boys and girls, knowing how poorly they're paid. God in heaven, £200 for the set of Wimbledon, even though it's an hour on, hour off. A bit like working on the railways.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time. So you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new eNY1 with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the eNY1. Oh, a hole-in-one.
Yes!
Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's LBC. It's Tuesday, June 28th. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. You are very welcome. It is nice to have your company. Very nice indeed. Apparently, fashion house Balenciaga have been mocked for creating bags full of holes. It's teamed up with Crocs to make the rubber totes which sell for £900. I mean, seriously, a fool and their money are soon parted. It's a rubber bag in pink and black. They've drawn derision from social media. And with one person tweeting, I'm pretty sure Balenciaga is a social experiment proving that some people have too much money. Well, you have to look at Victoria Beckham. She's parted with 150,000 quid before now for a handbag. You know, a handbag. What does she keep in it? P45s, I should imagine. If you look at this bag, £900 for a piece of rubber. £900 as far as I'm concerned. That's very close. And it comes in pink, black or green. I mean, is it so that people will see you and go, oh, you can afford £895? Or is it because people are going to laugh and point at you for being so stupid as to waste £900 nearly, £895, you know, just £5 short of it, on a piece of rubber? It's made in Italy, wiped with a soft cloth, yeah, like the manufacturers, I should imagine, yeah, or a 50 quid note. I mean, seriously, it's obviously women like buying handbags. This I can understand. I've got a man bag and I love it. It keeps all sorts of things in there, mainly my wallet and insulin and all sorts of little bits and pieces. But, you know, to part with £900 for a piece of rubber, I mean, it's just outrageous, isn't it? Really is. It's not good enough at all. Who else turned up at Wimbledon? Joel Dommett and his wife Hannah, braving the rain. And who else was there? Oh, look, how amazing. Molly King turned up as well. What does she do for a living? Used to be in a singing group, but not anymore. And Schofield was there, but then, you know, for some reason, we didn't get a picture of him and the wife. There's a picture of them sitting in a box or something, and so they did that. Holly was glam and vintage, but as I say, it doesn't matter what she wears. It seems to work, doesn't it? She can wear just about anything. Sir Cliff was cheering on the action on centre court, dressed in a silver blazer and black shirt. What was the other one, actually, who turned up? Oh, that was about it, actually. We're a bit sort of short on the celebrities. Biggest celebrity, Cliff Richard, but then Cliff absolutely loves his tennis. Oh, that's why he's fit. That is why he is fit. More of your texts and emails coming. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And this parents and the school, they've slammed this new school rule saying that boys can wear skirts in hot weather but not shorts. I don't quite understand that, actually. But anyway, they say the woke attempt at a gender-neutral dress code is insane and discriminatory. Many mums and dads had wanted a summer uniform introduced to the Wyndham High Academy in Norfolk. The head, Jonathan Rocky, wrote on the state school's website, all pupils will have the choice to wear either a grey school skirt or grey school trousers. He added, to be clear, this designation of a gender-neutral dress code is nothing more than ensuring that clothing choices are equal regardless of gender. What crap you write, honestly. They're school children. They're school children. One parent fumed, offering a skirt as an option is not gender-neutral. A skirt is an item of clothing traditionally associated with girls. Well, unless it's a kilt. You know, but although it's absolutely fine for a boy to wear a skirt, many boys and girls would feel uncomfortable about it and would choose to wear shorts. Apparently, do you remember in June 2017, I remember this one, boys at a school in Exeter turned up in skirts in protest at a ban on shorts. They turned up wearing skirts. I thought that was quite clever, actually, because did I wear shorts at school? Yes, we had to. It was school uniform. Well, when I went to prep school, it was school uniform. And when I went to Sec Mod in Yorkshire, of all places, you can imagine, can't you? Little Lord Fauntleroy turns up in a secondary modern school in Yorkshire. And because my parents didn't have loads of money, I had my prep school uniform, which was a corduroy jacket, corduroy shorts. My brother had long trousers before I did. I'd get to school in the middle of winter. My little knees were blue and red with the cold. I could barely walk. Very lucky to get through life, actually. In fact, to be honest with you, as the producer just said, nothing changes. My walking is not best. But Mr. Rocky said the school was not ruling out further updates. He said, like any consultation, there will be differing views, and the academy and governors always consider these. We take all feedback seriously. That's a school you don't want your kids in, isn't it, really? So get them out quickly. Why can't they wear shorts? I don't really understand why not. In our schools round our way, kids can wear shorts. In fact, I see kids wearing grey shorts. Well, I don't know what it is. I mean, I've got no idea. Not secondary. Well, we don't have anything posh around our way. It's Twickenham, for God's sake. People come and play rugby round our place. I bet you anything, it's the boys. Well, I've seen the boys wearing shorts. Definitely. And the girls just wear very short skirts. Over 11s. Absolutely over 11s. Absolutely. 13, 14s? Easily. Well, they must be. They must be, because they've got hairy legs. I mean, I don't know any 11-year-olds with hairy legs. So does it make a difference on age? No. I mean, the girls are wearing basically little belts, and the guys are wearing shorts. I was going to say I'll take a picture just to prove it, but you can't do that. But no, they don't seem to have anything. And they also have a dress-down day for school, where every so often they can wear what the hell they like. Mufti. Is that what it's called? Oh, right. Mufti. Good Lord above. But no, it's very popular. Very, very popular for sort of people not to wear trousers all the time. I mean, to be honest with you, girls given the choice if they want to wear short skirts or trousers, no. Mufti apparently is plain or ordinary clothes, especially when worn by one who normally wears or has long worn a military or other uniform, such as a school uniform. It's also called civvies. Civvies and civvies. It's exactly the same pronunciation, isn't it, really? Tosh and Beck's English literature is being suspended as a degree amid government pressure to land graduates decent jobs. Sheffield Hallam University has pulled the course, while Roehampton and Wolverhampton have also announced planned closure to other arts courses. Clemmy Moody says, I read English at Exeter and loved every minute, although I wouldn't hurry back to Ulysses. Surely my dissertation on how Thomas Hardy used mirroring to explore paradoxically and abstractly the issues confronted in his plots and narratives hasn't come in especially handy in everyday life, but I read texts and plays I never in a million years would have otherwise devoured, and of course have a cultural appreciation of some of our greats. These men and women of yesteryear steadily getting cancelled by the day. If the government and universities really want to help graduates, I suggest they clamp down on the Mickey Mouse courses instead. Here's looking at you, David Beckham, studies, Staffordshire, golf management. University of the Highlands, surf science, Cornwall College and the Harry Potter module, Durham. I mean, seriously, what did we have the other day? Was it? I can't remember. It was somebody. We met. There was somebody on the television. They were telling me what they were in uni studying. I remember thinking, that sounds like a waste of time, doesn't it? It's like you have media studies now. We have colleges, for people who want to learn media and stuff like that. Now, I think you can teach somebody the media side, but you can't teach somebody presenting. You can either present or you can't present. You learn it with sort of time. It's I noticed that on Radio X, they're looking for somebody to do all the forward planning of all the sound of the station and stuff like that. It looks quite complicated because I thought, that'll be an easy one. I looked through it. I couldn't do half of it. I mean, lots of media stuff comes with experience. But, but I think people think that you go to uni and you come out and you go, I think I'll be a presenter. I've seen them on the television, actually. You get people who've been on Love Island, they go, I think I'll be a presenter. And you think, no, you couldn't. You couldn't do it. You couldn't last 5 minutes. It's as simple as that, yeah. So instead, we've got next week Jordan covering this programme. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? I remember when Jade Goody covered. She was on LBC. They were raising money for charity, and they put her on with Simon Bates. It didn't cover me. It was Car Crash. Literally Car Crash. Steve, do any new producers who start on your show have to listen to one of your shows before they meet you? I don't think so, no. I mean, I would expect them. If you're coming to work on LBC, you would have at least listened to the station. But, no, I mean, you should know who people are. I mean, I'd be very surprised there'd be people in the industry who didn't know who I was. And if they don't, then they're not really in the industry. But they don't have to listen to one of the shows. They wouldn't get an indication anyway of listening to the show. Why would that make any difference? They're not exactly producing me. They're just having to sit there and smile at the right moments. It's not complicated. Good Lord above, you could blow up a balloon for them, and then we do the bubbles, Love it. Love the bubbles. More bubbles, more bubbles. Makes me very happy. I didn't really think, actually, that bubbles could sort of bring so much pleasure into your life. But there is a guy called Tom Noddy. And Tom Noddy is known as the Bubble. Look at these, honestly, they're attaching themselves to my body here. And Tom Noddy was the Bubble King. He used to turn up on television and he could blow bubbles and then blow bubbles inside bubbles and then do a hexagonal bubble inside. A really amazing guy, Tom Noddy, known as the Bubble Man. So I wonder if he's still going. He might still be out there somewhere because he was only youngish. And then he'd do this enormous bubble, which he would encase himself in. There he is, yeah. And he then blows smoke into the middle of the bubble. Very clever, isn't it? Very clever. Very clever. I mean, I personally can't do stuff like that. That's way beyond me. So here we go. This is Power Women of the Noughties. Apparently, day 2 of the series. And you've got... no, it can't be day 2. This is we've had about 4 or 5 different people. This is 90s last year. Oh, right, this is day 2 of the new series. So this is the Noughties. And somebody called Gemma Atkinson, whoever she is. I'm sure she knows. But we're sort of watching Tom. Oh, he's aged a bit, Tom Noddy. But look, he makes a cube inside these bubbles and then he fills it with smoke. Look, and then he will hit that. He takes away all the bubbles and then it hits the ground and then he can make that. Look, isn't it amazing? Imagine the fun you can have with bubble liquid. Yeah, I think we'll try that in a moment, actually. And so another female superstar of the Noughties tomorrow. But as I say, today it's somebody called Gemma Atkinson, whoever she is. So I'm sure she knows. Also, Abby Lampy is a champion. What does she do? She rolls cheeses. You know, these cheeses we talked about the other day, and she's travelled more than 4,000 miles to compete in the UK Championship. She's an American, and she took the women's title. She's only 21, tumbling down Coopers Hill, Gloucestershire in 15 seconds. Have you seen the people? It's like a nightmare. Looks very dangerous, but people seem to sort of enjoy it. As a kid, I would have done something like that. I would have bounced down a hillside and rolled over and stuff like that, but it looks fairly... There's loads of injuries, yeah, because it's quite steep. And they can't even... Nobody runs all the way down it because they can't make it to the bottom. But when they do... It dates back to the 1800s. It's always in the late May bank holiday. And people go and watch it. I mean, it's quite good fun to watch. But, I mean, my God, do they sustain injuries? It's far too dangerous, isn't it? So I tell you what we need to do. We need to get you to work quickly this morning. I only say that because I'm at work already, so I'm much better. Morning, nice to be company. Whatever happened to the man who used to swallow goldfish and regurgitate them, says Mark? Well, there's been quite a few. They're called regurgitators. And there is a very famous one who regurgitates billiard balls, snooker balls. And so what he will do, I mean, I don't know how they do this, because I always thought that was quite clever. And how would you ever discover you could be a regurgitator? And he will swallow these balls and then you can call out a colour and he'll show you his mouth empty So it's not a trick. It's just something that these people can do. They can manipulate stuff in their stomach. I can. It's called food. And you put these balls in. They're not huge balls. They're sort of, but he can call out colours. So you then go green, and he'll go, and out comes the green ball. But they do it with goldfish. Goldfish regurgitators. But you used to see them on television all the time. People who could swallow the goldfish, they would go down into their stomach. It's like sword swallowers. You know, you get people who can sword swallow, and they put it in their mouth. They all do exactly the same. They put it in their mouth, and they can control it. So in other words, he can put his hands like that and go, and it drops down a bit, because they can make their esophagus go completely straight, which is very clever. Very clever. But no, regurgitators. There's all sorts of acts out there. You wouldn't believe it. Steve, morning to the GB rail freight team, shunters and drivers. And Sarah says, I saw the new Baz Luhrmann Elvis film yesterday. Outstanding performances by Austin Butler as Elvis and Tom Hanks as Colonel Tom Parker. It was excellent. Yeah, I shall buy it on DVD. As you know, if I go to a cinema, it's a waste of money for me. I'll just fall asleep. People always say to me, oh, you know, can we sort of do a film or something like that? Lots of very good reviews. But it said, oh, guess what's up for sale? David Bowie's yacht. Now, why would David Bowie have a yacht? Why would he have a yacht? There's a reason why he had a yacht. 7 berth, not that makes any difference. The reason is he didn't fly. He couldn't fly. He would take his yacht to wherever he wanted to go. He was scared of flying, yes. And it's up for sale for $4.2 million. And it looks very nice, actually. He used to tour the world because he was terrified of flying. So they're selling it. It's 130 foot. It's got a sky lounge, renovated in 2020. The sales site says once owned by the legendary David Bowie, El Karan has just completed an important refit, including a complete paint job and a new teak deck. There you go. I mean, that would be something, wouldn't it, to say I own something that David Bowie owned. Very nice indeed. And a barmaid has such bad amnesia, she often wakes up thinking she's as young as 6. A rare brain condition means that Chloe Bernard loses her memory and can even think her partner of 9 years is a kidnapper. Isn't that bizarre? Isn't that bizarre? She's called fiancé James a paedophile and threatened to hit him with a spanner. Her memory usually returns after 24 hours, but can be wiped out any time she sleeps. So she goes to bed and then she wakes up and she's got no idea. She says, I didn't recognise the house that I was in, but I thought it must be mine because there's a staircase and I'm only 6. She said, James was on the sofa with the dog, which I didn't know was mine. I sat on the stairs and said, who are you? I want my mummy and daddy. I mean, this must be really frightening. Really frightening. Anyway, he knew what to do and not to panic. I tried to phone the police, but he took my phone. I picked up the spanner, so I knew I could hurt him if I needed to. He calmed me down. He said, I know your mummy and daddy. We called them and they explained it when I woke up. The next morning, I was totally fine. Isn't that unbelievable? They think it may be linked to a stroke she had when she was 19. I mean, that is a very bizarre... I've never even heard of that. Never even heard of that before. That is the oddest thing ever. Lots of food, which helps you lose weight. It says in the Sun today. Every day, there are recipes to help you lose weight, whether you want to go for cauliflower curry, which sounds delicious. Do you not like that? Oh, I think that sounds delicious. Cauliflower? No, cauliflower curry. That sounds lovely. Spicy pork and black bean enchiladas. Nice. Yeah, okay with that. Chicken Kiev tray bake. That sounds good, doesn't it? Pea and pesto pasta. I think not. You do that. You like pea? Oh, okay. And fish finger tacos. Fish finger tacos. Not sure I could go for things like that, but that's okay. That's okay. And what else do we have? What else do we have? What did I watch on the television the other day? I can't remember. I'm watching all sorts of things. Apparently, Alison Hammond's had a turn for the worse after her planned reboot of Wheel of Fortune was axed. And so she made a pilot for the new version of the game. Why do they just go, OK, she's the new sensation, put her on it? She's not a game show presenter at all. Absolutely not. I mean, the originals were sort of Nikki and Carol. Nikki Campbell and Carol Smiley did it. And I think Bradley Walsh and then John Leslie took it on a bit. And in contrast, Channel 4 has had Davina McCall presenting the £100,000 drop and Anne Robinson fronting The Weakest Link. Since then, Anita Rani has taken the helm of a daytime show, Fastest Finger First. But Alison Hammond, not. I don't know why people think that because she's on the television and they go, oh, she's very popular on This Morning, she can be a game show presenter. She can't. It's completely different skills. Ask anybody. That's why the game show presenters were people like Bruce Forsyth and Bob Monkhouse and Bradley Walsh and people like that. Excuse me. And apparently Question Time host and BBC newsreader Fiona Bruce reveals how she has to keep smiling through some challenging situations. She got blasted by Lord Sugar during an interview with The Apprentice Tycoon. And it's just one of those. I think it was Fiona Bruce who interviewed Prince Philip, and she completely screwed it up. I remember we used to have a presenter years ago, and they interviewed Melvyn Bragg, and they said to him, fatal question. They said, how do you feel about being seen as a sex symbol? And so he said, I'm not. She said, oh, everybody says you are. He said, who? And of course, she didn't have an answer to it. The interview collapsed like the proverbial pack of cards. You can't say things like that. And if you were interviewing Prince Philip, all the questions are submitted in advance. You can't just come up with some ad-lib questions. They wanted to see questions so that he could then, prepare his answers and everything else. And he quite clearly thought, I'm dealing with an idiot. And it was for his 90th birthday, and we sat there, and I cringed. I could have hidden behind the settee. It was. He just wasn't suffering fools gladly, and she obviously thought it was a bit like watching Selena Scott. If you really want to watch toe-curlingly embarrassing interviews, watch Selena Scott with Prince Andrew from years ago when she was sitting in on the Wogan programme. That was another, oh my God, Alders, it was awful. It was absolutely dreadful. It was just one of those interviews whereby, Andrew's nickname is Randy Andy, and, it was terrible. Have I ever had a cringy interviewee? I don't think so, actually. No, we've had we did have one interview. So from somebody who said, "How long is this interview?" And I said, well, "It's half an hour, I think." And he said, "I can't do half an hour." And so I said, "Well, it's a half an hour programme." And I thought, "But you've been told how long it is. They don't just book somebody in and go, oh, just go and sit in that room with Steve Allen and he'll talk to you for about a minute." He's fine. I can do 5 minutes. And I thought, well, 5 minutes is about as useless as a chocolate fire guard for me, I'm afraid. It just didn't work. So we did actually get things going, and I thought we'd better start and just keep plodding on until we can sort of, get as much material as we could in the can. You mentioned you once did a programme on the London Eye. Was the thing literally going round? Yes. Yes, it just goes round. We did an interview on there. I forget why we were doing it actually on the London Eye, but yeah, it doesn't whiz round. It's very, very slow. In fact, it's so slow you step off it when it comes in. It's as slow as that. You just do one while it's still moving. You just do one circle of it, and I liked it. I liked the London Eye. I thought it was very good. Lawrence says, poor goldfish. I wonder how the guy would feel being swallowed and thrown up by a giant. Well, we haven't got any giants, Lawrence, so it's a pointless question. It's no, goldfish, they don't know. They've got no idea. Goldfish got very small attention spans. They forget everything. So if you put them in a bowl, they swim round and go, oh, this is lovely, isn't it? Oh, not been here before. Oh, that's nice. I like that. Where are we? I don't know. I've never been here before. They've got no idea. So if you swallow them, they're going to go, oh, this is nice. Oh, it's a bit dark. What's going on? Oh, there I come up again. They don't know. I don't know why. I don't think they were huge. I don't think they were huge, goldfish. No, well, they do tend to be. I've been down to a garden centre at Zion House, and they've got big goldfish in some of their outdoor tanks, which you can buy, which are like big goldfish. Blooming big yeah, exactly. Big goldfish. What they do is they grow to the size of the pond. So when we had them, we put them in as small, and they just grew. And grew. Steve, the website realstreets.com shows thousands of photos of movie locations then and now. You'll find out where scenes were filmed. I've looked at Monty's Double, Goodbye Mr. Chips, Railway Children, Mr. Blunden. I can't find Our Miss Fred. Oh, Our Miss Fred, very easy to find. We've got loads of things there. We know it was at Cromer. Maury, thank you. Great site, great show. And he says, I'm from Felixstowe. We've actually got a pier. Steve, some retailer, says Rob, are changing the name of Chicken Kiev to Chicken Kiev. Yeah. Really? That's been done ages ago, hasn't it? Apparently. Ages ago, the producer says. He knows these things. He sort of... Did I talk about it? Well, I can't remember, honestly. I can't remember where I was yesterday, let alone try to remember anything else that's going on. I just know that the 5th is when I'm in hospital. That's the only bit that I remember. What have we got here? Sunseeker Ellie is about to burst to tell us about her latest shopping spree. She comes from Hertfordshire, and she basically can't find clothes to fit her. So she's wearing a little tiny bra. She says, I've been looking for bikinis for the summer and found the smallest one in the shop. And as our picture proves, the best things come in small packages. Looks a bit tacky, actually, Ellie, as I feel a bit sorry for you having to do this, honestly. Does somebody make you do it, or do you really enjoy doing it? Ryland Clark's mother thought he was on drugs when she saw lines of white powder in his house. I mean, it turned out it was dust from sanding his skirting boards, because you imagine Ryland sanding, can't you? He looks the butch type. The TV presenter who once went viral telling someone to gimme the gear said, I was actually getting my skirting board sanded that week. Well, you don't have little piles of dust. You clip things onto it and it goes into a bag like a vacuum cleaner. I know all about sanding. I know all about it because I had a drill. It was a sander, and it comes with, you can either connect it up to the vacuum cleaner and it sucks it all in there, or you put a bag on there. I've never heard of anybody who leaves little piles of dust everywhere. Very shoddy. You need to go out and see if you can afford to buy something. Get some more gigs. The price of strawberries has not risen. £2.50. And they said despite the... I don't know how they can do them at £2.50. You can't buy them at Marks and Spencer's for £2.50. Yeah, I know. It doesn't seem many. We think 8 strawberries for £2.50 maximum. But I wonder if the cream comes extra. I wonder if you could sort of say to them, can I have some more cream? You know, I don't want to be a bit stingy with the cream, but £2.50 shows how much profit they're making. You know, I nearly bought the other day hanging baskets with either strawberries in or tomatoes. They were selling them at Homebase. And they were $9.99 for a basket. And then literally the strawberries hang down and you just pick them on a daily basis. And I thought, well, I don't know. I don't know. Shout at me. It's not my fault. I decided not to spend the money. I thought I'll save up and see if I can afford some pasta.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. 26 minutes to 6 is the time. Millions of people could apparently be paid to keep their lights and tellies off this winter to reduce the risk of blackouts. In a trial, the National Grid has been discounting bills by as much as £6 for each kilowatt hour for households who do not use energy at peak times. So there you go. The trials involved about 100,000 Octopus Energy customers, reducing consumption, including during the busy hours of between 4:30 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. That's exactly the time I'm not using anything at all. So it's not bad. Fuel retailers accused of rocket and feather pricing. The concept involves retailers quickly hiking pump prices when the price of oil rises, but being slow to pass on the bet. Well, they're ripping you off. That's what they're doing. They're ripping you off. The average price of a litre of petrol, 191.1 on Sunday, with diesel at 198. Very lucky. Round our way, it's gone over the £2. It's been over the £2 for ages. Where do they get these people from who can't manage to check things? Very worrying. What was the other one? Kendrick Lamar brought Glastonbury to a close in biblical fashion. He was wearing a crown of thorns as his commentary on the change of abortion laws in America. So the blood all ran down his face. Man, if you're going to try and get some publicity, you might as well do it at Glastonbury. And it works. Claimed last night, cancer-stricken Vladimir Putin does not have a long life ahead of him. Senior Ukrainian intelligence officer Major General Krylo O. Budanov says the Russian president is suffering from several grave illnesses and will be dead within 2 years. He's previously stated Mad Vlad is suffering from cancer, which the tyrant's government have denied. I mean, you can't tell, can you? I mean, this might be propaganda. You've got no idea. No idea whether or not these sort of things are true. And Nick says, when you put a sander down on its side, you get fine lines of dust, and they do look like lines of certain substances. What, you mean cocaine? I love the way you have to put down substances. We're all adults. Also, do you know when your next live show is? It'll be probably next year, I should imagine, but the tickets always go on sale before that time, so it gives people enough time to sort of, buy a ticket, and all the money goes to charity. And they generally sell out very, very quickly. Very quickly. In fact, the last time I think it sold out in a couple of hours. Top telly show Ninja Warrior could feature at the Olympics. Organisers are locked in talks about introducing iconic obstacle courses. I like that other one. I don't like Ninja Warrior. I've seen it before, and to be honest, it makes me feel ill. I like the Wipeout, Total Wipeout. That's fab, because I love all the extra sounds that they put in. It's fabulous. It's like Wimbledon all over again, and it's really good. It's really good. I love it when they bounce on the balls and then they throws them into the water. I think it's brilliant. I love it. I love it. It's one of those sort of... Well, there's an American version that we get. I don't know where they get the people from it. An agency, I assume. A ghost hunt. Yeah, there we go. Look, they always sort of stand there saying, yeah, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it. And then they climb up the stairs and they go down a slide, and then they've got to make sure that they don't get knocked over by these sort of moving things. And you know that somebody's going to fall foul of it, and then they just fall into the water. Seriously, it was the most fun. Richard Hammond used to present it, and brilliant he was too. I don't think he had any idea why they axed the thing. I remember saying to him, they should bring it back. He said, I know. Because it was good, but I think it might have been Elfin Safety or something like that, where they were sort of going, well, of course, people could be damaged. You go, good. That's the most fun. I mean, if you don't come off it covered in blood, there's no point in having the programme. Let's make it look interesting, for God's sake, honestly. Yeah, exactly. So anyway, here is this ghost hunter. She's called Rachel Parsons, and she claims the sexiest spirit she's ever seen flirted with her at a very, very old pub. She's 50, and her team were investigating what is now known as Jack's Craft Ale House and Diner when she was struck by the good looks of an eerie resident. She's another one of these barking mad people that sort of claims that, she runs the popular Retford Ghost Hunter. She said he was a stunning guy with a ruffled shirt, and we had what we call a word bank, so spirits can manipulate it and spell names out. Seriously, I mean, honestly, you just give up, don't you, really? And Rachel said it's called an Alice box. And the words that were coming out one after the other were flirtatious words. He was definitely speaking to me. How much are you drinking, dear? Are you drinking a lot? These people, honestly, do they go home, have a cup of tea and start sort of going, oh, I think I've just seen the Alsatian melting through the wall next door. Apparently Rachel could be heard telling her colleagues in the pub in Flockton, he's so dark and handsome, he absolutely beaut, quite sexy actually. I've never seen such a sexy ghost. You've never seen a ghost, dear? You've never seen a ghost? What doolally land are you living in? They don't exist. They really don't. The only people who sees it is you. It's called cataracts. Get them sorted. You can get this thing sorted out as quickly as possible. It's really, it's really... Do you think I'll end up haunting LBC? Yes, we saw the ghost of Steve this morning with a bubble gun. No, he had bubble gum. No, the bubble gun. He came back. We'd only just had him cremated, and he came back the following day. People in the newsroom saw him. He was pointing with his bubble gun. I love it. People want to know how Greta Thunberg made it to Glastonbury. Well, because, she doesn't seem to be getting as much publicity now, but they have all sorts of things at Glastonbury. You can probably find clairvoyants there telling you the same balmy, mad stuff that this other woman comes up with. And somebody was asking for a picture of Rachel Stevens. Can't imagine why. What was the point of that? S Club 7, I believe, are now S Club 2 or 3. We think 3. I mean, it doesn't really seem worth it, does it? 3 people. It was S Club 7, so they've lost so many over the years. I mean, how do they manage to do all the songs? I just don't know. Grant says, how do you become a spiker? Can my dog join? No, it's not open to animals at the moment. I mean, we haven't actually had a meeting about it, but there is a very good chance that we will have a meeting about it, and we will probably sort something out, I should imagine. I'm trying to find this there's a piece in one of the papers today about all the... Yeah, Glastonbury has dance, comedy, theatre, circus, cabaret and other arts. Yeah, well, it's a good... Well, we looked at the pictures, didn't we? The aerial pictures of Glastonbury. My gosh, it's huge. Huge. Katie Price's ex-husband, Kieran Hayler, has reported her to the police again. You just sense there's an impending disaster happening, I'm afraid, here. She's on holiday, of course, at the moment, which is marvellous. I think she's filming something for a travel show, although why anybody would take any notice of anything that she recommends, thank you very much indeed, I wouldn't be it. John Turode and Lisa Faulkner extending their kitchen. They've been given a new series of their weekend kitchen to run in the autumn, which makes it easy. Just fall out of bed and fall into the kitchen. Then you can start cooking. I can't cook. I've never been able to cook. No, Phil Vickery has tried to offer advice, and Jamie Oliver and people like that, but I'm just useless. That's why God invented supermarkets, mainly for me. So who are the announcers on the television? Meet the Men, and it is all men, I'm afraid. They don't tend to use women. I found one woman who does Dinner Date, and that's Natalie Casey. She's also popped up on Hollyoaks, and in 2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps, but she does it. She took over from Charlotte Hudson, and she's also co-presented Big Brother's Little Brother with Dermot O'Dreary, and she lives in Greenwich. She's married to an actor called Paul Kemp. Love Island is Ian Sterling. He's been involved for 8 years. Bill and Ben was Peter Hawkins. So that's from the 1950s. He also was the voice of Big Ears and Mr. Plod in The Adventures of Noddy, The Adventures of the Daleks and the Cybermen in early Doctor Who, and was the original voice of Zippy on Rainbow. Well, I don't know, George. In the 80s and 90s, he was the voice of Money, a walking pound sign in the Access credit card ads. He died aged 82 in 2006. Marcus Bentley, of course, does Big Brother, Day 3. Is that one? I think that's that one, isn't it? He's got 3 children with his wife, Jules. Could reprise his most famous role if Big Brother will be revived. Please God it doesn't. He's also done the Sky quiz show Dirty Money. He lives in Bristol and in recent years has continued to do voiceover work. Because once a voiceover artiste, you can do all sorts of things and you hear different people's voices. And so that's good. But we don't want Big Brother back. It was a pile of garbage last time, thank you. Peter Dixon does the X Factor. Known as the voiceover man, he's been on the show since it began. He's also done more than 30,000 adverts, including Dairy Lee and Branston Pickle. Born in Belfast, he became the announcer and Terry Wogan's newsreader. Lives in Buckinghamshire, and he does he offers online courses for budding voiceover people. He used to do The Price is Right. Come on down. Really? All right. I like The Price is Right, actually. Mind you, unfortunately, we've got to suffer at the moment with Campy Alan Carr doing all of them, doing all of these different shows, Price is Right and everything else, but it was only as good as the first people round. VHS for £700. Very dated, very dated. Come dine with me is Dave Lamb, actor and comedian, and he lives in Brighton. He's appeared in EastEnders, Only Fools and Horses, prequel Rock and Chips and sitcom Miranda. But I suppose the one who is known as the voice of the balls, probably a joke there somewhere, I should imagine, but you wouldn't find it on my programme, is Alan Dedicoat. He's been doing it for nearly 30 years. He also does Strictly. He does lots of things. You can recognise Alan's voice. He's 67. He won't thank me for telling you that, but, you know, it's only a number, Alan, isn't it? And he is the son of a newsagent from Birmingham, worked his way up from regional radio to serve as Wogan's sidekick on Radio 2, and became the station's chief announcer before leaving it after 28 years. He does the voiceovers for children in need. He also does after-dinner speaking, and he's a quizmaster. So they're the people. But, of course, it was Graham Skidmore. Our Graham. We used to say Our Graham all the time. In fact, that's probably one of those shows you could bring back, isn't it? Blind Date. That was... Did Paul O'Grady bring it back? Oh, right. Yes, you're right, he did, actually. I should have remembered that, but I can't remember everything. Goodness sake, honestly. What do you think at my age? I always love the full-page adverts in the papers for something you never thought you'd need. And here is one here, the heroism. It's a whole-page advert, limited to just 1,879, of the heroism that inspired Victorian Britain. An expertly crafted, hand-painted sculpture. What do you think it's of? It's a British inventory man, complete with Victorian silver shilling, the defence at Rorke's Drift. I mean, I ask you, who buys this stuff? But apparently it's going to cost you 5 instalments of just £36 each, or failing that, a total of £179. They're expecting demand to be high. Well, they'd have to be. They've taken out a whole page in the paper. I've never seen... Look at it. Why would you ever want anything like that? Isn't it the most bizarre? I mean, yeah, £180. I mean, I could understand if it was a clock and it told the time, or sort of, did anything else, but nothing. Nothing. Yes, it's one for the coffee table, or certainly a talking point if you have people round. I'd like to do Come Dine With Me, which would be quite nice. Steve, I'm listening in Brisbane with my 2 blue cattle dogs. You've upset them, not letting them be part of the Spikers. They've gone back to sleep. Thank God for that, Kevin, honestly. Nothing worse than cattle dogs starting to cause a bit of a drama. I've seen what they look like, actually. They're the most exciting-looking dogs in the world, are they? They look as though they'd rip your arms off. A guide to the Australian cattle dog. They look a bit like hyenas, don't they? A little bit like hyenas, perhaps a slightly... Wolves, yes, wolves. I do. I mean, a couple of them look quite nice. There's an American cattle dog, which looks a bit more friendly than the Australian cattle dog, which, as I say, looks as though it could sort of take you to pieces quite easily. And that one there, the Australian cattle dogs, it comes in 2 different colourways, unless you want to dye the thing. Have it done in pink or something like that. Steve, remember Takeshi's Castle? All those Japanese assault course games were mad and dangerous. Taidi, says Taffy Nige from Pontyclun in South Wales. What was... Sorry? Takeshi's. Oh, is it? Takeshi. What was the one where it was all these Japanese people doing... Is that what it was? Oh, right, where they did things and it was sort of like an endurance course, wasn't it? Oh, right. Oh, Takeshi. Oh, well, there you go. You live and learn, don't you? All right, don't start pushing the Takeshi word on me. We don't see it on the television anymore, not even the repeats. There must be some repeats, mustn't there? But, yeah, you're right. They used to make them do things. And, I mean, some people were sort of very, very good at it. Oh, dear. He wasn't very good, was he? Really? The funniest fails. And they seemed to sort of psych themselves up for it. But, and they just basically fall in the water all the time. It was like the precursor, wasn't it, to that other show we were talking about. Johnny in Clitheroe says, found out yesterday on Eddie's show, our Graham from Blind Date died in December. Well, we told you that yesterday. We did it long before Eddie. For goodness sake, I don't know, start bandying Eddie Mayer's name around anywhere. Yeah, and he died 6 months ago. That's what we did yesterday. Did you not hear the programme? You must start downloading. For goodness sake, honestly, some ridiculous have to start trying to defend it against something that Eddie Mayer has said. I mean, I don't know. So the British star, because she's obviously won Wimbledon, Emma Raducanu, and but she hasn't. But she's taken centre stage because she was playing on centre court, and so she won, as I say, against I don't know, but met with cries of "Come on, Emma." Have you ever been to Wimbledon? Some very common people go there. Yeah, come on, Emma, come on, Emma. They used to do it. They shout out all the time. It's very common. And she defeated somebody called Alison Van on the centre court, but she was wearing £30,000 worth of jewellery because she's sponsored. That's all she's interested in, the money. So I don't think it's going to go any further, because I don't know where they got this Alison Van and £30,000 worth of jewellery. Fancy going out to Wimbledon wearing £30,000 worth of jewellery. But a little bit embarrassing. Host of British players were in action as the venue returned to full COVID capacity. Well, of course it is. People have waited for ages. Waited for ages and ages. McEnroe sends his love to jailed pal Boris Becker on live television, because they can't really stop him on live television. I would have thought they'd have gone, don't say anything. And £2.50 for the iconic strawberries. I don't know whether or not I mean, they say it's that you still get charged £2.50 despite inflation and the global supply chain issues. What global supply? There's no shortage of strawberries, believe you. They make things up now to make you panic. I mean, it's like people say, Steve Allen said there's a world globe, we better go out and buy strawberries today. My mother used to freeze them. But just remember, when you freeze them, you get the tray out of the freezer and you put them individually. Okay? If you put them in a bag and freeze them, when they thaw out, they go mush. They go mush. So you freeze them individually, fast freeze, and then you take them out when they're frozen, then you can put them in the bag. I know this. Just remember, I know these things. Lovely smile from Her Majesty the Queen. And Very nice indeed, very nice indeed. And she's just, listen, she's 96 for goodness sake. Shop workers and service staff are facing a rising tide of abuse. According to research, figures from the Institute of Customer Service revealed 44% of frontline service staff have experienced hostility from customers in the past 6 months. I was watching a lovely one, actually, and it was in America, and the bloke had turned up to deliver some white goods, and the person who wanted the white goods wasn't in, and he couldn't leave them with anybody else. So this woman barricaded him inside her house. She said, "You'll wait until he gets here." And he said, "No, I won't." He said, "I'm going to barge past you. I'm going to call the police." And she said, "Do what you like." She said, "I'm not letting you out until you've, delivered these white goods." He said, "I'm not delivering them to you. They're not yours." She was horrible. Oh, I don't know. There was another woman, and she's at a children's playground, and there's kids on their skateboards having a bit of fun, and she obviously doesn't like skate. There's obviously a matter with her, in between the ears, no brain or something like that. Probably a lot of bubbles, I should imagine, probably a lot of bubbles. And she tries to stop these kids skateboarding. So one of the kids tells her to go somewhere, and she goes, "That's it." She said, "I'm going to call the police." She said, "There is no cussing in this park." They said, "You're not allowed to swear, apparently, in American parks." And she was horrible. She was spoiling, kids having a little bit of fun. And then some other woman tried to steal this kid's phone, and he said, "You're not touching me." He said, "Touch me," he said, "and I'll call the police on you." He said, "There's something the matter with you." And, of course, there was. Ah, dear. Very nice. John Lewis are going to be offering, well, you'll like this one, Joe. This is just for you. This is seriously just for you. At flagship stores, they're going to be offering Botox and fillers. Look at that. You can go to John Lewis, probably put it on your company card. The company say the service will be provided in response to customer demand. Isn't that great? How perplexing, says this columnist. You wouldn't walk into a fast food restaurant and demand a massage or stroll through a garage forecourt asking for a pedicure. Why on earth would department store clientele en route to purchase socks or tumble dryers demand cheek implants and forehead freezing? I never thought about that. Isn't that interesting? You do get beauty stuff, but you don't start sticking injections into you. I think that's highly dangerous. And also, I would look odd. I would look very, very odd, without... Have I got any wrinkles? No, I haven't got wrinkles, no. I should have, but I haven't because I use moisturiser. And, just with a smile. Steve, there was a very famous voiceover chap called John Benson who did the Quiz of the Week, the Sale of the Century. Yes, in fact, it was... Nicholas Parsons say, "And what's the next item we tempt them with, John Benson?" And he'd say, "Well, no," and they do it. Live from Norwich, it's the Quiz of the Week. I loved it. But some of the prizes, when you look back on it, nowadays, you can win a car. There was a woman in America. She won a car, and she said, "Oh, I don't want to win a car. Couldn't I have a set of spades?" And they went, "What?" But my favourite one was the African version of Sale of the Century, where they went, "And today the special prizes are some paperbacks and a set of glasses." And that was the extent of it. I remember thinking, you need to go to America, they're much better. Some friends and I stayed at his flat in London, says John in Peacehaven, on New Year's Eve in the 1970s. That was John Benson. Wow, how cool. Graham Skidmore's daughter, Catherine, was in my class at Park School for Girls. Her younger sister, Emma, was in my sister's class. There is no way. The links that we have to tenuous celebrities. Would you say you're living through your second childhood? Says Sue. Either way, I hope it's catching. I, for one, fully approve. The world definitely needs more bubbles. Oh, absolutely. Without a shadow of a doubt. That's why it's on the... I have to fill up my tray. But it's that's why it's on the on my Twitter feed. You get a lot of bubbles out of this thing. It's really quite spectacular. In fact, you would think it was duplicated, but it's not. That's the way the bubbles come out. You get loads of them. In fact, I've almost drenched myself in bubble. Why shouldn't we have a second childhood? Aren't you bored when people say, "Oh dear, you're very childish," and you go, "What's it got to do with you, Mr. Misery?" I love the miseries in life because you know that things have gone really bad. Jane says, "I got my first strawberries off the plants yesterday, all 9 of them." They seem to taste better when you grow them yourself, don't they? That's what I always think, actually. Listen, 9 strawberries is 9 strawberries. I don't really do strawberries. I have had a few before, but they I have to sort of make sure that I don't do too many of them. I need to get those hanging baskets, don't I? But I just think it's a bit naff. I'd rather have tomatoes. I like tomatoes, dipping them in salad cream. Tomatoes in salad cream are very nice. Okay for diabetics. What, the tomatoes or the salad cream? Probably neither. I should imagine. I don't think salad cream is very good for you. But it's only a treat, isn't it? It's like, really, salad cream and crisp sandwiches are quite nice. And I've yet to go to a Subway and order a ham roll with cucumber and tomato and salad cream. But it's got to be proper salad cream, because I told you before, we went to a pub for lunch with about God knows how many of us a short while ago, about 7 or 8, and I wanted lime juice and water. Because if I'm going to have to drive, there's no point in risking it. And so I said lime juice and water, and it wasn't Rose's. And that's the only one that tastes like lime juice. The other ones are a bit of a substitute, and it just didn't taste the same at all. And so when I went to the next bar, I said, do you have lime juice and water? Oh, do you have lime juice? Obviously got the water. Do you have lime juice? She said, yeah. I said, is it Rose's? And she went, no. So I thought what I'm going to have to do in future is take my own little bottle with me in there, tuck it under my coat, and then pour it into the glass of water. It's the only way to do it, isn't it, really? A little bit diva-ish, but, if that's what you want, that's what you want. I'm also going to be taking my own fish fingers and my own chips. Okay? In fact, basically, I'm just not moving out of the house. I'm just going to stay in all the time. Oh, this music indicates the news at 6 is here on LBC. Back with you in 3.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's LBC. It's Tuesday, June the 28th. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. And you're most welcome. Most welcome. Tonight, £150 million. That'd change your life, wouldn't it? They always say that, they say it's an enormous jackpot. Well, it's okay, 150 million, and that would be quite nice, wouldn't it? It'll be won by somebody. Of course, I always get annoyed every time somebody in Europe wins it. I'm the only one. Because I always think it's ours. I think it's ours. I didn't realise we had to share it with people. This is the man. This house, when you look at the destruction of this house that blew up, presumably a gas explosion, we think, feared to be linked to a faulty boiler. They'd only just sold it for £160,000, which actually, when you look at the price of it, mind you, when you've got no house and it's nearly destroyed next doors as well, I'm beginning to wonder, because what happens with a lot of cases like this is people forget about insurance. So one woman was found dead, but we knew that because one of the men who was saved had said, can you please, get this person out? The person who died is Doreen Rees-Bibb, who was 79. And police said David Murphy was in a life-threatening condition after he was saved. Callum Atwood said he'd run in to help, saying he said his partner was still inside. We tried to get to it, but the flames and the heat was too much. And when you look at the destruction, it is absolutely unbelievable. That's just one gas boiler. You imagine if you were the house next door, because you've lost half your house as well. And the other houses, the roof's gone, everything's gone. It's just total destruction. And especially as 2 doors away, there's somebody who's obviously spent a bit of money on their back garden. The other people's back garden has vanished completely. And that's it. But I don't know, after you get the explosion, do they then have to quickly turn the gas off? Does it just keep going? I don't know. I'm not familiar with things like this as well. But it really terribly sad and tragic. But they had been told that the boiler needed replacing or serviced. And I don't think neighbours were given a temporary home in a pub, including a man who said, we've got nothing apart from clothes on our back. And judging by this particular area, I don't think these people would have insurance on their properties. People don't think about it. You don't think that the house is going to blow up next door, do you? There's also a sales executive who claims he was badly injured carrying a hot tub into his garden. Who carries a hot tub into the garden? And this man said he had his biceps ripped from his elbow joints while trying to help the delivery men carry the outdoor bath to his £500,000 home. Why would you help the delivery men? I thought that's the idea of having delivery men. But anyway, the action has not gone before a judge as yet. But I saw what did I see the other day on the television? It might have been on Ideal World. They had a hot tub, but it was a blow-up hot tub. And it was about 200 quid. And I remember thinking, that looks quite interesting. I mean, I hate hot tubs. Don't ever get me wrong on that one. In fact, I made it quite clear that I've never liked a hot tub. I've tried a couple and I didn't enjoy the experience at all. Steve says, Jane, a pint of lime juice and water can cost up to £1.95 here in Yorkshire. Really? I think that's a lot of money. But the trouble is, of course, what they're looking for is they have to make as much money as possible. And lime juice, mind you, when I worked in a pub, we used to water down the lime juice. So you could make a bottle of lime juice go a long, long way. Because the most popular drink in those days, this was a long time ago, another century, was lager and lime. And so you just do a quick splash of it in the thing. What's the name of the quiz show where the contestants lose and the host says, let's look at what you would have won? Well, they did that on most shows. Bullseye did it. That was it. Here's what you would have won. Look, there's two of you. You come from opposing families. You want a caravan. That lot of blooming use that was. Or a speedboat. We live on a council estate in Huddersfield, and we've won a speedboat. Actually, I was watching some of those back the other day again. It was quite funny, because all the men were wearing stay-pressed trousers, and, and it's super smashing. Jim Bowie. Do you remember when they used him on, was it one of Ricky Gervais's programmes, and he couldn't remember his lines at all? He used to live on a converted railway station. There was no trains going past, I don't think, but he lived on a converted railway station. I quite like that idea. Winnie says, my auntie Dot was in Blind Date with Scylla. She was 80 and won Maurice, aged 85. They won the opening of the Millennium Dome in 2000. They toured in his little motorhome for 6 weeks and then fell out. She refused to go to the Dome. Scylla was in hysterics. Yeah, funny you should mention that, because we were talking about the older people who went on Blind Date. And there was still the couple that Scylla went to the wedding, wasn't there? They're still together. And Scylla wore a hat and everything else. And people liked it. Amanda Holden was once a contestant on Blind Date. Jenny Faulkner was on Blind Date as well. Lots of people have done very well. I love Jenny. She's so fit. Seriously. And remember the journalist? Oh, was this somebody who was trying to... Yes, that's right. Scylla called her out. Oh, is that on YouTube? Is it really? I'd forgotten about that. I remember it vaguely now, but I can't remember. So they'd heard that she was a journalist doing a story on Blind Date, so she pretended to be a contestant. How fantastic. You'll be checking that one out on YouTube today, won't you? And so Scylla did her usual thing, as she exposes an undercover journalist. So, oh, how lovely. Oh, I shall have to watch that. And does the woman get really embarrassed? Oh, fantastic. Even better. We love it. I love it when they... So what they were trying to do, they were trying to turn Scylla over, presumably. To say she was like this and she was like that. Oh, horrible person. How ghastly. What else do we have? There's someone... Oh, don't keep showing it to me. So she was a journalist for Cosmopolitan. She was humiliated live on air. And she was tasked with going under the radar to report on the show's inner working. She pretended she was a secretary, and she plucked somebody called Paul Mankelow out for a date. However, when the couple regrouped with Scylla on the sofa following their rendezvous, the veteran entertainer revealed the show knew exactly what she was up to. She said, well, Nicola, I have to say I've got a little... more than a little surprise for you, because I know what you're at, and I feel awfully deeply saddened by this. You don't work as a temporary secretary. I know for a fact you're actually an undercover journalist, and you've robbed somebody of coming on a proper blind date. You work for Cosmopolitan magazine. It's just a shame you tried to pull the wool over our eyes, but you didn't. Jill wrote after the show aired, Paul looks stunned, I feel sick. The studio's spinning, the audience is booing. But she's still a journo. 20 years on and now a mum, Nicola. Boo you! Boo you! What a disgrace. Mind you, I quite like the turnaround of you've deprived somebody from going on Blind Date because you were trying to write some garbage story. That'll teach you. Oh, I found a lovely home for you. It's a water cooler. It hasn't got any planning permission. It's very lovely. It's in a very desirable location. It's in Cornwall on the peninsula there, within sight of the tourist hotspot Falmouth, and a few minutes' walk from beaches. And it's 225,000. It's 18 foot high, a circular concrete tower. And they say it's got huge potential. I don't know as what. I've got no idea. Unless somebody's going to take it and sort of knock it down and turn it into something else. It features parking, gardens, a pumping station, and unsurprisingly, mains water. It's a disused property, so you can do different things with it. I love it. They had a bloke on the television the other day, that very irritating one who does the holiday abroad things, Laura Hamilton. Very irritating. And she went round to see, somebody's houses. And this bloke had a swimming pool on the roof of his house, which looked quite nice, but it always frightens the life out of him in case they spring a leak. And to stop birds from going into it, they had to put a fake owl on the balcony that ran round it, because otherwise you get all sorts of birds that will come and sit on the water and drink. We get it with we've just got the patio and a fountain, and it's going well with the pigeons. I only have to go shh, and they get very frightened. You wouldn't have thought that would shh. You wait till they see the bubble gun. That'll freak them out, I tell you. Does spray work? Yeah, the spray's good. This is a spray which you put on and it smells horrible, and it only lasts until it dries. But that keeps pigeons away as well. If I can cover them in it, I'll cover them in it. And because they're still nest building, they spend most of their time either eating or having it off with each other, I'm afraid. I didn't buy the big eagle that flies around a bit. I've got 2 fake crows made of plastic, which I'm going to hang up just to frighten them as well. There's no end to the things I will do to get rid of pigeons. As I say, barring running the blooming things over. The mess they make is just absolutely awful. Absolutely terrible. What have we got? Oh, here we go. Oh, look, it's another Emma, the teen queen of Centre Court. You think she'd won Wimbledon? She hasn't. We've got 2 weeks of this. And I've got a bet with the producer. I think she'll be knocked out once she finds somebody who's of equal standing, which shouldn't be too difficult, and he thinks she's going to win Wimbledon. People shouting out, "We love you, Emma." Oh, go away, honestly. People like that don't deserve to go to Wimbledon at all. But Emma's mother is called Rennie Zhang. Why is she Emma Raducanu then? I get quite confused by this. They always have different names. She's playing again tomorrow. What, twice? No end to the excitement. Oh, in a tournament, would she be on centre court again? I quite like the idea that Andy Murray was punching the air after beating James Duckworth, who I had heard of. But I hadn't heard of the person who was, with Emma Raducanu. Amanda Holden went with her daughter Lexi. And who else was there? Boris Becker may be in jail, but support from his BBC colleagues. While commenting on the centre court action, his friend John McEnroe said, "Boris, we love you, we miss you, man." He's in prison. He's in prison, honestly. What on earth is the matter with John McEnroe? Obviously not the full ticket. Mind you, do you remember when he used to throw his racket down? We had all the tantrums you could ever see. Ghastly. You cannot be serious. They made a record, didn't they? Was it? I can't remember what the record was called. It was something. It was basically to do with him having a little bit of a Queenie fit, throwing the racket down and sort of everybody going boo, boo. And then they quite liked him because they thought it was a bit edgy. Because otherwise, Wimbledon was a bit sort of tame. And so he's been commentating for years now. Andrew Castle's doing it. Because he told us last week on his programme, on his breakfast show, he said, "I'm going to be at Wimbledon." So some lady said, "Oh, so you're not going to be here?" I thought, well, I don't think he's going to manage both. So he always takes the time off to do Wimbledon. Lots of fraud stories in the paper. One nurse here, critical care nurse, she lost $45,000 in an elaborate pension investment scam. She's going to have to sell her home. She was conned out of £45,000. And Pauline, well, actually, I'll tell you the story in a moment, actually, because, might be other people who this affects. Interesting, actually, because Pete, the pool man, says don't ever purchase a swimming pool. He said it's a water-filled money pit. Best days are the first swim in the new pool and the day you fill it in. Trust me, he said, I've been a pool engineer for 28 years and it's a complete waste of time, even on a rooftop. Actually, the funny thing is they say that about buying a boat. They say the best time to buy a boat is when you buy it, and the second best time is when you get rid of it. Because you won't use it all the time. It's as simple as that. And mainly, especially the ones around Richmond, the seagulls sit on it and poo all over the place. It's dreadful, actually. Steve, in Thailand, they make limeade from fizzy water. Oh, I love watching all the people making limeades and stuff like that. And Mickey says, John the Brat McEnroe song was called Chalk Dust. It was about his tantrums, questioning the line call judges' decisions. But it's funny, isn't it? They now go, oh, he's a bit of a sort of a Wimbledon legend. There's loads of them. There's loads of these Wimbledon legends. But it's a big money maker. But of course, the people who suffer, the ball boys and girls, who are the ones who have to run around the court. They have to run around, pick up the ball. Don't move. Otherwise you get into trouble. And what do they pay them? For 2 weeks' work, 200 quid. My godfathers, they need a union. Get the union down there. What's that Mick Lynch doing? We could be out on strike there. So anyway, here are there's loads of cons. I could sit here till the cows come home today telling about cons. But this particular lady is Pauline Patton. She comes from Merseyside. And she was looking after her ill mother when she received a text message. Alarm bells. I wouldn't take anything on a text message. But anyway, it offered cash and a better return on her pension if she transferred her pot. Because on your pension, if you've got private pensions, you can take 25% tax-free. So that's what they were obviously offering. She sent a text back to confirm interest. And after a phone call with a broker, transferred the money to Gresham Investment Pension Scheme. 6 months later, a pension commission-linked company sent a letter to say she'd been scammed out of £45,000. The scam's mastermind, David Austin, killed himself in 2019. In April, Susan Dalton and Alan Barrett, who helped con 245 people out of £13.7 million, were jailed for 10 years. Miss Patton, who's worked in critical care for more than 40 years, is now at the Alder Hey Children's Hospital in Liverpool, said, my mum was really sick. I couldn't take time off because my husband at the time was not working. I thought if I moved the pension, I'd get a fee, which would have helped me greatly. I was in a very vulnerable position. And she said that would have made a difference. I could have bought my ex-husband out of his home. It's left me not trusting people. I don't often believe what people say to me. So she lost £45,000 just based on a text message offering cash and a better return. You know, be warned. What you have to do with all of these things is you have to get them checked out. Much easier. A musical theatre student lost £300 after falling for a scam advertised on social media. Joss Pengelly found a second-hand iPhone 2 for sale on Facebook Marketplace. He wanted to use PayPal to send the £300 because the payment platform offers buyer's protection if there's a problem. But the seller, who claimed to be based in Plymouth, refused and insisted he pay by bank transfer. He reluctantly agreed and the phone never arrived. You see, I'd have only gone with PayPal. The seller made excuses at first, including that the post office was closed, but then blocked the student from sending further messages. Mr. Pengelly reported the account to Facebook, but never heard back, and it was still active months later. Mr. Pengelly, who lives in Chichester, says, it just makes me so angry that this person is still on there and nothing's been done. Facebook investigating the case, it said the seller did not have any live marketplace listings at the time and that the profile did not violate their community standards. I'm tempted to use a very rude word to describe them, actually. So the 10 golden rules to prevent fraud. I know you've probably heard this a million times. You go, don't worry, Steve, we know all about that. Be suspicious of all too good to be true offers and deals. There are no guaranteed get-rich-quick schemes. Don't agree to offers or deals immediately. Insist on time to get independent or legal advice before making a decision. Don't hand over money or sign anything until you've checked somebody's credentials and their companies. Never send money to anybody you don't know or trust, whether in the UK or abroad. Or use methods of payment you're not comfortable with. Never give banking or personal details to anybody you don't know or trust. The information is valuable, so make sure you protect it. Always log on to a website directly rather than clicking on links in an email. Don't just rely on glowing testimonials. Find solid, independent evidence of a company's success. Always get independent or legal advice if an offer involves money, time or commitment. If you spot a scam or have been scammed, report it and get help. Don't be embarrassed about reporting a scam, because the scammers are cunning and clever. There's no shame in being deceived. By reporting it, you'll make it more difficult for them to deceive others. And we are now the fraud capital of the entire universe. For example, France, £1.28 billion is the losses that France have. Australia, $323.7 million, which is about £184 million, so relatively cheap. New Zealand, £8.64 million in fraud. America, £4.73 billion, which actually seems more than us. I don't understand you. Fraud per capita, £14.25. I don't know, they worked that out. Canada, £239 million, £6.29 per capita. UK, 2.4 billion, total losses, population 67 million, fraud per capita 36 and 2 pence. So it's obviously a fool and their money is soon parted. As I say, the main one is, if it sounds too good to be true, it is too good to be true. You know, the amount of frauds reported in the UK from April 21 to May 22 is 383,000. That's how many there are. How much lost to fraudsters this April? 700 million. 700 million. It is 66% of police forces in the UK use generalist investigators to tackle fraud, despite lacking adequate knowledge. 15% of fraud offences are reported. Mainly, it's the people between... there's £116 million stolen from those aged between 90 and 99. From those... fraudsters stole from those aged 70 and over £977 million. They really exploited COVID, the frauds. It went up big time during lockdown. It was absolutely amazing. Victims in their 50s suffered the biggest total loss in every one of the past 3 years. Those in their 20s and 30s typically reported the most cases. Frightening, isn't it, really? Absolutely frightening. And Mr. Neil says, so true with the boat, Steve. With the boat. He said, as much as I loved ours, it was a never-ending money pit. I know, everybody tells me that. I keep looking at boats thinking, I live near the Thames, I stand on the roof, and I think, should I buy a boat? And then somebody said to me, you'd never use it. You'd never use it. They said you'd use it the first time. You'd go out, and then you'd suddenly realise, no, if you want a boat, go rent one. Because once you've committed yourself, as Mr. Neil says, and he knows, he's been there, he said it was a never-ending money pit. It's nice to have them. I bet you the Beckhams don't keep their boat. I bet you they paid $5 million for it, and I bet you anything it's cost, because we've only ever seen the one picture of them out in it, which means that they won't be out in it very often at all because they're far too busy saying. And just listening to Monday's catch up, says Dave, sleepless in Carlisle, and heard you saying Andrew Castle likes tennis. Of course I knew he was a tennis player. What, are you stupid or something? Of course I knew. I said he likes tennis. That's why he loves commentating on it. He does it every year. Wasn't sure if you knew or you were joking. Yeah, well, he plays tennis. I thought it was croquet. God in heaven, what planet are you from? Oh, wait a bit, sleepless in Carlisle. That sums it up, doesn't it? Steve, never respond to text messages offering deals. Always go to an independent financial advisor, says Jane. Absolutely. I wouldn't touch anything that came through as a text, unless it was for a bubble gun, and you get a free thing of bubble liquid with it. That's the only reason. But I've got a financial advisor, and we've been to the office and we've sat down. Although actually, having seen the film The Sting, did you ever see the film The Sting? It was so clever. It was that they were trying to rip this bloke off, who was like the big noise on the underground, not the underground station, but he worked for the underworld, and so they set up an elaborate sting that the horses, when they came in, they would hold back the results because it was all done on a teleprinter. So they would hold it back. So in fact, people were betting on a race that had already been won, and they had to con him out of his money. And it was very cleverly done with Paul Newman and who was the other very good one? Robert Redford. It was really good. And in fact, the nice thing is that in that film, the girls who work in a bar, I think that's what they call it, they go on a merry-go-round, and it's on the pier in Venice Beach. That very same roundabout that they used is on Venice Beach, because we went there. It wasn't open when we were there, but it's inside a building. And I thought, that's cute, isn't it? See, where do I get this anti-pigeon paint? Well, it's not anti-pigeon paint. What we bought is, I'm using spray, anti-pigeon spray at the moment. And what you do is you just spray it wherever they go. And I did buy, but it's anti-graffiti paint, because it's paint that doesn't dry. And I bought it on Amazon. Just put down anti-climbing paint, I think it is, and it's black. and you paint it on and it's permanently wet and they won't go anywhere near it. Mind you, I found as well moth things as well. I've glued them on a couple of places and they're sticky. Well, they ripped half their feathers off trying to get off this thing because every time they moved a bit forward, the glue grabbed them again. Yeah, I'll tell you, nobody messes with the Allen. Nobody messes with the Allen. So, Mike, it's on Amazon. You get the anti-climbing paint or anti-climbing paint. You can also get the pigeon spray, which sprays so vile, smells horrible, and they don't like it. But you've got to keep doing it every so often, so I bought 4. And I'm thinking of putting it in a real super soaker. Or the super soaker works well, which I bought from Costco ages ago. And that was fairly good because they hate water. And I put a little bit of scent in it because they don't like anything like that either. But you're right, the mess... It's phenomenal. Once they go to a place, they'll go back to it time and time again, and they'll start, and they say, at this time of the year, because they're trying to find somebody. Why they don't put an advert, I've got no idea. And, yeah, they're trying to find somebody to mate with. You know, I just go, shoo. I've been known to throw money and try and get rid of them.
$4.56 million. 456 real contestants. But there can only be one winner.
Eliminated.
The biggest Netflix show ever.
Squid Games, let's get real.
Becomes Netflix's biggest reality competition series.
I will absolutely double cross you.
Outshine the competition.
This is insane.
Steal the show. Squid Game, the challenge. The real game begins November 22nd. Only on Netflix.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 25 minutes to 7. The papers are all full of all sorts of... Massage is the latest story they seem to quite like at the moment. Is it the way to beat a sluggish digestive system? I hate massage. Absolutely hate massage. I couldn't be least excited about anything in the entire universe apart from... No, I don't like massage at all. Some people seem to sort of like it. No, I don't like Reiki. I don't like... Oh, God, no, I can't think of anything worse. Seriously, just don't touch. I just don't like anything like that. I've never liked it. I've got a friend who's addicted to massage, you know, because it's sort of with aching bones and bits and pits, and you think, oh, I'd rather ache, to be honest with you. Steve, got a boat and solved the mooring charges issue by getting a trailer and keeping it at home. Oh, God, nothing worse, Graham. So you've actually got to drive, and there's a boat on a trailer on it? Oh, my Lord, it's even worse than having a caravan sitting on your drive. Mind you, we used to have a caravan sitting on the drive. He said, but if you keep it at home, mooring charge is 0. Can take it to the river, the sea or lake. No, because you've then got to reverse the car up to it. You've got to hook it up. You've got to hook the lights up to it. And then when you've got to go down the motorway, you've got to pootle down at about 3 miles an hour because if it gets windy, the thing starts swaying from side to side. Oh, God, no. Definitely not. And definitely do not get a swimming pool. Listen, if the man who repairs swimming pools says don't get a swimming pool, he must know what he's talking about. Tom Daley has said he's furious that transgender swimmers have been banned from women's events. The Olympic gold medalist said he felt really strongly about the contentious issue and that the recent ruling by his sports governing body, FINA, was not on. FINA set the rules for world swimming and diving. Last week voted to ban transgender athletes who've been through male puberty from elite women's races. Daley, one of Britain's most high-profile LGBT sports stars, told the newspaper, I was furious. Anybody who's told they can't compete or can't do something they love just because of who they are, it's not on. I think he's missed the point on it. What they were saying was somebody, you know, they can have their own races and all the rest of it if you're competing with other people. But former Olympic silver medalist swimmer Sharon Davis said people who are male are free to enter the category with other males any time and all times without any restrictions. Rosie Duffield wrote, probably not quite as furious as the talented elite female athletes losing out to male-bodied people. That one's not going to go away anytime soon, I suspect. Steve, I have a classic Vespa. That's a little scooter, isn't it? Little scooter. And things are always breaking or falling off. Cost me a small fortune, but I wouldn't change it, says Sam, because I love it. Actually, I saw somebody delivering the other day, yesterday, morning before yesterday, and they got back to their little pop, little hairdryer with the L plate on the back, and promptly fell over. So the thing fell on top of them, and they couldn't get up again. I didn't help them up. No, absolutely not. Certainly not. I don't do things like that at all. But it was. But Vespers are quite sweet, aren't they? I have been on one of these things before, and believe you me, nothing would get me back on one ever again. They just look too dangerous. And also, when it gets wet, the road becomes like a skid patch. The white lines are like, it's terrible. So do you need special no, they're exactly the same as little scooters, aren't they? You can ride them for so long but now these people have passed tests. The ones who are delivering all the pizzas and all the delivery, then nobody's passed tests. Seriously, very, very lucky to find it. And they just go and rent these things and off they go. They're a pain in the rear end, I'm afraid. So Sam's in Ramsgate, but he likes his. Boat, says Pete in Te Aroha in New Zealand, says boat stands for bring on another 1,000. They cost money. It's very pretty, actually. One of the tallest falls in Te Aroha. It's very pretty, isn't it? I love my pronunciation. I think that's quite exciting, actually. I feel as I've wandered into Jurassic Park. We went to Te Aroha, and it has bridges, and it's got mountains, and by the look of it, no cars. Because a friend of mine went on holiday. It's very pretty. Very, very pretty. It's got the Te Aroha Summit Track in Hamilton, Waikato. And it's obviously for people who don't want to meet other people because it looks completely deserted. But it's got the name Te Aroha all over the place. But it's lovely, isn't it? A friend of mine went there. It rains all the time. All the time in New Zealand it rains. But they've got the most beautiful scenery. And, that's nice. Is that a house for sale? That's very nice, isn't it? Te Aroha Danchuli. It's 170. I think it's a hotel room, actually, by the look of it, isn't it? It is. It's a hotel. Won't be a house for $117. All right. But that's very pretty, isn't it? That's a very nice hotel room. I think the views look stunning. How long's the flight to New Zealand? Is it about 13 hours or something? Is it less? And more? Oh, I don't think I could spend that long on an aeroplane. Seriously, it's like the people who sort of get up and walk around. 23 hours, 30 minutes. Well, that's out. 23 hours and 30 minutes. The average flight time to New Zealand from London to Auckland. 23 hours, 30 minutes. Well, I'm not going. Can't make me. I mean, usually, do you have to stop? Is it a stopover? Qantas, I said the other day, are doing non-stop from Australia to London. And non-stop, no stopovers or anything like that. But I think on the New Zealand one and some of the other airlines, you stop halfway. Do you get off the plane to exercise your legs or something? Presumably they'd have to refuel. You can't go out the airport. Why would you want to go out the airport? The idea is you want to get to your destination. I like flying, actually. There you go. Qantas launching London-Sydney non-stop in 2025. It's a specially configured Airbus A350. 19 hours, the flight. 19 hours. They're also doing, I believe, some really nice first-class things where you get like a suite on board if you're first class with sort of a... Not a sweet. Oh, it's hopeless, isn't it? Come round with a basket of sweets. Would you like a Haribo? No, not at all. But that's lovely. Nikki in Devon says, talking of pigeons and seagulls, I loathe seagulls. Vicious, ghastly sky rats. My best friend Elizabeth in Ewell reported she was inundated with seagulls, causing a right din and mess on Saturday early evening. She said the noise was intolerable. It was like the Glastonbury for seagulls. Anybody else in Surrey here? We had some very noisy ones this morning. Very, very, very noisy. And and in London we get seagulls. You know why? Because there's so much rubbish and food which has been left all over the place. That's why they're here. They'll eat anything. Singapore Airlines have launched their first-class suites. They look lovely, don't they? I mean, you've actually got... Wow, they're very nice. You've got sort of a couple of chairs in it. And... I was hoping for a jacuzzi, but I'm not likely to get that. And they're very nice. And so you can close your doors, and there you are in a private part of the plane. I mean, with a double bed by the look of it. Each cabin features a sliding door and window blinds, a chaise longue, and large table transform the space in your cabin into a discussion or dining area. Travel with a partner, and adjacent suites can be converted into a double room. Leather armchairs, full grain leather, with their distinctive diamond stitching. Looks lovely, doesn't it? And the food, acclaimed chefs bring fine dining on board with creations inspired by cuisines and cultures. But can you get KFC? Probably not. Probably not. It's obviously not that fine. But a bed of your own, not one converted from your seat. Apparently. Oh, no good for you at all, Joe. No good for you at all. The leather armchairs, comfortable and spacious at 35 inches. I don't think that's big enough. I think you need a bit more. 35 inches is not particularly, you want to sort of... I like curling up on a seat and things like that. Well, I'm not sitting on it with you. No, so we wouldn't be on the same flight because you'd be turning right and going to the back of the aircraft. I'd be the one on the left-hand side of it. But that looks quite nice, doesn't it? I mean, if you've got the money to do it, why not, for goodness sake? I think I might treat myself if I win 150 million tonight. One-way ticket to... I don't know where you'd go, actually. But that does look very comfy, doesn't it, Singapore Airlines? I bet the food's sensational. I bet the food in Singapore is really lovely. I think that'd be sort of like Thai food, wouldn't it? I think. I don't know what the sort of food would be. Well, they've got all sorts of different people. You can have a special meal, if you've got sort of things that you're allergic to. They do baby, infant and child meals. Yeah, we will find a menu after the news, just to find out what you can expect when you're flying high. Because all I want is tomato juice. Tomato juice with lots of ice and probably a fillet steak with maybe 2 roast potatoes. I think that'd be quite nice. Crispy and some broccoli or something like that. Something fairly sort of standard. And then just have a lovely sleep. Because I sleep on aircraft like I sleep on aircraft. And a bucket of chicken, just for the landing. Yeah. And then you wander into the cheaper part of the plane going, I've got KFC. What do you got? Oh, another salad again. Poor souls. Morning. Thank you, Helinka. Is that Julio Iglesias? Is it? It looks a little bit on a plane with a bottle of red wine and a bucket of KFC. It's my dream flight. My dream flight. I think it looks like Julio Iglesias. Don't you think it is? It does look very similar. Yeah, we think it is. Fancy him having KFC. How exciting. Anyway, it's nice to have your company. It's 10 to 7 in the morning on Tuesday, June the 28th. And Mike says, I'm so with you about massage. However, I've got 3 herniated discs. So one of the boyfriend's best friends, who's now in Maastricht, is an osteopath. Needed a treatment on Saturday, as I could hardly walk after we drove there from London. He's got healing hands. The back is a bit tender, but at least I can walk more than 100 yards. Pete Murray was very good. People would get back problems, and Pete Murray was very good at sort of clicking it out of people. Whereas me, I mean, I have had bad backs over the years. I've had one particularly bad, which was terrible, actually. And it was one of those sort of things that, people get feet... But I remember somebody giving me once, is it where they massage your head? It's Reiki. Is that Reiki? Where they do a head massage? I remember going to a hairdresser's once, a very posh hairdresser's, and they gave me this massage, and I cringed. I absolutely cringed. It was they sort of started massaging it. I thought, just get on with it. Just wash what few hairs are there, tease them into some sort of shape that looks like a football helmet, and I'll leave. It just didn't go down well at all, actually. Have I ever tried what? Massage. I don't want massage. I can't think of anything worse. I remember somebody once saying, oh, you're very tense. I said, of course I'm tense. I'm sort of somebody sort of massaging your back and everything. I can do it myself, thank you very much indeed. I don't like it at all. Steve, Tony Gillam now runs Black Cat Radio in St Neots. Yes, we knew this. I used to date a lady whose best friend dated John Briggs. And I worked with... ex-UBN presenter on the Super Gold Network who now does voiceover work, says Terry. God, there's no end of it this morning. Honestly, everybody's coming out and being honest, aren't they? Jan in Eastbourne says, having a boat is like having a cold shower, handing out £20 notes. I like that. Joe in Chichester, very posh, says, I'm with you, big fat no to a massage. It's not right to lay naked in a room with a stranger and let them touch your wobbly bits. No, I don't want anything like that. And yet I know loads of people who think it does them good. Not me. Definitely. Steve, my husband, when he's a passenger on an airline, is asleep before we take off. Very annoying, as I can't sleep on an aeroplane, says Jane. I sleep really quickly. on aeroplanes. Literally, I'm on there. As I said to you before, all I need is my little bottle of water. So when I wake up, I can have a sip of water, and that's enough. But I can sleep anywhere. So it's lime cordial. As long as they've got tomato juice on the planes, I'm fine. But I can sleep anywhere. I could lie down on this floor in this studio and go to sleep quite easily. It doesn't... I might do it. I might do it tomorrow, actually. I don't know. I'll have a think about it. So, there you go. And Mark says, don't you just loathe people who spit on the street? I'm amazed that people still do it. Seriously, it's supposed to be illegal. Spitting on the street. It's absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Oh, that's nice. This is from Minnie Max, who says, view from my deck in Auckland. I'm leaving this and moving back to London in 6 weeks' time and dreading the flight. The first leg, Steve, takes 10 hours, 50 minutes. Second leg, 13 hours, 25 minutes. And 2 hours in transit via Singapore. They are the best airline for long haul. That's a lovely view, isn't it? That's very pretty. Very, very pretty. I like that a lot. Could do with painting some of the decking, but I mean, apart from that, it's okay. No, I'm just sort of mentioning it. I don't want to be pedantic about it. But that's a lovely view. But mind you, we were looking at some lovely pictures in New Zealand and earlier on, which were on the internet, and it made it look fabulous. And that's why at the Jurassic Park, they use New Zealand, don't they? For some of it. And when the helicopter flies in, God, it looks beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Steve, BA Club World, do a very good fillet steak and afternoon tea, says Tricia. Apparently, Te Aroha, I'm so good with this. I'm always speaking the language. It's Maori. It means the love, says Pete. You are a mine of information. Thank you. Bill is normally from Accrington. Oh, not Accrington. Remember those kids on the advert? Accrington Stanley. Who are they? He's coming from Blackburn. He said, I'm in hospital in Blackburn. Oh, dear. We don't know what you're in for, he says, but you're helping my stay here a little easier. It is boring in hospitals, isn't it? I always sort of think so. I just sleep. I just sleep in hospital. Jurassic Park filming location. And, God, it's lovely, wasn't it? Absolutely beautiful. And that was in Paparoa National Park. I think I'm almost fluent in New Zealand, don't you? I think I'm getting there slowly, but that is really beautiful. Mind you, you would be absolutely up a gum tree if all of a sudden one of those Tyrannosaurus Rexes appeared round a corner. Yeah, it'd be funny if they could ever recreate things like that by sort of reproducing the DNA. I mean, there are some beautiful I mean, seriously, we don't get around enough in this world, do we? There's some beautiful... Even in this country, I think we've got stunning places. Yesterday, we spent a lot of the programme talking about piers, and then we've got a man who runs a group that look after all the piers in this country. And I was sort of saying, and then Charlie Girling had said she'd been onto this pier and they'd seen all these bits and pieces. There's some great places that we don't go and see. We don't even do things which are actually on our doorstep, which is, you know, a bit of a shame. You should always explore where you live and go to different places. So I've been to Hampton Court. I've been on boats up and down the Thames. You know, I've been shopping in Richmond. I've had, you know, steaks in Richmond. I've done all sorts of things. I just like sort of getting away for it, but I haven't quite made it as far as New Zealand. Not when it takes that long to get there. But it's nice. Please send me a big happy 50th birthday message, said Julie. I've been a big fan for over 15 years. My goodness me. Man and beast. And, Graham says, do you have a massage unit on your seat in the Bentley? Yes. I can cope with that just about, but I'm not, yeah. And Helinka says, you are correct. The photo I sent you is of Julio Iglesias on a private jet. I've never been on a private jet. I always like to be on something slightly bigger. I'm always a little bit worried about private jets, a little bit worried about them, only because they seem a bit smaller. I never did Concorde. I never had the money to do Concorde. I'm not sure if I would have liked it and done warp factor 50 or whatever it was. But I think Warren did Concorde, and I've seen it because I used to see it taking off. You could always tell when it was taking off where I lived, and you could hear it. You know, other planes take off and land, and they don't bother us at all. But in fact, when Concorde took off, God, it was noisy. But used to look wonderful, and I used to think, God, that's beautiful. It really did look very, very good. 11 a.m. every day, up it went, and because I was a bit naive. I thought there was just the one Concorde. I didn't realise there was a bit of a fleet of them. But they were lovely. I thought it was absolutely great. What's the most romantic show on television today? According to somebody writing in the Daily Mail, believe it or not, it's Love Island. Love Island is the most romantic show. It's also the show where people tell the most lies. Yes, I really like you. I really like you. No, you don't. You're just doing it to try and make yourself famous. That's as far as it gets. Kathy Bates has a birthday today. Many happy returns of the day. Got an Oscar for Misery. That was the woman who was obsessed with a radio presenter. Frightened the life out of me. And she's 74. 74. And Adam Woodyat from East London, the longest-serving cast member in EastEnders till he left the role of Ian Beale last year. It's thought that he's in talks to return on a deal. And he's also undergoing a drag makeover for Queen for the Night. He's 54 today. 54 today. 20 Concords were built. 6 for development, 14 for commercial service. Last flew 2003. What else do we get? Happy birthday, 38 days early in 1990. The Queen Mother rode across Horse Guards Parade to accept the first of many public tributes in honour of her 90th birthday. Besides her was Princess Margaret, who helped out with the waving. A little bit too exhausting just to hold your hand up and wave like that. So, don't worry, I'll hold your arm up for you, Mum. They did that, honestly. And here we go. It's I've got to go. I'm just about to get so into that. Honestly, just when you get into something, all of a sudden, I'll have to come back tomorrow. Will you be back tomorrow? Do you want to come back tomorrow? Why not? Come on. Listen, I'll be here if you'll be there. Morning, everybody. Wednesday, June the 29th, 2022. Nearly Christmas. Nearly Christmas, bit excited every time a bell rings, an angel gets its wings. And the latest angel to join them in heaven is Dame Deborah, with a splash of lippy, died with the family by her side, 40 years old. It's funny because it was literally a week ago, less than a week ago, we were saying, if I said on this programme, she looks fantastic. She really did look fantastic. She'd gone the extra effort. She went to Ascot. She raised 6.75 million. Luckily, the family were with her at the end because they monitor these things. She'd received afterlife care. She knew exactly what was going to be happening to her. There were no illusions. She never complained about it. She never once, I don't think I ever read anything about her saying, I really don't want to die, I'm frightened, I'm this and that. Never any of that at all. Completely unique, and well done to her family. Although, for the children and her husband, very difficult. Especially for the children who were there at the end. Because somebody has to say to you, she's gone. They know that. It's that they can time it down to minutes. They know exactly. I was explaining to somebody earlier on about, the drugs that they give you are basically killing you. They're keeping you free from pain. So there was no pain. But gradually they'll sort of increase the dose of morphine and stuff like that. And it's, you have a peaceful ending. Me, I'm going out screaming. I've decided I'm not messing around with it, because I told you with my mother, they said, just tell her to let go because people fight it. And I think that she had no more fight left in her, but she managed to do, an extraordinary amount of things. I mean, literally an extraordinary. Was I with my mother? No, she died when we left the room. It's typical. It's very typical. And also it's not something I saw my mother just after she died, but I didn't see her as she died. We'd seen her the day before. She was in a hospice in Windsor. We'd been to see her, and by that time she was sleeping. She wasn't conscious, but they said she can hear you, which I often wondered how on earth they know these things. But anyway, they seem to know it. And she had a little machine on her arm which sort of put the morphine in, and she was just sort of going deeper into sleep, and things were sort of closing down. And they said it'll not be long, but you don't know. You don't know. And so my sympathies not just go to Deborah and her family, not so much to her because she knew it was happening. She was the only one who could tell you what was going on inside her body. But it's the kids. They're there with their mum. They've been very brave throughout the whole of this. And it is brave, when people talk about being brave, to be there at that age. I think they were 16 and 11 or so, or 14 and 11, something like that. And she said, I'm not brave. I'm not dignified going towards my death. I'm simply a scared girl who's doing something you've got no choice in. But I know I'm grateful for the life that I've had. And none of us could ever complain about that. You go through your life and then you get to, admittedly, 40 is way too young. But I've heard of much younger people who die of bowel cancer. But her fans have been, I think within 24 hours, they'd raised more than 1.6 million for research. It was quite unique. And there can't be many of us this morning listening to this programme and nodding sagely and going, I've been there. You know, we lost a member of our family, we lost a child, we lost a son, a daughter, a cousin, an aunt, an uncle, a grandmother. It doesn't matter. It knows no barriers, cancer. It can be all sorts of things. You can get it all over the body. It makes no difference at all. But 40 is young because she was so vibrant and she appeared to have so much, you know, so much energy and everything else. And I kept saying to the producer, I said, you sure she's dying? She looked so amazing. And I think Ruth Langsford met her and said she's amazing. She, you know, she was fully made up. She had pictures taken and everything else. She got her damehood. I mean, she raised 6.85 million, I think, something like that, which was not bad. Which is not bad. But she continued to do this, you know, honest appraisal of the way she was feeling, because she had access to the media. And on Instagram, she said she was less and less able to leave the house or bed and felt down, but still continued to make memories with her loved ones. But the next thing the family have got to do is go to the funeral. And that's kind of a closing phase for a lot of people, because, you know, no matter what's happened before, the funeral brings it home to you. You know, you can be very strong and very brave, and I think that her children are going to go to pieces, because, you know, all the pictures you see of them with her, they were smiling and they were happy, because it's something you can't kind of comprehend. You can't work out, really, you know, that somebody's going to be taken from you. It's not like a divorce. It's not like they've gone to live around the corner in another country. They've gone completely. Their soul and their spirit have disappeared. And you look at the kids, and I hope they're going to be really big and brave about it, because I wasn't particularly big and brave about it. I was fine with the actual death of my mother, because she knew she was dying. It wasn't a big surprise or anything like that. She knew. She'd been told it was secondary and it had come back again. But it's the funeral that gets you, because you go there, and of course, I mean, they're so fast funerals. You're 20 minutes in and out. Seriously, I've taken longer doing a shop in Marks and Spencer's. Yes. And then the next one is waiting to come out. So as they show you out the side door, so you can have a look at the flower, because that's all we had, the next lot are coming in. There's so many people dying in this country. We've got to stop it. It's very annoying, very frustrating. But that was the thing that brought it home. That was the thing that brought it home, that you're looking at somebody's coffin, and you're sort of trying to visualize them in it, thinking, I hope you're at peace. You know, I hope that, you know, you feel satisfied with everything that's gone on, because that's what the kids have to deal with. I told you at Dale's funeral, his godchildren were there, and they all got up and did a little bit, but they've got the coffin right next to them. It was a white coffin, and they started doing their little bits about what they remembered of Uncle Dale and things like that. And then at the end, the youngest said, "Going to miss you, Uncle Dale," and then burst into tears, which of course just affected everybody, because he sort of echoed what everybody else was thinking. It was just so sad, and because they were children, you know, grown up nevertheless, but they were still children, and they had to sort of deal with something like that. So I hope that Dame Deborah's family are going to be big and strong, and just remember everything that she did, which was fantastic. You know, she raised a lot of money. She raised a lot of awareness. She got loads of coverage. She looked radiant. You know, it wasn't like she looked as though she was dying or looked as though she was ill or anything. She looked fantastic. So I hope you feel immensely proud of her. And I think it's amazing that somebody can make such a contribution to life, and decided, you know, when she really should have been thinking about herself and trying to cope with everything, that she could sit back and help raise that enormous amount of money. Well done. Well done to her. Well done to the family for being strong and always looking good. What a good-looking family. Sickeningly good-looking. They were all good-looking. They all looked fantastic, and they were all wonderful. Andrew says, I was with my father when he died. Perhaps unsurprisingly, I found it a very profound experience in a similar way to the birth of my first child. It is. It's, you know, the coming into the world and the leaving of the world, because, as they say, death is a bit final. It's the kind of thing, you know, 1 minute somebody's here, and then the next minute they're not, and you go, God, I remember, you know, they used to do this, they used to do that. I remember I could see them standing there now. I could see them shopping. I could see them doing this, especially when you're on the radio. It's even worse. Anne says, may she rest in peace. What an amazing, inspirational woman. And Jane says that she was so young and full of life to the end. Yes, but then You know, we know so little, don't we, about bowel cancers or cancers in general. We try and raise as much money, and it's an ongoing problem. You know, if we could say to somebody, and we have said to people, you know, the good news is that we've managed to clear the cancer. You are cancer-free. And that's like, whoopee! That's like, my God. But for her, it was too far gone. They couldn't do anything. The producer just said, do you ever still think Mum would have liked that, or I wish I could tell her about that? No, I was worried about, oh God, I bet she was listening this morning. I was totally convinced. But my mum never got over the death of my dad. People don't. People don't get over that kind of thing because they've been together for such a long time, and they came from a different generation whereby I don't think Mum had been out with many people at all before Dad, if any. If any, and I've got all their albums together with my brother of their first little car, a Ford A30 or whatever it was, with a picture of them sat. No other cars on the road at all. You know, it's amazing, really. Really amazing that you look back and you think that was their life. Everything looks so grey. You know, people didn't have flash clothes. There were no bright colours. It was all khaki and black and pinstriped and stuff like that. It was different. I'm not sure if my parents would have enjoyed life as it is today. And people looked old. You know, when you used to go around and see your grandmother, she looked like your grandmother. There was none of this, you know, looking younger. They didn't have face cream. She might have used Pond's cream or something like that, but that was about it. And no makeup. What makeup did people have? They didn't have anything. People from a different generation, they survived on little. And then after the war, people had to sort of start getting this. And we worry about a bloody train strike. Do me a favour. They'd have laughed at us, that generation. I'm sorry, a train strike and you're going to meltdown. Well, no, we didn't. Because I remember, you know, we used to drive through the East End and my mum used to say, God, I remember what this used to be. She used to get quite teary about it because in her mind, she saw the road and then she saw all the buildings that had been blown up and stuff like that. And that's the difference. That's the difference, that older people have got their memories. And don't ever forget, one day you're going to be old. And one day you're going to have your memories. And so the more you cram into life, the more memories you're going to have. And I quite like the idea of being this particular age. I don't like the illness side of it, but to be honest with you, I mean, yesterday I had to go and get on a bus to get tablets from the hospital where I'm going on Tuesday for this procedure. Endus, what's it? And they didn't put them in the packet. So I phoned up. I must have made about 9-10 phone calls because they go, oh, the lines aren't open. So in the end, I tried an obscure number, and somebody actually answered. Oh, so thank you. I said I didn't get the thing. So she will pop in and I'll put them to one side. So I've got to take these tablets on Tuesday, 2 o'clock. Monday. Got to do them on Monday. I've got to write down on a checklist. You have to wait till Tuesday, too blooming late. So I've got to take 10 of these Senna tablets. Then I've got this powder stuff. I've got 2 packets of this powder, which you take, but they say don't move away from the bathroom. It works fast. And the idea is to sort of, you know, clear you out and all the rest. It sounds like a godsend. Also known as colon cleanse, because it's colonoscopy that you're having done, and the other one as well, endus, what's it? Yeah, and that one, I'm having two of the procedures being done, and it's good. It's good, but that gives me something. You see, I've got a radio program, you know, and there's loads of you listening who've been through this procedure. And people say, oh, you'll like this bit, you won't like that bit, or whatever else. But listen, I've been prodded and probed so many times over the years, it really doesn't mean anything to me. I was surprised, though, when I went to Kingston Hospital yesterday, the lifts take forever. And I was on the 7th floor. And so I walked down the stairs. And on one of them, there's a big sign on the wall saying, did you know that Kingston Hospital also does private surgery? For those people who've got insurance, or the financial means, you can have private surgery done there, which means you get exactly the same, but you'll be in a private room, there'll be a private ward, and they will do surgery. And I've got another bit of surgery that needs doing, and I was thinking, I wonder how much that would cost. I'd like to see a cost list of things, you know, just, you know, get an estimate first, just in case. But anyway, so very sad about Dame Deborah, but as they say in the business, life goes on. Life goes on, and it is what you make it. You know, you might think that your entire world is collapsing around you, but I promise you it isn't. But for her family and for many other families similar, it is a very difficult period. But they will not get over it, but you get a bit better with it. You get a bit better. You never ever forget, especially if you're, a young person, you don't forget your mummy, you don't forget your daddy, and you don't forget your best friends. It's as simple as that. Morning, 18 minutes past 4. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. That's the good thing about being a certain age. You've had experience of lots of things. Lots of things. Mind you, I do remember some years ago, there was a thing about cashmere jumpers on sale in Marks & Spencer's. They were very cheap, mainly because they were made out of camel hair, as opposed to pure cashmere. And now it turns out that there is a wool M&S jumper that's only a third wool and a satin dress made of polyester. Got to be careful. People don't know these things, do they, really? It's very odd. Who could afford Wimbledon? Apparently not a lot of people, so it's only sort of certain people that can go. Because it's so... I'm looking at this, thousands of shoppers discovering items from reputable retailers are not what they expected. And there's one here, it's a jumper, and it's only a third wool. What the rest of it is, I've got no idea. Mind you, I'm not really big with sort of jumpers or anything like that, and I certainly wouldn't wear polyester. I'm just one of those sort of people. So you have to... complaints about goods that were poor quality, faulty, or not as described rose by 138% last year. And you look at them, the jumpers sold on the M&S website as a wool actually contained only 36% wool, whilst a satin green dress from Pretty Little Things is in fact 100% polyester. So you live and learn. Mind you, I'll see some old rubbish out there on the streets wearing this stuff. There's a club up by Piccadilly Circus, and you get all the girls standing outside there trying to hold their skirts down because they're sort of too short, and you get those sort of pervy blokes that you find in nightclubs, who sort of leer at people like that, and these girls can barely stand up on their heels because otherwise they look about 3 years old. Ridiculous. Steve, I'm very pleased, says James in Fulham, that you pointed out what the word brave actually means. There are many brave people who deal with suffering and loss or work for the NHS or the armed forces. These are brave people. I heard a sports commentator talking about Wimbledon earlier, saying how brave a player was to come back from injury and play today. That's not bravery. It's a sports person being paid very well to do what they do. Never forget who the true brave people are in life. Yeah. I think the brave people are those poor ball boys and girls who are being ripped off with 200 quid. That's their fee for 2 weeks' work. 200 quid, whereas they give away 35 million pounds, and they're so disciplined, poor souls. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Wimbledon is it's a money-making machine. I wonder how they'd feel if you took your own champagne in and your own strawberries. Say, I'm sorry, I don't like your strawberries. And also, I think £2.50 a bit cheap. So I bought some really nice ones. And Dan says the worst part of the sachets and the resulting loo trips. I'm an old hat at the old camera trips. You'll be fine. Some cordial in the sachet drink can help with the taste. Oh, I'm not bothered about that. Oh, there you go, Wimbledon. You can bring your own food and drink, but please note, hard-sided containers and items such as picnic hampers, cool boxes, flasks and camping chairs are not allowed. So in other words, basically, absolutely nothing. Click here to see the full list. So alcohol can be brought in, the equivalent of 1 bottle of wine or champagne, or 2 cans of beer, or 2 cans of pre-mixed aperitif. Bottles of spirit will not be allowed into the ground. In other words, basically, once you've drunk your lot, you've got to drink theirs. So that's it. Visitors with special dietary requirements are advised to bring with them what they need to eat and drink throughout the day. However, a selection of gluten-free products are available across the grounds, and they have all the catering options. In other words, they're going to be making as much money out of you as possible. But you can bring your own strawberries. How many? It doesn't say. We don't... Unlimited supply of strawberries. I'd set up my own little thing. Strawberries, pound a punnet. I wonder how long it would be before somebody came and said, what are you doing? Because there was the bloke, do you remember years ago? I thought it was quite audacious. The Harrods Sale. He took his own till in. He was a con artist, and he started taking money on his own till. He just plugged it in. Nobody questioned him, because they just assumed that he'd been sent by management to help out during sale time. And he took his own till in. And I remember thinking, it was very brave. And I think at the end of the day, he just sort of packed up and unplugged the till and off he walked. Seems like a good idea, doesn't it, really? I don't know, actually. Good luck for Tuesday, says Dan. Worst part of the sachets and the resulting loo trip. Well, I'm going to take it in the bathroom. I find it's much easier, actually. Steve, I found it very touching when you spoke of your mother's death. I'm 61 and still miss my mother. Yeah, I mean, you do. You do. You're a very hard person if you sort of say, my mother died and I don't really care. You've got to be a fairly hard person, or your dad died or something like that. I felt more sorry for my mother because my dad died first. I mean, and she had to learn how to do everything, like wire a plug. She was a good cook and she, did cleaning. She was geared for that, and she got a job. And, people in those days, men and women had their own roles to play. It was, very rare that women had to go out for work because mainly it was dad who went out and brought the money back in. And that's what my dad did. He'd had various businesses over the years. And, most of them had done very well, actually. At one point, we had a block of flats. And, actually, my dad could cook because he was in the RAF. So he actually could cook. And he featured in an RAF advertising poster to get people to join the RAF. And there were 3 of them in the photo I think it was our car, with a plane right behind them for joining the RAF. Because I always liked the colour of the RAF uniform. I thought it was the best colour out of all of them, because it was this sort of light blue colour. And I thought it looked very good. But he learnt to cook. He could sort of throw it, not as good as my mum. My mum was very, very good. She could literally throw stuff together. And unlike me, nowadays, if you don't eat all your food, you throw it away. Throw it. My mother didn't. She'd let it cool down and then she'd freeze it and then bring it back later. It's called batch cooking, and they did it yesterday on Loose Women. It's a case of, even if you're a single person, you make enough food to last a week and then you freeze it. And they were talking about Afro-Caribbean Caribbean cooking and Jamaican cooking and stuff like that. And they said, we always cook for a lot of people. We'll be cooking for 9 people. Very rarely you just cook for yourself. You do batch cooking. And they were trying to explain what it was. Steve, I've had 4 colonoscopies, says Michael in Vancouver. The prep is the worst part of the procedure. With luck, you can watch it all on the screen the doctor uses. Fascinating experience. We all had a good gossip in the waiting area and in the post-treatment room. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, it's not that I'm not looking forward to it. It's a case of, I just want to make sure that I remember to do all the right things. And because I'm diabetic, that's why we're being done early in the morning. And so I'm hoping I just get the spray, the back of the throat, and I should be okay with that. If I'm not, well, then, you have to do it differently. But if it's just the spray, you wait an hour after you've had all the treatment, then you can go home. So that's what I'm hoping. But if I'm not here on the Wednesday, you will know that I've had something, I've had to have sort of a little bit more sedation. But also, you're right, so much food goes to waste. We just throw stuff away. I remember going to a well-known hamburger chain years ago. We did a programme from it. And I was amazed at how much food came back to the kitchens after people had eaten, because they piled so much on the plate and they just threw it away. And it goes to the pigs. Pigs were eating better than we were. Much better. I mean, over a third of all food produced globally goes to waste. The UK throws about 9 or 10 million tonnes of food waste every year. Tons of food waste. I was standing at the bus stop at Richmond the other day, and there's a bloke standing there, one of these little girly top knots on his head. Looked a bit like Bam Bam from the Flintstones, but he was fairly ancient. And he was feeding pigeons while we're standing at the bus stop. I wanted to say to him, are you mad? Don't feed pigeons, they're flying vermin. He was feeding them bread. He was just ripping bits off his sort of bread and throwing them on the ground for them. Very shortly, we had to fight our way through the pigeons to get on the blooming bus. Some people are so stupid. Love my tea in the morning. Love my tea in the morning. Steve, one thing, says Pete the Ball Man, that makes me laugh is the usual type wandering around Cobham, Esher, Weybridge during Wimbledon week wearing tennis whites with a racket under their arm, but they've never hit a ball in their lives. Well, actually, we get that, Pete, in Twickenham. All of a sudden, the council tennis courts are just full of everybody playing tennis. It's the funniest thing you've ever seen. It's like, I suppose people who do bowls, it's one of those. But every time you get Wimbledon, the public tennis courts, which are in the council grounds, are absolutely chock-a-block with people all queuing up to play tennis. I mean, you're right, though. They've never hit a ball in their life. But, Pete, that's quite normal. It's like people in America go out wearing their sort of jogging shorts and all their bits. They've never jogged in their life. Never jogged. Used to get all the gay guys years ago who would arrive into bars holding their crash helmets under their arms, but they all arrived on the bus. They'd sit on the bus with because they didn't have motorbikes. I mean, listen, you can't be a gay person and ride a motorbike. It's far too noisy and there's a chance of getting grease on your hands, so we don't do things like that at all. Eileen in Scarborough says, I love your positive attitude when it comes to medical procedures. I'm a right baby when I need to go to the hospital, but I'm trying to be more like you now and embrace it. As uncomfortable as these tests are, they save lives. I'll be thinking of you next Tuesday. Thank you. Listen, I've decided you have to be positive. You know, and people have said to me, oh, you know, do you think it will hurt doing this? You know, and people write to me all the time because I've spent a fair bit of time in hospitals trying to go through these different procedures. And I can't think what was the worst one. I don't like strangely enough, I don't like having needles put into me. You know, when they take blood samples. I mean, I do it because I have to do it, but I don't like it. And when I was in hospital last time, they find a vein on your wrist. And they put this thing on there and then it's taped over. So so they can add various little bits and pieces to it, like making a cake. And that's the only thing I didn't like. And I didn't like having tubes inserted into you-know-where. That used to frighten the life out of me because every time somebody walked past the bed, I thought, don't touch the tubes. Don't touch the tubes, for God's sake. Awful. Steve. Pam is in Glasgow. Oh, I'm tempted to do Okai, Pam, but I won't, actually. You're cheering me up as I'm feeling a bit down at the moment. I enjoy listening to you. Well, good for you. Good for you. And we're more than thrilled to have you here as well. That's why this audience grows on a daily basis. It is absolutely unbelievable. You know, people sort of say, oh, you know, how do you find time to talk about just about everything? And the answer is, I don't know.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 27 minutes to 5. If you're new to the programme, you're most welcome. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast on LBC till 7, Monday through Friday, and special occasions. Steve Google says Hugh in Battersea. RAF new uniform, and tell me if your father would have approved. Reminds me of Star Trek uniforms. Apparently, as the RAF's become more and more technical, the uniform needs to appeal to tech geeks. Oh, no. Oh, no. Good Lord. No, yeah, the one on the left is supposed to be the one that looks like Spock. No. We've still got my father's uniform. Apparently plans for it have been mocked for this new uniform for looking like Star Trek. Yes, I agree, actually. No, it doesn't look at all right. Probably for younger members of the RAF, yes, but not for established people, you know, with the jackets and all the bits. Oh, no, definitely not. They look as though they've sort of wandered in as a reject from the Navy or something like that. No, that's the one there. That's the one. That's from the Queen's Jubilee, I think it must have been, but they all looked fantastic. Far too casual, the new one. We don't want things like that. No, the whole idea is to be proud of the uniform. That's it. Mind you, you know, when I went to school, we were told to be proud of your school, so you wore the uniform. Well, not everybody wore the uniform at all. A lot of the children, they said, they couldn't afford it, but they was always the ones who were smoking behind the bike sheds, so liars as well. No food waste in this house, says Jane. I cook from scratch and also do batch cooking, so there was always food in the freezer. My mother taught all 3 of us not to waste food. And Pauline says, I had a colonoscopy recently, and drinking the solution through a straw helps to get it down. Well, they said it warms up for some I don't know how, perhaps it's the ingredients in it, but no, I'm very good at drinking solutions. I don't have any problem with stuff like that. I really don't. I mean, I'm very good. Listen, I swallow 9 tablets every morning in one handful. How they all do their own jobs, I've got no idea, because you've got to be quite quick with some of my tablets because they start dissolving. So you shove them in your mouth and you go, order water. But I've learned to swallow tablets with no water. So drinking liquids that you dilute poses no problem for me whatsoever. But I think I will be wearing my tenor pants for the day. I had scampi yesterday. Might have it again today, actually. It was particularly nice. I had to buy it in Iceland. It's Young's scampi, straight from the sea. And they put a different batter on there, which was quite nice. So I might have that again today. I keep thinking it's good for me, but of course it isn't because it's deep fried. But they didn't have any in Marks and Spencer's. None in Marks and Spencer at all. So I don't know whether there's a shortage of fresh scampi as opposed to frozen scampi. So I might have to go and check in Waitrose. All these things you've got to do, honestly. So I don't need to worry about the straw, but thank you for the advice, Pauline. I don't know how many of us will be there for the operation in the morning, because I'm assuming they've probably got about 3 or 4 people going at the same time. And 8:15 in the morning, I mean, it doesn't make any difference to me. That's the end of my day, really. I've just got to make sure that the buses are working at that time in the morning. I don't want to sort of get to the bus stop and it goes, oh, first bus will be at 8:15 or something. So I'm going to leave early. I'd rather get there early, then I can have a little bit of water, because I'm only supposed to sip water, which is a bit of a pain. So Picky Posh told a top chef to swap the wedding menu. She goes to this celebrity wedding. I mean, she probably doesn't know the people anyway. And the chef had spent ages doing this menu, and she didn't want any of it. She wanted her own sort of stuff cooked. And I thought, oh, prissy or what, dear, honestly. In the early days of your mum and dad, they'd have said, you just eat what's on your plate. Wear all this sort of, she's eaten the same food for years. She does the same food. She does salmon and she does steamed vegetables. Probably a good joke there somewhere, isn't there, really? Lewis Hamilton demands action after footage emerges of Nelson Piquet using racist language. He used the N-word. I don't know what Nelson Piquet was thinking about. And tennis's bad boy, somebody called Nick, admitted to spitting towards a fan who he said had been annoying him. I don't know why these people bother going to Wimbledon. People say, go on, Emma. There'll always be some buffoon, won't there? I mean, they're really idiots. Prince Andrew faces being an FBI target. As I said to you before, if he thinks this has gone away, it hasn't. In fact, it's just escalated itself. They're looking, I think, to get him back to America. Now, what the law is regarding that, I've got no idea. But he did say he was going to go and talk to the FBI, didn't he? More lies. But, of course, as good old Sarah Dimwit Ferguson comes up with, he's a very, very kind man. And I thought, well, he might be a very, very kind man, but he's given £12 million to somebody he doesn't know. I just kind of want this explained to me. And because he featured so heavily in the story of Mr. Epstein, he was pictured with... It's not like he didn't know him. He was pictured walking through a park with him. He flew on his private plane on numerous occasions. What was he doing? Were they doing business together? Depends who you believe, doesn't it, really? But now they're saying he's the next target in their sights. So, but whether or not, because he's a member of the royal family, he claims immunity, I've got no idea. But all he has to do is go and talk to them. I don't understand what the problem is, unless he's so stuck up that he really doesn't want to tell them anything at all. All they want to know is what was his relationship, what did he know about what went on? Because he must have known. He was staying in his house in New York. He was flown over to the island. He can't be that stupid. We know he can be arrogant. We know he is arrogant. And we know that basically he just sort of go, la, 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 Whereas the rest of us are going, la, 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 you're going to talk to the FBI. La, 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 you're definitely talking to the FBI. Because he told us he was going. I take people on face value. If you say you're going to go and talk to the FBI, go and bloody well talk to the FBI. The Loch Ness Monster, I'm afraid, is in the papers again today. It's only in the Daily Star. He may have moved to the Lake District. How it's got there, has been chartered a bus or something, I should imagine, or, he could obviously drive. We're assuming it's a he. And so they're saying he's moved to the Lake District because apparently a lot of ducks have disappeared recently. Yeah, I checked the local restaurants, OK? Check the local restaurants, crispy duck, things like that. A warning to stay away from Wimbledon if you're an undesirable, and for that reason, there's one of them who's been stalking Emma Raducanu. He's turned about 3 or 4 times. He's got an order against him, but these people are mentally ill. They'll turn up, and if she sees him or any of the other people who've been stalked by these sort of people see them, it can put them off. It can put them off. So they're saying, stay away, otherwise they'll have you removed. It's as simple as that. James Martin furious after workers get paint on his £135,000 Audi. He pulled into a garage and they were painting a petrol pump. Have you heard of such a thing? I thought they'd be spray painted. But anyway, and they got paint on his car. They tried to rub it off, made it worse. So the car will need a complete respray now, and they will pay for it, James. Knowing you, they will definitely pay for it. Michael Fabricant, the one with that funny little toop on his head. I mean, seriously, he looks like some sort of dog out of a Dulux advert. A more ridiculous person you've never seen in your life. He said he was offered huge amounts of money to be an I'm a Celebrity. Yeah, so we could laugh at you, dear. Then certainly not going to take you seriously. Still not going to take you seriously. Steve says, Jonathan, 50th anniversary of the first Gay Pride March on Saturday. It's London Pride too. It's always London Pride. Outside, which bank was it I saw? I think it might have been Lloyd's Bank or something like that. They got the rainbow flag. Oh, no, it wasn't. It was Waitrose. Waitrose have got, and we've also got it out the back as well. And it's the Pride flag. It's the first year I've seen lots of evidence of the Pride flag. There are stages in Leicester Square, Trafalgar Square and Dean Street for Pride on Saturday. Actually, of course, I'm not going to be there on Saturday. I'm going to be there on Sunday. So, imagine there'll still be the after effects. A few queens slumped in doorways going, I love that man. I love him. So, but it gets bigger and bigger every time. It really does. I never went. Couldn't bear people blowing whistles. Used to drive me mad. It's not been on for 3 years, I think, now, isn't it? Something like that. But it will be a lot of... Funnily enough, most of the people who come to it in London are not from London. They're from outside of London. They don't mind being a little bit exhibitionist, and they sort of dance up and down and blow these whistles, which is very odd. Oh, and H from Steps, the gay one who we didn't know about. Nobody had a clue on that one. He's apparently back with his old boyfriend again. Obviously, needs to be seen with somebody for Pride. And I think they're actually... Are they touring again? Or they were thinking of touring again? One for sorrow, two for joy and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Producer, big fan. The choir. We had a Barry Manilow story yesterday on the programme. Do you remember? He pulled in with his entourage to a pub so he could have fish and chips. Which it's okay. I mean, you think the Americans would have fish and chips, but they haven't. And now there's another Barry Manilow story. There was a choir. He went to so he turned up, and this is the Swallow's Nest. He had a £13.95 meal with a glass of water. You'd think he'd want to get drunk, wouldn't you, really? And he had the fish and chips. It was in a polystyrene box. And the assistant manager, Charlotte Elkington, says, I recognised him instantly. He was polite and friendly, unusual face. And he's 79. He was very chilled, relaxed, humble, and happy to have a picture taken. Yeah. I bet you still charged him, though, didn't you? I bet you still charged him. Fancy so that £13.95 meal. I can't see Barry Manilow eating very much of that. I don't know why. So it'd be like giving it to Victoria Beckham. She'd be throwing up even before the stuff would have arrived. I can't eat. Or salad, or vegetables. But, so he turned up. He was off for a gig in Birmingham. Out smashing. Very good indeed. I like things like that. But anyway, so they had a choir booked. They'd rehearsed for weeks to be on the programme, and they went in for their rehearsals, and they were told that they weren't wanted anymore because Barry was putting in another song instead. Obviously one of these people who sort of likes, performing and doesn't really want anybody else to perform with him. And so the choir were cancelled. They were fuming. All their friends had bought tickets and everything to see them on stage with Barry Manilow, or Manly Manilow, and then it was cancelled. You can imagine, you've done all that rehearsing. That's like sort of kids, isn't it? You're rehearsing singing a song because you're going to be with Father Christmas. He doesn't want you. Sing. I only went to meet Father Christmas once. I didn't do it when I was younger. I only did it when I was older. And we went to a shop, and it was a department store, and we got on a ferry boat. And you go through a door, we're sitting on a boat, and then the walls started moving to make it look, and there was a screen in front of us, which made it look as though we were ploughing through the water to go and see Father Christmas. And then we all got off. I felt as I was on drugs, actually, And then we all got off, but of course we exited by a different door. There was the one door we went in on, the other door led to Father Christmas. And when I worked in a department store years ago, we had the Magic Roundabout as our theme for the year, and it all arrived, and it was all electronic. And so you paid to go in. They cordoned off a portion of the toy department with curtains and everything else. And you walked in, you walked round, and it was all for the little people. Little people go to see Father Christmas. And then at the very end, there was Father Christmas doling out. And he had two big tubs with him filled with sawdust, because they were brand tubs, that was why. And you'd have one for girls and one for boys. and you'd pick your present out. But of course, you know what it was like as boys. Always pick the biggest present, always the most disappointed. It was never as exciting. I can't remember, it was an aeroplane, I think. An aeroplane you have to put together. You know, that was boring in itself. But I liked the Father Christmas because I saw him having a cigarette outside at the back. So I thought to myself, who'd have thought? Who'd have thought? Morning, nice to be company. 12 minutes to 5. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Somebody wrote in and said, have you ever heard of well dressing? Well, surprisingly, I have heard of well dressing. And the reason I know about this is because somebody years ago sent me in pictures. And what it is, in each village, there would be a well, a spring or another water source. It was all over the place. People would go to the well. In Twickenham, I probably don't know that, we've got cattle troughs, but they filled them up with earth and it was there, put up by the Cattle Trough Association, I think, so that people who were leading their cows through town could have a drink at the cattle trough. It was like you find them in fields, but these are stone things. There's one outside the council offices in Twickenham, but it's filled up with flowers. But these things were so people, and we didn't have running water. You went to the well, or you went to the spring, or you went to anywhere else, and you took your bucket or whatever it was, and you filled it up with water. And so what they did to thank, God, I suppose, and it goes back to, I think about the 1300s, where people used to venerate wells, but they think it goes back probably to the 6th century. That's it. And what they did, they sort of did designs on them, which were made out of, I think it was flower petals, and somebody sent me in pictures, which is very nice, but sometimes it would just be floral garlands and stuff like that, and there'd be ribbons and things like that. And I've seen them. There's a lovely one here, which was for the Queen's Jubilee, and this is from Anna, and says, last week I was helping to make one of the well dressings in Bakewell using petals. The original spiker suggested I send you photos, and these photos show it in progress. It's lovely. It really is lovely. It's very clever. It's very clever, but it dates back a long, long way to when we thanked God for everything. And we thanked him for the water. And people have very simple needs. Did you ever watch the Victorian family? They took a family of modern-day people and they dressed them up as Victorians, and they lived as Victorians, for Christmas and for stuff like that. They were living off the land. It was really good. It was really, really good, and I very much enjoyed it because they just seemed to fit in. It was Victorian farm. And they went out and they were collecting their apples and stuff. And it reminded me of when I was younger and we were in Yorkshire and we collected apples. Most houses had an apple tree in the garden. You would collect the windfalls and you would cut them up and you'd either wrap them in brown paper, the apples, and keep them until the winter. And we had Bramleys and Coxes. No surprise there. And it was Victorian Farms out on DVD, is it? Is it? I love the woman in it, and the bloke on the right-hand side. Is that Ruth? They look really good. I just thought it was so good and so clever. The bloke on the right-hand side I thought was brilliant. And they went out there and they milked cattle and they made things. And when it came to Christmas, they were having to do everything. And I just thought it was a brilliant idea. So you can buy that on Amazon, can you? The Victorian Farm. Oh, I should be looking at that during the news. More DVDs turning up. I bought some, it was very exciting yesterday. I had a huge box from Amazon turn up with 24 bottles of bubble liquid. And also I've got some more solar lights for the patio. These ones look like plumes and they change colour, which are very nice indeed. And some other bits and pieces. But now I'm going to be adding the Victorian Farm to my collection, definitely, and you should do the same as well. We lead you down the nice path of just sort of being grateful for just about everything that we've got nowadays. Ruth Goodman, she just fitted in, and the bloke as well. Who was the bloke on the right hand side? Do we know who he was? I can't remember what his name is, and he just happened to look right in those Victorian clothings there. It was very good. So. Oh, so they are archaeologists. Alex Langsford's, I think it is. I think he's the one. Alex Langlands. And Peter, it's not Peter Ginn, I think it's Alex. And they are actually archaeologists, and Ruth Goodman's a domestic historian. And they lived for a year. They were frozen to death, I think, in the winter. It was freezing. But they had to get out there and do it. So they grew and harvested their own food. They had to breed a variety of livestock cattle. So they had to maintain the estate's buildings and even craft their own tools and furniture. I don't know, if you like a bit of nostalgia, if you never saw it, it was very good. But I think it's Alex. Can we get a picture of Alex Langlands up and then I'll know whether it's him or not? Here we go. I love the... Do you know, honestly, isn't it? That's him. That's him. So he's a British archaeologist. And he's a lecturer of medieval history at Swansea University. Look, see you back. He's there. Unbelievable. I thought he looked the part. He absolutely looked the part. How old is he now? Is he one of these getting on a bit? Is it age? I love the 44, 45, something like that. They're a bit vague, but he looked the part. He was very good. He's been on all sorts of things. He's co-presented 2 series of Victorian bakers, and he's done Britain at Low Tide. He's very clever. You know why I like him? Because he's not one of these people who's been on a few reality shows and gone, oh, I think I'll do Love Island or something like that. We haven't got to suffer with their talentless folk. And he looked good. He looked very good. Steve, I know you used to be able to take your own hampers to Wimbledon because my mother and sister got their pictures taken with their champagne and strawberries on the lawns. Made 3rd page of the Times, says Lloyd. Yeah, I mean, I reckon it's changed over the years because they thought, wait a minute, we can capitalise on this. I bet. Doesn't tell you how much their ice creams are, though, does it? I bet they're expensive. They're expensive. And, Steve, my diabetic sensor has woken me up with a reading of 4.2. Oh, don't ask. Mine was terrible this morning. Mine was 17. 17. I don't know why. And, Steve, last week I was helping to make one of the... Oh, there we go. That was Anna who sent in the pictures of the well dressings. In Bakewell, Andrea says, I've had a colonoscopy myself a few times and the procedure is fine. It's the fluid you have to drink beforehand, which is awful. On my last visit to hospital, they couldn't find a good vein and they end up putting it in my foot. I also take 9 tablets in the morning and 9 at night. With all my health problems, I'm here to tell the tale. Good luck. Oh, I thought, listen, I mean, I do my, whatever it is, 80 tablets a week or something. I take 9 in the morning, I take 3 at lunchtime and 2 in the evening. So 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 tablets a day. Amazing, isn't it? That's why we're still here. That's why I was able to sign a long contract, you know, because if I wasn't able to sign a long contract, you know, that meant that, you know, things were sliding downhill. But I like the idea, Andrew, that you say any excuse to eat jelly babies. Aren't they just fab? Aren't they fab? Aren't they just the best thing you've ever had? TK Maxx are selling diamond engagement rings with 75% discount, sounding a bit like that sort of jewellery channel on the television. They've got this guy on there, and he's so affected, and he talks like this, and he's got... he's on Gemporia or something. And this ring here, this is just gorgeous. This is marvellous. And you look at it and you sort of think, where are these people based? He's American. He was American. What do you mean, or Scottish? I thought, no, I didn't go Lorraine Kelly at all. That would be, oh, you're gorgeous, you're beautiful, you're marvellous. Dawn Neeson's column we'll get round to very shortly. And Love Island, it's getting a bit dreary now. Apparently they all had to sort of pole dance or something the other day. Why don't they just take their clothes off and have sex? You know, cut out the middleman, save all that wasting time, because that's what we're heading for, isn't it? That's what they're hoping for. Oh, a good old one-night stand, and most of them look like they are a good old one-night stand. Steve, I love the Back in Time series. There's one on now, Back in Time, in Birmingham, where they take the family right back, and each episode comes forward a few years. Yes, I've seen that, where they say, and now we're back in the 1950s, and they show you the interior of the house and what they've got and what they're having. But, of course, they have to go out into the real world wearing these clothes. Must look very, very odd. Very odd. Wanted dead or part alive, barely alive, the Alcatraz escapees. Three of them. And they're not particularly bothered. They just want to find out where they went to. I think they drowned. Because Alcatraz, 3 escapees from Alcatraz. Apparently they tunnelled out using a pair of nail clippers. Must have taken years because anybody trying to escape, they were shot. It was as simple as that. That's why it was where it was, and the current runs fast there. So unless you were particularly fit, that's why there was very little chance of surviving. But these 3 disappeared, and they didn't find any bodies, so they assumed they sort of got away with it. I'd have just done my time. It's in the San Francisco Bay. There were 14 escape attempts between 1934 and 63, made by 34 prisoners. 2 men tried twice, making for a total of 36 individual escape attempts. 15 were caught, 8 gave up, 7 were shot and killed, 1 was confirmed to have drowned, and 5 are listed as missing and presumed drowned. Alcatraz closed in 1963, mainly because it had high maintenance costs and a very poor reputation. But you can go there as a tour. They will take you and they'll show you. They pull a handle and all the cell doors close and everything else. It's very clever. I've never been, actually. But most notable with the violent attempts in 1946 called the Battle of Alcatraz and the possibly successful June 62 attempt by Frank Morris, John Anglin and Clarence Anglin, which was marked by careful planning and execution. And that's the nail clippers. They used nail clippers to tunnel their way out. How did that? That must have taken forever and a day. You thought they'd have wanted one of those electric sort of drills or something. But they tucked papier-mâché heads resembling their own likeness into the beds, broke out of the main prison building via the ventilation ducts and an unused utility corridor and departed the island aboard an improvised inflatable raft. A fourth conspirator, Alan West, failed in his escape attempt and remained on the island. So these three out there, you know, are they still alive? They'd be in their 90s now. But they were able to make papier-mâché heads. I mean, it's just unbelievable, isn't it, really? OK, time to get up. Oh, blow, it's a papier-mâché head. It's not a real person at all, is it? Which is a shame. There's a group of sailors who claim they've seen 100 UFOs from their warships. Yeah, of course you have, loves. That's the trouble about sailors, isn't it? How little drinky poos, you know, and that's it. Steve, is Bubble Liquid a new cryptic name for your Prosecco stash? No, I just call it booze. Did my internet drop out just then, or did you get dumped? Well, you wouldn't hear it anyway if we did. But I didn't, and no, it didn't. So you wouldn't ever hear anything if we ever push the dump button. We used to call it the prof button, the profanity button, but you wouldn't hear anything. You wouldn't have the faintest idea that it had been pressed, because we pressed it 10 times since I've been saying this. And you don't know, do you? That's why, Chris. I love it when people try and be very clever about the technicalities of radio. Always makes me laugh. So what do we got? Oh, Zara and Mike Tyndall. What do they do for a living? Oh, she just rides horses, doesn't she? Not really a job, more a little hobby. And Mike Tyndall, they were getting touchy-feely at Wimbledon. I was nearly sick when I saw the pictures. Dear me, honestly. And lions could be wiped out by 2050 unless they bring a ban in. You know why? Lions are shot, one of them every 3 minutes, by these hunters, the people from this country who go out there just to kill animals. I think we should start arming lions with 12-bore shotguns, teach them how to use it, and go on, do your worst. Do your worst. How ridiculous, isn't it, really? And Taffy Nige from Pontyclun. Have you seen Wartime Farm? No, I must.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. It's Wednesday, June the 29th, so 30 days have September, April, June and November. So we got one more day and then we're into July. Is it July on Friday? Is it? So what date will that be? That'll be 1st of July, will it? Oh, right. So 1st of July, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Yeah, so 5th is the Tuesday. Honestly, I don't know. Tappy Nige says, have you seen the Wartime Farm? With the same archaeologists. Also made me think of Granny's Kitchen. There used to be Victorian Kitchen Garden, which was very good. But now I know it's out on DVD. I'm going to go and buy it. I'm going to treat myself. It's going to be my treat for having my colonoscopy. An old N-Reg ice cream van outside the Emirates Stadium yesterday, charging £5.80, Steve, for a 99. Well, you see, the simple thing is, Roger, don't buy it. Kick 'em where it hurts. But some people who go, oh, I'll buy that. But I mean, it's £6 for an ice cream. You know, nothing's gone up in the ice cream stakes at all. Pam from Glasgow again. Have you tried Pale Fox Prosecco? No. I did have some Prosecco yesterday, actually, and I've got lunch on Sunday this week, and then I've got breakfast on Saturday, so it's busy. And then settle down, because I think 24 hours before the procedure, I'm not supposed to eat anything, just sip water. That'll drive me mad. And then on the morning, oh, there's that Pale Fox. That's pretty. It comes in a box. How lovely. Why do things come in boxes? Although I got a big box delivered the other day. Do you remember we were talking the other day about Heinz Beans breakfast? This huge box arrives. I mean, I thought it contained the Heinz breakfast. I was a bit excited. And we got a bottle of tomato ketchup, a bottle of brown, and a mug. And all these other, beautifully packaged, beautifully put together for these Heinz breakfasts. But there was no breakfast in it. We got the ketchup, we just didn't get the other food, but it doesn't matter. Sean says, went to see the film Elvis. What a performer and a waste at 42. It was the drugs. It was the drugs that Elvis took. Drugs to wake up, drugs to go to sleep, drugs to get him on stage, drugs to get him through, drugs for just about everything. And that was it. You're right. What a waste. But would we still be talking about Elvis Presley today? You know, if he hadn't died? And the answer is only the good die young. Only the good die young, as Dame Deborah has proved to us this morning. Bit of a shock, though, for me, because she did look so good. I wasn't really expecting her to go at all. Excuse me. I thought she would go for ages and ages and ages, as indeed did everybody else. So Dawn Neeson's column we'll get round to in a moment. Also, many Brits have no sympathy for people who suffer from hay fever. Well, I mean, I wouldn't know if somebody suffered from hay fever, apart from they'd sit in front of you going, like that. And they, oh, got an itchy nose. I mean, it doesn't require sympathy. You know, it's not, I mean, I don't know where you get it from. Because I sneeze on every programme. I don't think I've ever had a programme where I've not sneezed on. I mean, is that hay fever? What is it? I don't know what it is. I just perhaps it's dust. Perhaps I'm allergic to dust. Perhaps I'm allergic to radio studios. Perhaps it's the microphone. It's a red light. Because I don't sneeze when the red light's not on. So I think when the red light comes on, I'll have to stay on air constantly. No, it's the staying on air constantly. It makes me sneeze. Perhaps we'll have to turn the mic off when I think I'm going to sneeze next time. Somebody said if you pinch your nose, it stops you sneezing. No, it doesn't. It just means you sound even more ridiculous. You know, that sounds dreadful. So we don't do that. Bring your earlobes down. Another one who also saw the Elvis film. In fact, somebody talked about it the other day to me. They sent me a thing saying that they loved it. But just remember, the film is not really about Elvis. It's about the relationship with Colonel Tom Parker. It's what Colonel Tom Parker was like and how effectively he killed Elvis. You know, even though Elvis died, he was going out with Ginger, and for years she never wrote anything about it. She was with him the night he died. He got out of bed to go to the bathroom. Bit too long. She got out of bed, went in there, found him dead on the bathroom floor. It was as simple as that. He'd fallen off the toilet. So, obviously, whether it was I've got no idea. I can't remember what the autopsy was. I noticed that the Sun have sort of leapt on the Dame Deborah James bandwagon and called her inspirational Sun columnist. They liked her. Strange enough, the Daily Star just put her inside, little tiny bit. Not front page at all, nothing. But, yeah, there's alien stories to do and the Loch Ness Monster stories to do as well. But saving lives will be a fitting legacy. And Piers Morgan said such sad news. And it is sad news because I thought she looked glam. Very, very glam. She was the most glamorous bowel cancer person I'd ever seen in my life. There's a picture of her with William and the kids as well, who looked amazing. So fingers crossed that it all goes through well, because not out in the woods just yet. The judge, Alison Nathan, says Ghislaine Maxwell was instrumental in the abuse of underage girls and participated in some abuse. A paedophile, which is exactly the same as Jeffrey Epstein. And yet he got away with it for years. Now we've got to find out, because they're now saying they've got pictures of Andrew. Sorry. Phone's going completely mad this morning. And, oh dear. So it's very exciting. I'll tell you why in a minute. My brother's up very early this morning. This is very unusual. I mean, 5:10 is not normally the time he gets up in the morning. But so Maxwell was instrumental in the abuse of underage girls and participated in some of it. And who was her best friend? Prince Andrew. And we know that through the various interviews that she gave, and she introduced him. Somebody said, oh, you're introducing so-and-so, so-and-so. She's, yes, my friend Prince Andrew. Nothing to suggest he's done anything wrong, because he's denied any allegations, and of course claimed he never even met certain people, Miss Giuffre, and yet paid £12 million to somebody he didn't know, apparently. But now they're saying that he should be over in America and should be talking to the FBI. It's not a complicated thing. I mean, you know, is he so arrogant that he can't even be bothered to have any sympathy for these people? And then you listen to Sarah Ferguson droning on about what a kind man he is. You're obviously living in different worlds, love. Different worlds. Mind you, if he didn't have that house in Windsor Great Park, things would be a little bit different, wouldn't they? Perhaps you'd be living in a bedsit or something like that. So I had to send a copy of my will the other day, because everybody should do a will. I know it's a pain in the arse. They were doing it on the television the other day, sort of, you know, prices vary. And so I sent a copy of I got 2 copies of my will. You can have as many copies as you want. You can photocopy it yourself, I should imagine. No, you're not having one, no. And so I did it, and then we had to get power of attorney over the will, the executor of the will, and somebody who looks after me just in case I go completely gaga after a colonoscopy. And so my brother can then sign the form consenting do not resuscitate, which, of course, he started practicing doing that one. But it's interesting that my brother says he's speaking to my financial advisor on Friday to find out how soon I can get my money. Because what I'm doing, the same as a lot of people are doing at the moment, is I've got 2 private pensions which have matured. And I say matured. I've been paying them for donkey's years, but they were tiddly amounts, really tiddly amounts. But you can have 25% tax-free, which is quite good. So I thought I'd take 25%, which is tax. There's no point, it doesn't make any difference. And then just leave the rest in there and take a little sum each month, because I get the state pension as well at the moment, but that's hardly worth bothering with. I mean, honestly, it'll just about see me out in Prosecco. You can imagine how bad it is. But it's interesting because the state pension, I can't even begin to tell you. How people survive on it, I've got no idea. I think pensioners should go on strike. Withhold your labour from the buses. Withhold using your travel part. I tell you, go in the supermarket, stage a sit-in. Especially around any of the sort of, you know, eggs and bacon and stuff like that. Just stage a sit-in. We are pensioners, we fight back. We fought in the war, we gave you what you've got today, we want more money. Simple as that. Yeah. They were doing a scheme in Wales where people who'd been in council homes, they were going to give money to. How much do you think they were going to give them? This is a new scheme that they're looking at. Yeah, 1,600 quid a month. And they had a girl on there, she'd been given a council flat, and she was now going to get 1,600 a month. She never worked in her life. Never worked. And I remember thinking, but this doesn't what? So for the rest of her life, we're going to just pay 1,600 a month, presumably with increments, because otherwise it doesn't make any sense if you're not keeping up with the rate of inflation. And I remember thinking, but surely there's something they could do. I used to know a lady who used to paint soldiers and separate tights. She would get sent a big box of tights and she'd wrap them up and put them in the packaging. And another woman, she used to seal Christmas cards. When they used to say handmade Christmas cards, she would take the Christmas card, put it into a plastic bag and seal it, and they would be sold as handmade Christmas cards. But it was the painting of the soldiers. And she could make, I mean, it was a pathetic amount of money, it really was. But at least they could do something. This woman was sitting at home, girl, you know, with 1,600, nearly £2,000 a month coming in, but not actually doing anything. And there must be something. You must be able to go around and, you know, cut pensioners' lawns or something like that. It seems that we're not encouraging them. You know, it's for people who've been in care to give them a safety net while they get work. Well, she'd never worked. I don't think she had any intention of working, yet the flat was very nice they'd given her. And I remember thinking, but why are we not... A small wonder people don't want to work nowadays. They really don't. They go, just give me money. Just give me money. I had a woman the other day, she was in the papers on the way in. She was stealing tampons from Poundland because she couldn't afford on a Starbucks wage to buy them. I couldn't believe it. She said she takes home, I think she said 1,500 quid a month. By the time she'd taken her rent out and everything, she said, I'm left with nothing. Huge problem. Huge problem. Absolutely unbelievable. Steve, this one says, I was with my niece and nephew at a well-known zoo back in May. They charged 26 quid for 2 hot dogs and a burger. It didn't come with any chips. They looked like something brought out the freezer. Oh, they'd definitely be using frozen chips. Why would they not be using frozen chips? It's the cheapest way to get them nowadays. And in fact, all the kebab places, they use frozen chips. All frozen. But why would they bother making it? Fish and chip shops don't. They make their own. They bring in the bags of potatoes and then actually you've got a machine that cleans all the skin off and does them. And if you go to... I went to Five Guys the other day because I had a bit of a craving. a bit of a craving. I wanted a banana milkshake. How much was a banana milkshake at Five Guys? You know how much it was? £5.50. A bit. You obviously had cream on the top. Yeah, because she said to me, do you want cream on it? And I went, on a milkshake? I said, I don't think so. I said, I think just having the milkshake. And I slurped it all the way on the bus. And it was delicious. But I thought, £5.50? That's a hell of a lot of money for a milkshake, when you consider it's all sort of, synthetic ingredients. But £26 for 2 hot dogs and a burger. I can see that. £9 for a hot dog, £18, and about £7, £8 for a burger. I can see that. I always think eat before you go anywhere nowadays. But if they didn't come with any chips, But this one says here, we'd have been better off with some nice ham sandwiches. Yeah, although have you seen the price of sandwiches? Go to Marks and Spencer's. I tell you need to take out a third mortgage for a sandwich. They're really, really expensive. Really expensive now. And I wouldn't mind, but they're sort of, made in these factories, which obviously seem to make them for all of these sort of people. I might go and try Subway. I haven't tried Subway yet. So would I like it? I don't want to be complicated with the rolls. I just want a baguette with do they put butter on? They do. You're going to show me? How exciting, honestly. There's a little bit of a threat, isn't it? So we've now discovered there is a Subway 24 hours. I mean, to be honest with you, far better than kebabs or anything like that. A Subway is good. And you can get everything. Although we've been checking, and as you know, I've got an aversion to formed meat, which means meat that they basically, it's sort of like a paste, and they spray it off the thing so they get every bit of chicken off for everything else. And then and you can find it in Marks and Spencer's. Turn over every one of their packets of sliced ham and stuff like that, and it will tell you if it's pre-formed. And if it's pre-formed, I don't want it. I want, a piece of Wiltshire ham that's come from Wiltshire ham, and they just slice it. And you can tell those. I just don't like formed meat. I think it's just, I just don't like it. It's a simple. People are funny about different things, aren't they, really? It's like, all the chicken at Kentucky Fried Chicken is halal. I've never found another one that wasn't halal. And that's the way it's killed. And it's a case, I don't know, do we worry about things like that? Does it taste any different? I don't think so. But if it's formed meat, I want, a proper piece of Wiltshire ham. But all their hams are done with the chicken and bacon, looks quite nice, with grated mozzarella and cheddar cheese and a drizzle of your choice of sauce. A drizzle. What does that mean? Is it a generous drizzle? Because I'm looking at the size of it. I don't think you get that in your mouth. I like the ham salad one. You said that would be good for me. Ham salad just with, I don't want lettuce. Lettuce is very tedious. It's just water, isn't it? And but you can also have a meatless meatball marinara. Meatless meatballs. What's it made of then? Same classic flavour as the meaty version, topped off with a signature marinara sauce. I mean, can you imagine? You put that in your mouth, it's going to be all over the place. Meatballs, they're bad enough when they're on a plate, let alone in a roll. So these are plant-based. No, not for me. I want the full meat. The full meat or nothing but the meat. So here's... Oh, steak and cheese. Let's have a look at steak and cheese. That looks quite nice as well, doesn't it? Philly-style steak. Oh, it's formed meat. It's formed meat on steak. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I buy sometimes, when I'm feeling a bit naughty, the kebab meat that they sell in Iceland. You get a big bag of it for £2. And they're all the same size strips and everything else. It's formed meat put together. But I'm not into formed meat. I'd have to check. The spicy Italian, layers of pepper. This is the one that Dan had. And he was very excited for it because he had all the extras. And he had jalapenos and, salad and lettuce and everything else. And he paid £6 for it. Which actually, was yours a 6-inch or a foot? A foot. See, a foot long, for £6, you can't complain. You pay more than that for a kebab. Kebabs now, you buy them over the road there, they're over £12 for a kebab. If you're thinking of opening a business in Leicester Square, kebab place would be good to give them competition over there. Because to be quite honest, it's disgusting prices. Dreadful. Steve, my 10-year-old grandson suffers badly with hay fever. It's terrible for him most days. His eyes can swell up like golf balls. It's not a joke as it affects everything during the summer months. Eye drops, nose spray and pills 3 times a day. It's not fun. No. Meat marinara, Steve, at Subway. Very messy, though. Yeah, you see, I can imagine you put meatballs into anything, it's going to be very messy. Definitely. And I'm not really a big fan of meatballs. I have bought them in Waitrose. They do either 24 little ones, and then they do slightly bigger meatballs. And I just sort of cook them off in a saucepan. But putting them in a roll, because they'd be covered in sauce, wouldn't they? They'd have sort of like some sort of tomato kind of sauce with it. You imagine trying to eat that. It's all running down your chin and down your white shirt. And then you get to, it's called 8 Balls of Wonder. Well, I knew a dance troupe like that, but that's another story. Subway meatball sub on an Italian bun. So it's an Italian bun review. Check it, an Italian bun. Well, it's made in England. Famous meatball It looks as though you're going to take one bite and you're going to drop the whole lot in your lap. Seriously, doesn't that? And that roll looks awful. It's got to be plain. Just plain. You can choose your bread that it goes in. Yeah. Sorry, could you wipe the tomato ketchup off the meatballs? Can you imagine? I think that there should be places that are out 24 hours a day. London is a 24-hour city. I'm not messing around with you. You know, there are places around here that are closed. The KFC should be 24 hours a day. It doesn't open till 11 o'clock in the morning. Who the hell wants to eat it at 11 o'clock? It's disgraceful. I'm writing to complain to the Colonel, who sold his business out years ago for about 2 million, little realising how it would have powered on around the world. Mainly franchises. But I do like it occasionally. Not all the time. Colonel Sanders, there you go. Colonel Harland David Sanders. And he was acting, after he sold the chain, he was the company's brand ambassador and symbol. They had to sort of try and make a kindly old man from the deep south look interesting. He died in 1980 in Louisville, Kentucky. And I forget how old he was, actually. Was he fairly... He was 90. 90. He does look a bit like Ronnie Barker. But he founded Kentucky Fried Chicken because people liked fried chicken. And, I think he was best known, he was only known. He was active from 1930 to 1980, and then he died. He was active, yeah. Then all of a sudden he became inactive, poor soul. But no, it's all that stuff comes from America, doesn't it? But I do like the milkshakes, not from KFC, and I've never had a McFlurry in my life. Would I like it? See, you're eating all the wrong stuff. Every time I say something, the producers go, "You'd love that, Steve. You'd love it." And I'm thinking, oh dear. Not so good. Not all the time, no, obviously. I quite like the Five Guys milkshake, but do they do other flavours as well? Do they do chocolate and strawberry? Oh, there's a menu. We've got a menu. So exciting. I think they should be open all the time. There's a big one up at Piccadilly Circus. You'd think, honestly, in London we could get just about everything. Wouldn't you think so? Wouldn't you think so? So the menu is up here. OK, let's have a look at the drinks. Five Guys shake. So wait a minute. Customise your milkshake and you can have as many free shake mix-ins as you like. Well, all in the same thing. Oh, right. So they do they do banana milkshakes. I never knew that. I'm going for banana milkshake. They asked me if I told you wanted cream on it. They do salted caramel. Oh, chocolate, peanut butter. Oh, no, peanut butter, no. Bacon milkshake, no. Banana, I think. Strawberry and banana. So could you have strawberry mixed with banana? Can they do? They can. Oh, really? Oh, I'm not sure about the bacon. But we like salted caramel because we had that the other day. Very kindly delivered to us by Ian. Very grateful. So they've got 11 free mix-ins you want. They've got Lotus Biscoff. They're those little biscuits you get with your cup of coffee. You like those? You've had those as well, haven't you? Yeah. Strawberry and banana. Oh, I could go that now. If you're lying in bed, you go, shut up, Steve. Please stop talking about ice-cold milkshakes. I think what we should do is have them in the freezer, and then you take them out of the freezer and just let them thaw out, and then you've got an ice-cold milkshake. There should be no reason why we shouldn't be able to get an ice-cold milkshake at 5:25 in the morning. You know, if you can get a Subway. Do they do milkshakes in Subway? No. Typical. Why don't they do milkshakes? That's a winner. I think you're on a winner there. I don't know why McDonald's don't do milkshakes for breakfast. Judging by the emaciated state of some of the people in there, I thought that would sort of... Five Guys opens at... Oh, here we go. It'll be something stupid. 11:30. 11. What is the point? What about us poor people who work overnights? With the best rated. And, top rated, we should be there. These milkshakes should be flowing through the door on a conveyor belt. Nice to hear you speaking about Alcatraz, Steve. And I did a tour of the prison in 2018. It was amazing. To arrive at the prison, you have to catch a boat from San Francisco Bay, which is included in the tour price. Yes, I know the pier very well. When you arrive at Alcatraz, they give you a headset in which they tell you the complete story and include a tour of the prison room by room. Highly recommended to anybody going to, if you're going to San Francisco. There's also a superb souvenir shop there with some nice items to purchase. What's like sort of prisoners' bones and keys and things like that. Yeah, we saw it because we were actually down by the pillar. Gucci Tom says, trust me, Steve, you wouldn't like anything from Subway. Oh, no, I would. I just wouldn't have anything that's round and spherical and called meatballs because you just cannot, because they make the bread soggy and it would just be awful. Pete, you can have it toasted. Oh, dear Lord above. They toast do that, honestly. I just want the milkshake. Pete, the pool man, says you can't beat a wimpy half-pounder, Steve. Always cooked to order. Half-pounder. I go quarter-pounder with cheese at McDonald's, plain. I don't want any of the gunk or any of the other bits and pieces. And as you know from previous programmes, I always throw the egg away if I forget to take the egg out and do it without the egg. Because they can do anything, actually. Kevin says, good luck for tomorrow. Oh, what's happening tomorrow? Nothing out. You mean Tuesday? Oh, he wants good luck for tomorrow. Big move tomorrow, moving to Chichester. Live the show. I think you mean love, don't you? That's the trouble when you dyslexic fingers. He lives the show. We live the show as well, actually. Jenny says, I love the turkey breast with salad and melted cheese on the hearty Italian roll in Subway. Oh, you would. It's Ian. Chocolate or caramel today? What do you reckon? Chocolate or caramel? You like? We like the caramel, Ian. We like the caramel. And 20 minutes away, well, I'm not sure I can cope with life at the moment. It's far too exciting, this, isn't it? Ian has become... I think what you should have on the side of the van is Ian, supplier of ice cream to the Steve Allen Show, early breakfast, LBC. I think you should have that, definitely. I've got my name on a poster. What did I have it on? Wicked. Had it on Wicked. For ages and ages. So, Ian, we look forward... Sorry, caramel. Caramel all the way through, thank you very much indeed. Dan doesn't have any choice, he's been overruled, so just in case it gets too complicated. Salted caramel is very nice. Very, very nice. You'll like that. The top Spanish chef boiling over when dreary old Victoria Beckham insisted on changes for the celeb dinner he was preparing. I don't know why. Who'd have invited her? What did she want? Coconut water. Throughout the whole thing, God knows why. And a bowl of mince. I mean, is there something the matter with her? Is she missing the brain cell or something? Is that out to lunch today? But he said it was very sad because you make an effort, not just me and my team, but the bride and groom and everybody else. Then you had to do a completely different menu just for her. I'd have told her to stick it. Oh, seriously, I wouldn't have wasted time with that. Why would you want to pander to somebody who spends all her time in sunglasses? What, because you want some coconut water and a bowl of mince as well? I mean, really, that's just not being a diva. That's just being a bit peculiar and also being a bit selfish at somebody else's wedding. If it was your wedding, you do what the hell you like, but at somebody else's, I'd like to have seen her do that with the family that she just sort of semi-married into. Although, have you noticed, they've not said a word about the Beckhams. I wonder why.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
LBC. Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Secretary of State George Eustice. The Daily Mirror reports Labour saying there could be at least half a dozen Conservative colleagues ready to defect to Sir Keir Starmer's party. Are you aware of these revolting Conservatives?
I haven't heard that, no. And who knows, it could just be a bit of tittle-tattle coming from somebody on the Labour benches, or it may be more real.
Would you be distracted, though, about the results you suffered last week? Surely you need to take action on that.
We've got 2 years to get things back on track, and that's what we're going to focus on doing. And if we can do that, in a year, 18 months' time, things could look and feel very different.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Back this morning from 7. Listen on your radio and on Global Player. LBC.
The rain in Spain stays mainly in the plain.
I think she's got it.
My Fair Lady is in full bloom at the London Coliseum this summer. The Evening Standard calls it a Rolls Royce of a revival. Lovely. 5 stars, raves the Mail on Sunday. My Fair Lady must end on the 27th of August, so get yourself to the theatre on time. Book your tickets at myfairladymusical.co.uk.
Excuse me, airport security. Did you pack this bag yourself, madam?
Yeah.
What's this then?
My post office travel money card.
Right. And this?
Oh, that's my post office travel insurance.
I knew that. Anything else to declare?
Yeah, they even sorted my passport for me.
Really?
Wherever you're headed, always pack the post office. Search Post Office Travel or visit your local branch. Card issued by First Rate Exchange Services Limited, pursuant to licence by MasterCard International Incorporated. T's and C's apply.
Okay, everybody, this is EE Superfast Fibre Broadband, and it's powered by BT. Now, half price for the first 3 months. That's $14.50 a month. Then £29 for month 4. But wait, EE customers pay £13 a month, then only £26 for month 4. Plus, you get 5 gigs of free mobile data. Hurry, half price offers end 7th of July.
24-month contract, broadband only. CPI plus 3.9% increase each March. £31.99 from month 25. Terms apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. One that says, Steve used to make ultra-thick milkshakes, well more ice cream shake on my mum's Kenwood. Ooh, Kenwood. Rich family. Somebody said you'd love Subway, but the calorie count is horrendous. I know. That's the same with everything nowadays, isn't it? Nick in Burgess Hill says, I get a vanilla milkshake from McDonald's for breakfast from the one in Burgess Hill, but they don't do milkshakes for breakfast. How do you get a milkshake? They don't even put the machines on in the morning and then put a shot of espresso in. It's delightful. Well, they don't do milkshakes. That's one of the things that I've always complained about. Yeah, they don't. They definitely don't do milkshakes at all for breakfast. In fact, they don't start doing them till 11 o'clock in the morning. I don't know why. I said because loads of people, if they did a milkshake, people would buy them. But they do orange juice or coffee, or you can have a bottle of water, which I'm afraid is the ultimate. You know, what happens if you're a diabetic? You're a bit stuck, aren't you? You shouldn't be having the milkshake anyway. It doesn't really matter, actually. Apparently, at this wedding that they went to for old Vic and Dave, there was a bowl of mince, and on the other side, hydrocolloid gel, which is well known now, but back then it wasn't known. It was complicated giving Victoria her menu. So she revealed she never touches food cooked in oil, butter or sauces, nor red meat or dairy. Perhaps that explains how peculiar she is. Well, I don't know. She doesn't look very healthy to me. She always looks as though she's stick thin. That doesn't look very healthy. He said, but there were some odd things I've never seen. She had coconut water all the time. Very bad. I love coconut water, but it's very bad for you all the time. But she thinks she knows best. She thinks she knows best. You know, it's one of those things, yeah, hydrating. Here we go. Emma Raducanu practised her serve the other day whilst wearing £60,000 worth of jewellery from her sponsor Tiffany's. She wore a diamond bangle worth $18,900, a nearly £4,000 pearl pendant, an £18,000 chain bracelet, plus diamond and platinum earrings worth $18,900. And that was for playing tennis. As one of the columnists points out, Sweet Pea, open your ears and have a listen. You're not at a nightclub. You're playing at Wimbledon. We know you're sponsored by it, but I mean, for goodness sake, she's playing today. Want to put odds on whether she's out today or not? Serena was out, wasn't she? She didn't last too long. I don't know why she bothered turning up. She should have just got me to go down there. I could have played for her. Made it much easier. We're trying to find out. Somebody said they had a vanilla milkshake from McDonald's for breakfast. They don't do milkshakes, Joe. They've never done milkshakes for breakfast. It's been company policy for ages and ages. So I don't know how you're getting them. Over on Love Island, the over-made-up people on it were sort of doing lap dances. How cheap and tacky. How very cheap. But, of course, nothing that we didn't expect. You know. Also, what are they doing? They're doing lap dances. Oh, how lovely and classy. Why? What does it take for one of these girls to turn round and say to the hidden cameras, what do you think you're messing with here? We're women. We don't have to be manipulated by the blokes who are producing this programme to get dirty little lap dances going on. I mean, why don't you get the boys to shove money in our bikinis? You know, go all the way. Very embarrassing, very embarrassing. Power women of the noughties. Oh, guess who it is today? There you go. Be another one. You go, sorry, Power Women, Tina O'Brien, ex of Coronation Street. And you think to yourself, Power Women. I'm obviously in the wrong planet. What else have we got? Oh, I was going to read you... I've lost it. Where's it gone to? Come here. I'm going to read you Dawn Neeson's column today, because she's all over the place at the moment. She's everywhere on television. She's sitting in for Storm, I believe. And if I get home in time, I can sort of catch things like that. Where are we? Oh, yes, Andrew Ridgeley turned up to Wimbledon with a very good-looking woman who apparently is loaded. I like Andrew Ridgeley. He was at Chris Moyles' party. And I was going to go and have a chat to him. I thought, no, he knows who I am. There's no point. And so, yeah, it'll be too starstruck. So I spoke to Keith Lemon instead, which made it a lot easier. And the warning to stay away from Wimbledon for the undesirables. And there's one here. This is the man who creeped out. I think that's a way of saying. His name's Amrit Magar. Left her constantly looking over her shoulder. He showed up 3 times in a month and stole her dad's shoe, thinking it was hers. He's subject to a 5-year restraining order. He's obviously a bit screwy upstairs. Definitely a little bit ill. And hilarious. I mean, seriously, hold yourself back. You can get milkshakes at breakfast at McDonald's, can you? You can get milkshakes. There you go. Some stores may have milkshakes available during breakfast. It depends on the store. All you have to do is ask at the counter. Oh, apparently. The reason it isn't standard practice is because some stores use the breakfast shift to clean the milkshake machine. Well, they've left it being all dirty all night and then they clean it in breakfast. That's a bit odd, isn't it? Slightly odd. Anyway, suppress yourself laughing on this one. Peter Andre is stepping aside from the pop business to make room for his son, Junior Andre. Okay? Peter Andre apparently is in the music business. The 17-year-old shot to the top of the UK iTunes charts. It's not quite the same as being on proper things. With his debut single. I don't even know if it is on the top of the iTunes charts still. Is it still there? No, we don't know. No, it's probably not. I think it sort of jumped in and jumped out again. It's Kate Bush. Oh, sorry. So poor old Junior out already. Didn't take long, did it? And his dad hit the top with Mysterious Girl. Yeah, there's about 500 years ago. Mysterious Girl, Mysterious Girl, Mysterious Girl. He dragged that one out to the point of boredom. But apparently Andre Sr. is now ready to let his boy be the pop star in the family. What delusional world are they living in? The world of Peter Andre. The world of Peter Andre. Because I'm a pop star. No, you're not. Oh, my brother's going to the gym at this time of the morning. He said before he gets busy, then he's going fishing. And Marion says she will look on Amazon this morning. They're looking for a mat, a non-slip mat, so that Marion's dad, because he slipped over in the bath the other day, so they're going to get an anti-slip mat. I've seen quite a number of them. I think JML do one as well, but I think if you type in anti-slip mat, you'll find all sorts of them, and you'll find them on Amazon. I've no doubt about it. And it's mainly for people, your dads and my age, to make sure we don't fall over, which is interesting. Junior says, me and my dad sort of looked at each other and he said, it's your time now, son. You are delusional, aren't you, Pete? So funny. So funny. Still that little tiny part in Greece. But apparently Junior is still a teenager and his dad does have to set a few boundaries. And he says, I would sleep in a studio. Obviously, I'm not an adult yet, so I have a curfew, but my dad knows how it gets when you want to record more, but you have to be at home at a certain time. Bit embarrassing, really, isn't it? I'm sorry, what time? I'm sorry, is Junior there? Put him on the phone. Get home now. What did I tell you? Stop messing around in the studio. It's not going to last, as we all know. You know, the iTunes chart, we can't find the record, so it appeared and then it disappeared. He's 17. But I love the way that Peter Andre thinks, you know, I'm going to move over now. Now it's your turn. To be what? What, one-hit wonders? Definitely not. Definitely not. Craig from Sittingbourne said, I've had a milkshake for breakfast. Will you stop it? I'm not buying into this. Some of them do it, and some of them don't. So Neil says, listening to you from my hotel balcony in Mykonos, and now need a strawberry milkshake. Well, no chance of you getting one in Mykonos, is there? What, in Mykonos? They won't have a McDonald's in Mykonos. No, they won't. Have you been to Mykonos? They definitely wouldn't have a McDonald's in Mykonos. They've got that ghastly place that rips you off with the oysters and the champagne. You've got to be very careful of that one. But so there's one at the airport Excuse me, we're going to Mykonos. I tell you what, go and buy a couple of milkshakes. We'll take them with us to Mykonos. By the time you get there, they'll have defrosted, won't they? Definitely defrosted. I might try that, actually, in McDonald's at Waterloo Station. Sorry, can I have a chocolate milkshake, please? They're going to look at me blankly. I can tell. Yeah, I'm going to try it. I bet you anything they'll be cleaning it. I don't know why they can't do it overnight, clean overnight. It's not open till whatever time it opens, 6:30 or something like that. Why can't they clean it before they start and then put them on the menu? Stop being so lazy. It's like the Pret-a-Manger in Twickenham. Sometimes it closes at 3 p.m. I don't know why they're bothering to open in the first place. They don't do any hot food. They do nothing like that. They've had their heater thing taken out, and they don't seem to open till gone 9 o'clock now. They used to open 7 a.m, 7:30. Now, nothing. I'm assuming it's staff. I'm assuming. Paige Thorne, you know who that is? No, I didn't think you'd know. She's on Love Island, and apparently Jermaine Jenner will rib Gemma Owen's dad over her Love Island stint. And so they were all talking about, how Gemma's going to win. Oh, she's not. Oh, she'll be kicked out soon. And Dan Walker, still dragging out this 5 seconds of fame, has denied he was shackled at the BBC. He left last month after 6 years on reading auto cue, and now anchors 5 News on weekdays. Anybody seen it? No, nobody. Nobody's seen it. That's the trouble. He said there's a perception that you're really shackled at the BBC and you can't be yourself. Well, you couldn't, dear. You were just allowed to read the auto cue. I mean, I'm assuming they shackled your personality because we didn't see any evidence of it. He said, but I've never been told I can't say something. Of course you have. Don't be so ridiculous. Well, you think you're just allowed to have an opinion on the BBC? Absolutely not. He said that Channel 5 had a bit more flexibility. Yeah, no audience. That's the flexibility, which was something he enjoyed. I know. I love the way he thinks he's going to be sort of a big... Name me any big stars on Channel 5. Yeah, I couldn't come up with any either. Steve, I think Kate Bush would be number 1 for a few more weeks. Or at least Steve at LBC as the last 2 episodes of Stranger Things come out on Friday, says James. Yeah, I mean, I think Junior is... It's very nice to have a dream. I have a dream of flying Concorde, but we don't fly it anymore. The producer has a dream of trying to get me to say something that's interesting. You know, that's how it works. He's still hopeful. He has a little checklist. And he goes, today, Steve's going to be funny. Today, Steve's going to say something so controversial, people will be going, oh! Like that, as if they're sort of auditioning for Gogglebox. Oh! Can't believe how they said that. You've never seen such bad acting. It's almost pathetic. But I'd be good on that one. I'd be going, just nothing. Complete poker face. Doing nothing at all, going, what is interesting about this programme? Answer, nothing. Everybody else is going, ah! Best milkshake ever in London used to be from Ed's Diner. Yeah, butterscotch, extra malt. Otherwise, get the small vanilla milkshake bottle from Waitrose, BP station, $1.75, but worth it. They do lots of... they do a chocolate milkshake in Waitrose in a little bottle. I can't remember what it's called. They do other various little things like that. But they're piddly size. It's seriously, it's just a mouthful. Just a mouthful. Phil in Slough says Wimpy are returning to Bracknell later this summer. I can't wait. Yeah, they don't taste the same. I've been in Wimpy's a few times. They don't. There was one in Twickenham, yeah. It's now a very successful little sort of bistro-type place, which obviously the food is good because there's rarely a day goes by where it's not very busy, which is good. Look at it, I missed the time thing now, telling you that story. Morning, 12 minutes to 6. 12 minutes to 6 on the last day of the month. Tomorrow's the 30th. And then we go into July. Then we go to July. There's a story of a chip shop owner here. Her name's Wendy Mountford. She's a nasty little piece of work, this one. She smashed a plate. The chip shop punter smashed a plate in the owner's face and pelted her with mushy peas. I mean, I don't like mushy peas. And the reason was she got the food order wrong. So people are a bit funny about things like this now. The 55-year-old had ordered 2 meals from the takeaway to her bungalow in April. When it arrived, the mum of 2 claimed items that she'd paid for were not in the bag. The boss, Mrs. Hollies, decided to deliver the grub herself. Yeah, she's quite a big deal. I'm coming out the shop and can deliver it for you. After an angry phone call to the Shepherd Street Chippy in Biddulph. She left them on Mountford's doorstep in line with coronavirus rules at the time. Mrs. Hollies told North Staffordshire Justice Centre, I attended the address, put the food on the step. The door was opened by the female. She continued to complain and there was a male shouting about the wrong order. I felt a thud in my upper back. She'd thrown the food at me. She's obviously a bit stupid, isn't she? I looked back and saw the defendant with a plate. She collided it with my nose. You couldn't make this up, could you? I was bleeding. I went to hospital. I had 2 black eyes. Mountford, who was a victim of domestic violence in the past, was found guilty of assault, occasioning actual bodily harm following the trial. Janice St. Reyners, mitigating, said she was on antidepressants at the time. I blooming well think she was. She was given a 16-week prison sentence, suspended for 12 months, ordered to pay £300 compensation to the victim, £200 costs and £128 victim surcharge. 3, 4, 5, 628 quid. Not enough. Should have been well over £10,000. £10,000 or you're going to be incarcerated on Love Island. OK? And you'll have to wear a bikini and then people will laugh at you and we'll all be very happy. Steve, you can keep your McDonald's milkshake. My favourite was a milkshake in the Woolworths restaurant in the long-gone Harlow branch, says Kev the milkman. My treat as a kiddie when Mum went shopping in the town centre. Pineapple crush, frothed up in the frothing machine with 2 straws. Yes, Woolies used to have restaurants. I used to go in there. We used to have one. I used to work in this department store. And next door to us was Woolworths. And if we went to the back of it, there was like a cafeteria thing and you could get hot sausage rolls. Hot sausage I haven't changed. Hot sausage rolls. And when we went to the front of the shop, there was the cigarette booth, and you could buy 10 number 6. 10 number 6. I'll tell you, I thought I'd arrived. Small wonder, you know, things have changed. You can't get packs of 10 cigarettes anymore. Not surprised. But we used to smoke number 6. If we had no money, we smoked number 10 because they were 1 and 10 pence. That's under 10 pence for a packet of 10. But you lit it. Half of it had gone straight away. And then you went, gone completely. That was it. But my favourite cigarettes used to be Benson and Hedges because I used to love the adverts on the television. And then I sort of moved. Then I went to Rothmans. And then if I had a cold, I'd smoke San Moritz because they were very grand. Consulate for the cheaper end of the market. And what else? Oh, they used to do those lovely cocktail cigarettes and more cigarettes, which came in they were sort of long cigarettes, I don't know, we smoked some odd things. And then gradually I got to Dunhill International. I tried Dunhill King Size, but they didn't look as good. Dunhill International was very nice, and they're quite expensive now. But me, you know, I told you, when I stopped smoking, asked John Warrington, I was doing about 60 cigarettes a day. 3 packs of cigarettes. Easy to do. Small wonder I had heart surgery. Dawn Neeson's column today, talking about... evidently, Love Island is still rumbling on with the stars, getting their geography confused. The very gorgeous Antigone was flummoxed by bushes in parks, whilst Paige Thorne is convinced the capital of Spain is Rome. Meanwhile, hunky microbiologist Dammy Hope is hoping all roads lead to India, who's actually from London. Oh, and the commentator Ian Sterling is from Edinburgh. I love it. And Dawn talking about Glastonbury. I think she went, actually. I think she went to Glastonbury. She seems to go... Where she gets the energy from, we have no idea. And she said this year's Glastonbury really put the hip-hop into hip-hop. Clever play on words. Unusually, you don't need to worry about some drunken Tarquin peeing up your tent in the middle of the night, as most of the punters were old enough to have incontinence pads, possibly borrowed from the stars themselves. I mean, they was older. They were older, weren't they? Has she sent us a picture? Oh, look at that. When was that? Bloody hell, what a fabulous... She lives on the Thames. Yeah, you'd never guess, would you? Look at that picture. That is fab. I don't know where she is. She says, Steve Allen show on the radio and sunrise over the Thames. 3 hours sleep before... I overslept, Dawn. I woke up this evening. My alarms were going beep, 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 and I didn't hear it. And it was 11:30, and I normally wake up for 11. I nearly had a panic. I nearly had a slight coronary. But that's a beautiful picture. That is, you've had 14 likes already, Myrna just mentioned it. But you're right. Somebody said 3 hours sleep is not enough. It's not really, is it? Not really. Wow, that's so pretty, isn't it? Do you know, the Thames is very wide, but yet it's shrunk over the years. It used to be much wider. In fact, you can see it up by Westminster Bridge, because it's small. You can go back onto the road and you can see where the original pillars were. for the Thames. But that's lovely, because she's doing Jeremy Vine on 5, and she's in for Storm Huntley. She's actually in for Storm Huntley. There's no stopping this woman, seriously. She's a one-woman bandwagon. She really is. But she was talking about, and you're quite right, though, Dawn, the people at Glastonbury this year, I could see them all at the front of the pet shop, but they were certainly much older than the youngsters I was normally expecting. But she talks about Dave Grohl, and he's only 53. He turned up as well. But she said it was more OAP than VIP, which is definitely, really isn't a problem unless you're denser than a worthy farm cowpat. Because given the extortionate cost of festival these days, you need a triple lock pension to afford to go to any of them. I mean, there were some youngsters. Paul McCartney at 80, joined by Dave Grohl, as I say. Somewhat hilariously, daughter Stella supposedly chose to go and watch Glasgow's youngest headliner, Billie Eilish, 20. No denying, she says, Macca is a legend and very worthy of Worthy Farm. In fact, this really is the year of the golden oldie. Rolling Stones, 78-year-old Mick Jagger, belting out the hits in Hyde Park for 2 nights, cheapest ticket £95. Elton John, 75, did the same event while Rod Stewart, 77, is on tour. Apparently Dawn went to the Rolling Stones in Hyde Park, not Glasgow. Sorry. Look at you, honestly. You little glabber puss, aren't you? Look at that, honestly. I wonder if she gets recognised. I wonder if people go up to her and go, "You're Dawn Neeson, aren't you?" I wonder if people do that. I get it, only I don't get it because people know what I look like. I get it because of my voice. And somebody will go, "I know your voice." I get no end of drivers in the morning who go, sorry, nearly choked to myself then, who sort of say to me, "Are you on the radio?" Like the name gives it away. And I go, "Yeah, I'm James O'Brien." "So just drive, will you?" I always go that now, to be a little bit assertive. Prince Charles, says Dawn, was handed £1 million in a Fortnum & Mason bag by a Qatari sheikh. "Look, it happened," she goes, "OK. And if there were any more sheikhs out there with a few bob they want to offload, I'm very happy to accept a Lidl bag. Or if Randy Andy's delivering a Pizza Express box." Can't resist it, can you really? You cannot resist it. So lovely. But have pride in the UK, she says. London's Regent Street decorated with Union flags. Compared to Nazi Germany's display of swastikas, believe it or not. In Pride Month, the red, white and blue has been replaced by the rainbow emblem of the LGBT community, and very lovely they look too, though funny how nobody has described them as reminiscent of a Nuremberg rally. Similarly, the British Council, a taxpayer-funded quango designed to promote the UK, has compared us to nations such as Russia and Libya for human rights. According to them, we're racist hellholes where no one of colour is safe on the street. This bilge is paid for by your money, she says. Thousands of migrants risking their lives to cross the Channel would beg to differ about how great Britain is. So let's keep them and send all the whining UK-hating Brit idiots to Rwanda. Sorted. Because I think we're still paying for the plane. £500,000 it sits there. £500,000 a day. And so far, nobody's flown on it because Priti Patel's screwed up big time. Big time. Not for the first time. Although they have come up with a new solution. Dawn will like this one. It's a case of, as opposed to, getting all these migrants in on the Channel, they're going to fine the people who drive the boats over there. They're going to put them in prison for life. Well, they'll be getting their lawyers ready immediately, won't they? Do you think that's going to happen? I mean, it's a brilliant idea. Brilliant idea. Steve, in the 70s, 10 number 6 and a box of matches, 12 pence. We'd go without our school dinner to have our fags, says Cheryl in Farnborough. Oh, did we ever? Did we ever? I used to go there and I'd buy cigarettes. In fact, actually, I'm old enough to remember seeing on walls in London an old Black Cat cigarette machine. 1 penny, 1 cigarette. You turned the handle and you could get your beech nut chewing gum as well and all sorts of things and nuts covered in chocolate. I mean, kids don't smoke. Well, they do, actually. I see kids smoking. They all vape now. I saw 2 people from... Which shop was it the other day? They were standing outside. It was Kingston. Out M&S. They were wearing their M&S uniforms with fags on. I'm surprised Marks and Spencer's didn't clamp down on that. They were literally standing there gossiping away, but with cigarettes going. So there you go. I reported them in media. I took a photograph, put them up on media. And I was going to take a picture the other day, but I suddenly realised you can't. Because the producer was saying that kids don't go to school in shorts. And I said, yes, they do. And so on my train yesterday, there was about 4 kids, about 14, 15, 16, all wearing shorts. And I thought to myself, I was going to take a picture and pixelate the... And I think best not. Best not. Just to prove to him they do wear shorts now. He thought it was just the youngsters, but it isn't. It's sort of, it's people my age. People my age. Ryland Clark is thrilled when he's finally being taken seriously. He won Broadcaster of the Year at the Gay Awards last week. He said, it's amazing. It's 10 years since I was on X Factor. Yeah, but it's not that you're just doing programmes, aren't you? You're doing everybody else's programmes. We haven't seen anything recently. You've taken over from, What's It doing the cooking, and from Dale on the thing, and that's it. So not exactly difficult. Although I was saying the other day, it must take ages to dye your hair and your beard and have the Botox. Good Lord, not even I have that much.
What do you get when you mix wine, a dating app, and scented candles? No. Wait. Come on, it's Workspace. Workspace, thank you. With 4,000 of London's most original businesses already calling Workspace home, whatever it is you do, there's a space for you here. It all happens at Workspace. Search workspace.co.uk.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
I've got the cameras on Tuesday and in the hospital, and we've got our ice cream from Ben, courtesy of Ian, which is lovely. But he didn't bring Ben one in. Ben's really upset. No, he's not really. Look at this. Sorry, I'm making all this noise in here because it's all right, because we just sit here with big smiles on our faces. To be honest with you, I was given the choice. Do you want to go and stand down at Wimbledon in a queue for tickets or eat an ice cream? And the answer is, I'd rather eat an ice cream, thank you very much indeed. Or failing that, and now we know that you could take your own food into Wimbledon, which we didn't know before. I thought you had to buy everything, because mainly if you go to concerts and stuff like that, you're not allowed to take anything in. In fact, on one of them, they even confiscated water that people were taking in, which I thought was a little bit disappointing. Oh, it's lovely. Thank you, Ian. As I say, we'll be expecting the van to have the big sign on the side of it, supplier of ice cream to the Steve Allen Show. A bit like royalty. A little bit like, when you get sort of suppliers, they have it on all the Waitrose bags. Supplier of, food and stuff like that to Her Majesty the Queen. Do you think she knows that she shops at Waitrose? I wonder. But there you go. Taffy Nye says, check out the Bear Tobacconist in Cardiff, founded around 1870, sells cigarettes, cigars and pipe tobacco from all around the world, along with posh shaving gear. We've got one of those smoking shops. It used to be... Where did it used to be? I think it used to be... Yeah, no, we've got one in Teddington. One in Teddington, where he sells all the accoutrement for just about everything. Oh, delicious. My little treat for the day. Right, but as I say, poor old Ben, who's down on security, he has to come up the stairs with a little carrier bag with a thing, and the look on his face, he's starving, and the look on his face, a little tear rolled down there, poor soul. But we're still enjoying it. We love Ben. We love Ben. John Torode and Lisa Faulkner's Weekend Kitchen set to return, which we told you about the other day, and Kate Garraway has a new chat show. It's called Garraway's Good Stuff on Saturday mornings. Somebody else had a chat show on Saturday. Who did I see the other day on a chat show? It was Saturday morning, and I think it was Vic Hope. I think it was Vic Hope. Yes, it was Vic Hope. And I remember thinking, where did that one come from? That was because she's very beautiful. I mean, she really is very beautiful. I know, because I used to see her every morning in the building, and she really is very beautiful. Most lovely hair. I used to sort of try and imagine myself with hair like that, hair I could sit on, but never quite got as far as that. So if you've just woken up, A, it's nice to have your company, B, you're late, but you'll now have had the news that Deborah James, the campaigning mum, has lost her fight at the age of 40. She died the other evening. An inspiration to everybody, says the Prime Minister, and she was. And I thought she was very beautiful, and, she was lovely. She crammed a lot in the last few weeks. She was known, and it sounds awful, doesn't it, really, known as Bowel Babe. Doesn't quite sound as exciting as it's supposed to be, but her Instagram account read last night, "We were deeply saddened to announce the death of Dame Deborah James, the most amazing wife, daughter, sister and mummy. And she saved many, many lives, says Boris Johnson. Made a dame. Prince William visited her at home. She was getting weaker and weaker, which we didn't know about. Deborah, they say, was an inspiration, incredibly proud of her and her work and commitment to charitable... This is the family's message. To charitable campaigning, fundraising and her endless efforts to raise awareness of cancer. Deborah shared her experience with the world to raise awareness, break down barriers, challenge taboos and change the conversation around cancer. Even in her most challenging moments, her determination to raise money and awareness was inspiring. So we thank you for giving us time in private as a family, and we look forward to continuing Deborah's legacy long into the future through the Bowel Babe Fund. And thank you for playing your part in her journey. You are all incredible. And a few final things from Deborah. Find a life worth enjoying, take risks, love deeply, have no regrets, and always, always have rebellious hope. And finally, check your poo. It could save your life. And that's shared with Deborah's permission. And so when they send you these kits through, they don't do it lightly. They're doing it to try and catch bowel cancer early. And they'll send you a kit through. And I have to be honest, I've had a couple sent through and I just ignored them totally until the doctor said, I want you to do this test. And I got another one through. So I did two. And I got one from the NHS and one which went to the doctors. The NHS one came back and they said, we don't need to see you at the moment. Because what they're looking for blood. Doesn't matter how minute it is. And you only need a little tiny sample. It's a bit fiddly, but it is possible to do. And then the doctor's one came back with a few little anomalies. That's all they say, a few little anomalies. So I'm booked into the hospital on Tuesday and they'll be popping cameras all over the place so they can see what's going on. So we wait and see. But as I say, you feel fine with these things, but the earlier you get them caught, if there is anything, then the happier everybody is. And they want to do it. And at the moment that, the one thing you shouldn't do, and I know I've got loads of people listening who are going, oh, Steve, I hate hospitals. I don't want to go to hospital. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. But it's the difference between saving your life and not saving your life. And that the 6.5 million people waiting for operations at the moment, and they're keen. So I'm in. And they brought it forward. It was supposed to be October, but they've obviously decided, there's a few other things to look at. So Tuesday is my day. So I'm not here Monday, not here Tuesday. And depending on what the thing involves, if it involves just a spray at the back of the throat, then they let you out the same day. You just rest an hour afterwards. You might be a little bit sore because they'll be putting air into you and water and all sorts of bits and pieces. Sounds ghastly, doesn't it? No rushing. I'll just take a balloon with me, blow the balloon up. What do you mean don't rush back? What are you saying? I've got a contract. God in heaven, honestly. Producers now saying, no, you take as much time as you need, Steve. Don't you worry about that. Yeah. But if you have to take something a little bit stronger, then you might need another day off. Used to be a smoker's shop, apparently, in Old Compton Street. Soho, says Jim. They've got the most peculiar range of shops in Old Compton Street, haven't they? I mean, I've seen them, little bits of little drink bottles. My dad and mum used to collect these little bottles, miniature bottles of booze, little Guinness bottle, gin. We had hundreds. Where they are, I've got no idea. Disappeared somewhere. Lizzie Parry says, I was Deborah's editor for 5.5 years, and to put it into words, the impact that she's had has been almost impossible. That's why the family should be immensely proud, and her family are there smiling. Today, they'll be crying. But at least they have that satisfaction of knowing that their mum was the one in a million who went out there and said, sod bowel cancer. I'm going to raise money, I'm going to raise awareness, and I'm going to do it till the day I die. And that's exactly what she did. And she raised an awful lot of money. So well done to her. Well done to the family who now have to come to terms with her loss, but also they've got her legacy. And I don't think anybody would ever deny them, their time to grieve. And they've got to get through the funeral yet. But at the same time, their mum did something that was quite wonderful. Quite wonderful. And that's why I say it every year, when we raise our money on Global for Make Some Noise, I always say, you'll never know the good that you've done for a little bit of outlay. She raised millions and millions. We raise millions at Global's Make Some Noise. And every year we give so many millions of pounds to different little charities who've got, you'll never have heard of before. because they don't get any government funding. They have to raise purely through our help, and we invite people to write in and tell us about their charities, and then they decide based on that whether they can give money. And that's where you come into it, and it's fantastic. Every year you give money. You know, I've always said, if you've got it to spare, I'd love to take it from you. I'd love to take it from you. She also launched a new fund called the Bowel Babe Fund to raise money for research into personalised medicine for cancer patients. That's the part, you know, they got $1 million in less than 24 hours. Smashing the original goal. She only wanted 250,000. Now it's almost 7 million. In May, she got the damehood from Prince William. And the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, who donated to the research fund, praised her efforts and thanked her for giving hope to those living with the disease. We can do it, but we need to raise money. We need to raise a lot of money. So on behalf of everybody who ever gave any money to Bowel Babe, thank you. And thank you to the family. And I hope that the legacy goes on for a long, long time, because it was just staggering how generous people can be, even in times when everybody's complaining about this is expensive, we've got bills coming in. People still manage to find the time to donate millions of pounds. Bloody well done, you lot. Bloody well done, because there will be so many people who have done it. And as I say, I mean, we were all absolutely gobsmacked when she died. The reason being, she looked so good. Every picture, you know, I know she was in pain, but she broke down and challenged taboos, changed the conversation around cancer, so now we can talk about it. Before, people never talked about it. Now we talk about everything. I can remember Claire Rayner, horrified when people started talking about sanitary towels. And she said to me, I can't believe it. Because she came from a generation where people didn't talk about that. There were adverts on the radio for sanitary towels. She was horrified. She said to me, I can't believe we're talking about things like that, because it's a generational thing. So the awareness that she's brought to bowel cancer, you know, is phenomenal. And it's good that people are more open. We can talk about everything now. There's nothing, believe you me, by the time I come back from hospital on Tuesday, I'll be talking about it. Just in case there's other people listening, I have to go through the same procedure and they want to know, what's it like? You know, different people have different experiences. You know, was it painful? Did it hurt? Will this, you know, do you feel any better for it? Did they find anything? Do they tell you? They don't tell you straight away. They write to your doctor. So that bit I know. But everybody has said what a marvellous person she was. And to all the other people who tirelessly campaign to raise money for all the different cancers, and the cancer charity shops who rely on you giving donations so they can sell items to raise money for much needed research. Well done to you, because you are the little people who make the big difference. Morning, everybody. 18 minutes past 6 is the time. So the Ghislaine victims tell of their ruined lives. The lawyer pressing for fresh Andrew probe. I said to you at the beginning of the programme, Prince Andrew, if he thinks it's gone away, it hasn't gone away. In fact, if anything, it's resurfaced. Mind you, I don't think it ever went away. I think it was always sort of there, sort of just bubbling under the surface. And there's no hiding for him after this sentence. I mean, he's not been charged with anything. We know that. We're well aware of that. But he pays 12 million to somebody he claimed he didn't know. Somebody somewhere is not telling the truth. You know, was the photo doctored? Was it not doctored? Who did he meet? Why did he? I mean, he knew Jeffrey Epstein. We knew that, because we got loads of pictures of him walking through the park. And apparently he was walking through the park with him in New York to tell him he didn't want to be friends with him anymore. You'd have thought maybe a text or something like that would have been the easier way, as opposed to turning up knowing damn well that he was on somebody's hit list and they were photographing everything. He's also on the flight log as being flown out to the island where there are all these girls. You know, there's no suggestion of anything at all. But he should have talked to the FBI. He told us he was going to talk to the FBI. And I don't know whether or not he can claim diplomatic immunity and say, I'm not saying it, because he's already told us he was going to. Why is he now saying I'm not talking to them? Doesn't make any sense, does it, really? Deeply unpleasant person. Deeply unpleasant person. Russell said, have a look at this wimpy menu from 1970. This will depress you, ladies and gentlemen, price-wise. So the Wimpy Grill, which was delicious. They do this. This comes with a burger, the bender with a tomato in the middle, and chips. How much do you reckon? How much do you reckon for that? 36 pence. 36 pence. The Shanty Brunch, which again was sort of two. They look like square fish fingers with chips. 36 pence. The Delta Grill, 36 pence. Wimpy fried potatoes, an extra, 9p. 9p. A Knickerbocker Glory, 25 pence. So you get 4 of those for £1. Happy days, says Russell in Littlehampton. A cup of tea, 5.5 pence, ladies and gentlemen. That's why, we suddenly think, I'm sure prices have gone through the roof. The Bender was the Frankfurter. And what they did was they actually cut it. It was scored. When it heated up, you can do them yourself at home. You just get a Frankfurter, put little cuts in it, not all the way through, and then when you put it in the water on the grill, it'll curl itself up. And somebody thought, what a brilliant idea, we'll call it a Bender, without realising. Sidcup Julie says, that's why I love George Michael, Steve, who also gave loads of money to charity. Yes, to this company, to Capital Radio's Help a London Child. George was phenomenally generous. Phenomenally. Steve, I've heard you mention you've got a stent. Not just a stent, Richard. I've got 8. Got 8 stents keeping me going. He said, I've got to go into hospital next month to have at least one fitted. What's it like? Well, you're awake. And they give you some drugs. Whee! Love the drugs. If you get any pain, which you won't, you just literally stretch your arm out. You'll be lying down. You'll be staring at the ceiling. You can see your heart. You can see everything there. And you stretch your arm out to the right or the left. Then generally the right, actually. I don't think I've ever heard of the left being done, but that's because it's the way the tables are arranged. There'll be about 6 people in there with you. They'll be monitoring you. They've got stickers on your heart and all the rest of it, just to make sure you don't die on them, which is sticker. They little plastic things with cables coming off them. And it's very, very simple procedure. They'll just go in on a vein and they'll feed it up there. You don't have to watch that because you won't feel anything. I felt a little bit when they got to the elbow. There was a sticking point. I think there was a train crossing or something. And they're very tiny. And it just goes on. And the reason you're awake is because if they put you out and you have a heart attack, they can't bring you back. So they want to make sure that you don't die on them. It's the procedure they do all the time, and they're absolutely brilliant at it. I've had it done in 2 different hospitals, and each one was perfect. And I had 4 put in, so you can imagine. And then you just rest afterwards, and then you go home. And all of a sudden, the blood flows again. Makes you feel much better. You'll love it. You'll love it. It's great fun. It just depends. There'll be about 8 of you going in for surgery, and oh, here he goes. What are you doing back in here again, Trouble? Henry's obviously come back from the Wong Kee again. It's his favourite restaurant in the whole of the world. If he lived to be 36, he would always tell you the Wong Kee is that he takes his mum there for anniversary, he takes his dad there, because he's got this plan. He's got this plan that he doesn't want to spend any more than £6 on presents, because he's now moved out of home. Henry has moved out of home because he's got a girlfriend. Henry and his girlfriend sitting in a tree. Kissing. We love Henry. We love Henry. He loves us too, actually. So it's reciprocated in this. Everybody loves everybody in this building. It's quite embarrassing, really. Quite embarrassing, but everybody loves everybody. Mari says, what you've just said about your experience is amazing. Thank you for sharing and carrying on her legacy. And hoping it's all okay for you on Tuesday. I think it will. I'm not envisaging anything to go wrong. I'm really not. I'm just I'm more keen on finding out what they think might be wrong. But until they've actually done the exploratory, we don't know. But when I was into hospital again for the prostate, I went on one of these machines. It was great. It was like being on a funfair ride. And the table raised up and down. It's like they push you through a giant polo mint, and it raises up and they go, breathe in. It was like an MRI scan. And I had a few of those, which were quite exciting. You just lay on your back and the table goes up and then it goes down again. And then it's sort of, they said, breathe in, hold it, and breathe out again. And that was fine. In fact, they actually said to me, that's fine. There's no sign of anything at all. So I'm hoping exactly the same will happen this time round. But it's the things that they do now, they're brilliant. And of course, I just enjoy it. I take it as like an experience. Also look at it as a way of filling about 35 minutes on the programme. It is very good content. If I was a doctor, I'd be brilliant. Steve, can you remember the Coke with the ice cream in it as a drink at the Wimpy, says Adam. Yes, it was called Coke Float. Coke. I knew what it was. You don't need to tell me. Getting on my nerves this morning, honestly. He used to be okay. Now he's become irritating. Yeah, he used to be okay. Now it's just irritating. Yeah, Coke floats. You can do them yourself at home. You just fill up a glass with some ice. You pour in fizzy drink, but it doesn't have to be Coke. It can be anything you like. Orange float, IRN brew float, Pepsi float. And then you just put a scoop of ice cream in the top and stick a straw in it. To be honest with you, it's never my favourite drink. I just like the sound of it, and it looked quite good. But when I've seen those prices of the Wimpy Bar from the 1970s, my God, honestly, we should have been actually, you know, living the dream, but I don't think we ever were. What else we got? Well, this morning it's all Dame Deborah, which is lovely. Also, Saved by a Smoke. This is a couple wounded. As somebody said, they've never heard of anything so bad as the Russian bombing of that shopping mall. You know, that is a war crime. That is absolutely a war crime. They're deliberately targeted. I hope that when the war finishes, whenever it happens to be, these people are taken in and severely reprimanded. We've seen war crimes trials before, Nuremberg trials. Most of them sentenced to death. These ones, we don't really have the death penalty around the world now. So the only thing that would happen is people sent to prison, hopefully for a long time. Hopefully for a very long time. The King's shattered Wembley dream. The King, of course, being, and I don't think anybody's ever disagreed with this, the King is Elvis Presley. It's never been anybody else. But he loved the fans, and he was adamant about coming to England. And he said, I don't care what Parker says, I want to go, because the manager, Colonel Tom Parker, whether he was an actual colonel, I don't know, whether he was just a title, wasn't it, a name to give him. He sort of kept Elvis away from it. I think Elvis did land in this country. I think he might have landed in Scotland or Liverpool briefly. He landed, but that's all we know about it. But he never played over here, and he wanted to. The Colonel couldn't come here because he didn't have a passport. So there was always problems there. But in fact, Vernon, Elvis's father, real father, always backed Colonel Tom Parker. He backed him all the way, and so Elvis didn't have any choice really. And his brother David was his bodyguard as well. I mean, in 1940s somewhere, that Parker got the honorary rank of colonel in the Louisiana State Militia from Jimmy Davis, who was the governor of Louisiana and a former country singer, in return for the work that Parker did on Davis's election campaign. The rank was honorary, since Louisiana had no organised militia, but Parker used the title throughout his life, becoming known simply as the Colonel. It sort of stuck, and they called him Colonel Tom Parker. He was just basically, he was a bit of a phony, and he was a bit of a maverick, and he was a gambler. And that's what they allowed him to do at the Hilton. They allowed him to gamble in return for putting Elvis into the Hilton. Otherwise, you could have stuck Elvis anywhere, and he would have sold out. But if you watch the Elvis shows, and I've seen quite a few of them, not obviously in real life, but only on sort of film, they were very basic shows. They weren't the big razzmatazz that you get in Vegas now. I don't know. When was the last time you went to Vegas, Joe? Long time ago? About 8 years ago. Did you go to any shows or anything like that? Or did you? Can't remember. Difficult to remember, isn't it, really? Yeah, Cirque du Soleil. Actually, there's a new Cirque du Soleil show. You ever been down to Vegas? No. Basically because you're too young. That's why you're not allowed to go to Vegas. But, yeah, but the shows over there are fantastic. But they're not meant to make money. The shows are there to get you into the showroom, to get you gambling. That's what the whole thing's built on. Steve says, Merlin, very sad about Deborah James. My contribution to cancer is my life-saving blood. 57 units to date. Cost me nothing, but it enables very clever people to save lives. Better still, donating fills people with pride and actually makes me feel good. It's good. Good. And Dolan says, Steve, I had the same procedure and the doctor said, do I want to watch the screen? I said, is EastEnders on? He didn't find it funny. I'd found it funny watching my heart. I'd never seen my heart before. I just kept looking at it thinking, keep pumping, keep going, please. But if Colonel Tom Parker made Elvis Presley, why did he not make another one? You know, could have found somebody else. But of course, I mean, the one thing that always struck me was that Elvis's weight fluctuated. Boy, did it fluctuate. He went from balloon size to slim down to major balloon to enormous balloon. He dyed his hair. He was blonde. Why you'd want to dye your hair black, I can't imagine. I never sort of understood that. But then Ryland dyes his hair black, doesn't he? And he's ginger, I think. And he has to dye his beard, and then with the other bits and pieces, it looks... You can't tell if he's wearing makeup every day.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Apparently, Elvis landed at Prestwick Airport, but he didn't. Did he get off the plane? I can't remember. Was he en route to? I really couldn't remember. I just remember somebody saying, "And are there any pictures of him arriving at Prestwick Airport?" There must be. And did he get off the plane? So here he is. He touched down at Prestwick and said, "Where am I?" And he signed autographs. He was in military uniform, so he must have been going somewhere. So it was 60 years ago. He touched down, his only visit, at 25, biggest star in the world, but that didn't mean he could dodge his stint in the US Armed Forces. So on the return journey from his posting in Germany, the plane stopped at Prestwick, and he's supposed to have said, "Where am I?" So the plane stopped for a refuelling. But, I mean, they must have told all the fans, because otherwise how would you know Elvis was landing at Prestwick? How would you know he was allowed to? I think he was only allowed to go into the terminal. I don't think he was allowed to go any further because of a passport situation. Now, that's what I think it was. That's in the back of my mind. I could be wrong. And but it was one of those things. If you're an Elvis fan, to see somebody who was, one of the biggest stars in the world, it's quite amazing. I got a lovely book delivered the other day from a lady called Janet, and Janet says, "I came across this yesterday. I'll tell you what it is in a minute. And I wondered what to do with it. And I heard your interest in this show and an opening, and I thought you might like to have it. My late brother travelled from Glasgow to London in 1958 just to see this show. He also bought the LP record, but I fear it's scratched. If the book is of no interest, please dispose of it and give my presumption." It's absolutely lovely. And do you know what it is? It's the 1958 souvenir book from My Fair Lady, from the Theatre Royal, Drury Lane, the show that starred Rex Harrison and Julie Andrews. And Rex, of course, was Professor Higgins. Julie Andrews was, stunning. As stunning as she could have been. She didn't get the film part. And this was the book that came out for the show. My Fair Lady, as you know, is back in London at the moment. It's at the Coliseum, getting fantastic reviews. Colonel Pickering was played by Robert Coote. Zena Dare was Mrs. Higgins. And it's just wonderful. It's a hard copy, beautiful black and white pictures inside, including Eliza singing the "Wouldn't It Be Lovely" bit, and then the Professor. The sets look absolutely wonderful, but of course the big thing for My Fair Lady, apart from the great music, were the costumes from the Ascot Gavotte by Cecil Beaton. Black and white, beautiful, wonderful. It was just absolutely amazing. So it's a thrilling memory of 1958, and when you look at everybody at the embassy, everybody was in diamonds and pearls, and it's absolutely amazing. She didn't go, her brother went. But when you look at the night of the biggest triumph, it was the Transylvanian embassy, and they were trying to pass Eliza off as a lady. And the man who was there was a language expert, and he was the one who said, she is quite definitely descended from royalty because she'd been taught so well. But the music, Alan J. Lerner and Frederick Lowe, and it was absolutely wonderful. What a wonderful book. And Cecil Beaton and those beautiful costumes. So a lovely tribute. So thank you very much indeed, Janet. That's very nice indeed. And I shall read more about it. But as I say, it is in the West End at the moment. You can go see it at the Coliseum. And very good it is, too. What else we got? Apparently, now, who's Lionel Messi? Is he a footballer? Oh, right, thank God for that. I don't want to make myself look completely stupid. He was tackled by about 50 football fans. He turned up on a beach in Ibiza. He just lunched with former teammates. And then the crowd mobbed him. They went for a swim in the sea, but he's surrounded by about 50 people going, "Oh, it's Lionel Messi." Well, I wouldn't have known who he was. He could have stood there stark naked. It wouldn't have made any difference to me. I wouldn't have been in Ibiza anyway. And so there's a picture of... There's even looking at a picture of him. He looks like somebody off Love Island. Could be anybody at all. Motoring bosses demanding ministers step in to force fuel retailers to pass on... what is this? Just a repeat story every single day? They go, the AA bosses slam the fuel retailers. I'm sorry, which year are you in? We've been saying this for ages. They go, it's up to £2.07. Yeah. It's very demanding. They demanded ministers. Well, it's obviously having no effect, is it? Because they're not taking any notice. Definitely not taking notice. Honestly. Just when you thought James Corden had popped up everywhere, here he is in the White House with Joe Biden. He recorded a sketch where he pretended to decorate the Oval Office for the Late Late Show, and they fall into these things. They said, because like the Queen, when she did the thing when James Bond... I mean, I don't think Biden had the faintest idea what was going on in the camera. And Paddington with the Queen, and then the Queen takes a marmalade sandwich out of her bag. I mean, how cool was that? People have watched it time and time again because Paddington is so cool, and Paddington has now met the Queen, which, of course, Winnie the Pooh never did. Just thought I'd mention it. Last night's Love Island proved a great advert for eBay's range of kinky fancy dress outfits. So they all dressed up as different sorts of people. It's now becoming as fake as Gogglebox. You know, with the, no, can't believe you've done this. Little Red Riding Hood. And some unusual options, plus Gemma Owen as a sexy horse rider. The outfits made mischief. No, they didn't. It was just another ghastly thing where the girls had to pretend to be lap dancers. A little bit of setting the movement back, I thought, but there you go. Lions wiped out. By 2050, they reckon, if they keep allowing people to go around killing them. And all over the world they do it. They say there now could be fewer. I know it's going to sound like a lot. 9,610 lions. So, do they count them? They put stickers on them or something, so I don't know how they do that, actually. Perhaps there's a cheetah register. Black rhinos, there's only 3,142 left. There were, in the 70s, 200,000 lions. I don't know whether or not this trophy hunting is blamed for up to 25% loss. A proposed ban on trophies in the UK, campaigned for by the Mirror, will shortly go before Parliament as a private member's bill. Shortly it will go before. They haven't done it. Shortly. Polls show 90% of British voters back a ban. Animal expert Jane Goodall says time is of the essence. Many species killed by trophy hunters are close to extinction. I can't understand the mentality behind it. These people must be as thick as bricks. Thick and stupid. And they pay thousands of pounds to go out there and shoot a lion. The lion has no idea it's being stalked by somebody with a gun. You know, at least if you're a wildebeest, you know, you say, la, 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 what the hell? Run, lions. If you're a lion, the hunters are hidden and they've got high-powered rifles and guns and they just kill you with one shot for no reason at all. When lions kill wildebeest or zebras, they're eating. They've got to feed. It's like, you know, it's like we're closing down all the supermarkets in the country. They go, where's supposed to get food from? Well, you just have to go and make your own. So the lions go out and do it. And then some people go out there and they pay £20,000 just to get a photo of them holding a dead lion. And you think to yourself, as I said before on the programme, and I often said it about hunting as well, let's equip foxes with 12-bore shotguns. Let's see how long they last, shall we? And lions as well. Let's teach them to fire bows and arrows. All these people. Do you remember there was the one who was most famous was that stupid man who was a dentist in America. What a complete bozo he turned out to be. What a complete bozo. Dreadful. Absolutely dreadful person. Steve, when I was about 10, during my auntie and uncle's divorce, my cousin and I were taken for a treat to the Wimpy, and both Sarah and I had a Coke float. Lovely, but then I had a Yankee Doodle dandy and was promptly sick. Frightened to tell my uncle. Oh, dear. Petrol, apparently, says Dave in Staines, is now about £2 a litre. When I started driving in 1959, it was the equivalent of 5p a litre, actually 4 shillings. I remember when they said petrol might go up to £1 a gallon, and people went, don't be so stupid. Don't be so stupid. But now it's £2 a litre. Exactly. Steve, I read somewhere that Elvis landed somewhere in Scotland and Tommy Steele was with him. I'd heard about the Tommy Steele bit. I don't think that was true. I don't think so. We think that was, yeah, he was on an army flight. I don't know. There was some link with Tommy Steele, and I can't remember what it was. And I can't remember if I asked Tommy Steele about it. I think I might have done. Because I love Tommy Steele. I think he's great, actually. And Steve says, Adrian, your colonoscopy procedure. Do you know, I spent ages on the bus yesterday going, colonoscopy. I couldn't remember how it was pronounced. I didn't want to look a fool at the reception and go, I'm going to see the people in the unit with the camera down your throat. But it'll be fine. I've had it done twice, says Adrian. Oh, stop showing off. I've had it done once, okay, but I've got stents. I've had the prostate sorted out. I've had most things done, actually. Steve, would you consider auctioning the My Fair Lady book for your charity, says Sevenoaks Sarah? No. Saw the show, it was fantastic. It was my husband's late mother's favourite musical. Maureen watched it at the theatre with Julie Andrews, very sentimental. The album is brilliant. I think somewhere we've got a copy because she recorded the album. And then when they made the film, they went elsewhere. But of course, she didn't sing in the film. She was dubbed. It was that fabulous voice of all the stars, Marnie Nixon, who sang all the songs for her because her voice wasn't considered strong enough. Although if you buy the DVD, you'll find there are little bits of her singing, and it wasn't as strong. So Marnie Nixon was the voice double. She was brought in, and she did all this. I could have danced all night, but the other woman mimed, the other actress. So there you go. A lot of actresses couldn't sing. In fact, in all the Indian films, most of the actresses can't sing, so they're dubbed. And that's why Lata Mangeshkar was the most famous person. She'd made more movies than anybody else. She sang for every single person. Morning, 10 to 7, nearly. I always say nearly 10 to 7, just in case you're running for trains. And God knows, I'll tell you, I've got to time this to perfection when I leave here. I've got to get a certain bus, which gets me to Waterloo at a certain time, and then I've got so many minutes to get to the train. It's just the platform's so far away now. And I've started increasing. I was like, got to get a haircut today. And little bits and pieces, but and also sort of... I can't believe it's the end of the month already. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Maxwell's 20 years jail, but she's still in denial. Yes, but her sex trafficking victims were rejoicing. She's going to... I think they call it a soft prison, but they said she'd shown no remorse prior to sentencing. She blamed Jeffrey Epstein to the very end, saying meeting him had been the greatest regret of her life. She'd shuffled into the courtroom in New York for her sentencing, shackled, and they still use shackling, and prison clothes. She sat motionless as her victims took it in turn to confront their tormentor and denounce her as a monster. I mean, I didn't know it had gone that far, actually. I really didn't. So that makes all the papers today, and they're sort of saying she will spend 20 years in prison, but it's a soft option. But they actually couldn't really describe the damage she'd done to the young girls. And I was nothing more than a human sex toy, says one. The shocking testimony of most of the victims as they face Ghislaine in the courtroom. And there's a whole raft of people. All the interviews are here. And she stayed very quiet. But I think that was the thing from the family, wasn't it, all the way through? The Maxwell family was sort of distancing themselves and not saying anything, mainly because, as I've said to you before, they come from different places. It's like the Prince Andrew situation. He's not used to being questioned. He's not used to having somebody saying, do this. He does what he wants to do, as has been demonstrated throughout his tedious little life. It's money and power. And they had loads of pictures of Prince Andrew, you know, who took them shooting. The famous picture at the Queen Mother's hunting lodge with Ghislaine and Jeffrey sitting outside having drinks. No suggestion of any wrongdoing, but it's a case of they were the best of friends. I mean, they must have been, because he took them racing, he took them everywhere. Because for some reason, and I never understood it, the royal family are impressed by people with money. And they come from a very rich family with palaces and all the rest of it. Look at Prince Charles. I'll just take another bag, shall I? Do you have any more millions to go? You know, and they walk out with this stuff and you think, this is just unreal. You know, in the case of Ghislaine Maxwell, she came from a very privileged lifestyle of never having to worry about anything. Who'd have thought it would come back to bite her on the bum? You know, there she was, you know, flying around the world first class. I mean, I can remember her father very, very well indeed, very well. You know, until he drowned. And then there weren't the things there that they thought were in place. And all of a sudden, everything that was around the Maxwells just sort of seemed to collapse. And Virginia Roberts says Ghislaine Maxwell opened the door to hell. Because it was a different, you know, these are things that are still going on now. Don't think this is all isolated, because it certainly isn't, I promise you. What else we got? Oh, Picky Posh told the top chef to swap the wedding menu for vegetables and mince. She had a bowl of mince. I mean, honestly, this isn't just being posh. There's nothing posh about her. Her dad's an electrician. Nothing posh, I'm afraid. Just another working sort of person. The Queen of Scotland Yes, she is. She is the Queen, grinning. I mean, she looks fantastic. And she was walking, which was very good. She was hanging onto her walking stick, but she doesn't seem to use it. Doesn't seem to use it again, which doesn't really matter. Also, the humiliation for Scotland Yard, the scandals that have rocked the capital's force, and they go on and on and on. Sarah Vine talking about Emma Raducanu. Well done, dear. She's playing again today, apparently. Twice. Unbelievable. And she was wearing £36,000 worth of jewellery because she was sponsored by Tiffany's. But as Sarah Vine says, it's a tennis tournament, dear, not a nightclub. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't have even noticed the jewellery she was wearing. So inconsequential. I mean, it's not for me, obviously. The Nazi Guard, 101, this is Josef Schutz, the oldest person ever tried for Nazi-era crimes. And he's just been sentenced to jail for his part in 3,500 murders during the Holocaust. And he supported the atrocities. He was convinced, the judge said he was convinced he'd been at the camp. You watch prisoners being tortured and killed before your eyes. He goes in on a wheelchair, but he's going to suffer, you know, as much as they can make him suffer. I think German prosecutors are racing to bring the last surviving Nazi perpetrators to justice before they die. They want to make sure, because after the war, this particular man spent time in a Russian prison camp and then worked as a farmer and a locksmith in Germany and tried to deny everything they'd ever done, but they got him. They got him in the end. The trophy hunters, every 3 minutes... There's one here, somebody called Kenny MacLeod Sr., who runs a construction firm next to a slain kudu antelope. I don't know if you've ever seen kudu antelope. They're enormous. They're absolutely huge compared to this revolting piece of work. And I just don't understand why all these people want to go out there and kill animals. So you'll remember Kenny MacLeod Sr., who runs a construction firm. I've got no idea. I think with his 3 sons, they've shot 22 different species between them. He runs a housing firm, MacLeod Construction. He's the most prolific of the group, with 18 confirmed kills, including warthog and wildebeest. His son Greg, who's posed next to his kill of a zebra, worked for the company for 14 years and he set up his own. Kenny Jr. told the Mail that hunting was a way of life in Africa and compared it to deer hunting in the UK. Unbelievable, isn't it? He said the companies employ a ton of local people, workers, and all the meat of the animals was getting eaten and shared every night. It isn't a cheap thing to do. Well, that's lovely, isn't it? That's lovely. Ryan Seaman, or Bullseye, as he refers himself, as the sickest man. Animal rights campaigners have condemned him. And because he works as a supervisor at broadband provider TrueSpeed, openly boasts of his kills and shares these gruesome pictures on their carcasses on Facebook. In one post, Mr. Seaman from Bristol kneels next to 57 dead foxes and rabbits, which he claims to have shot in one night. Who are these sick people? What is the matter with them? Answer is, they're sick. 25th anniversary, believe it or not, of Diana's death. Princess Diana's approaching. And typical Sarah Ferguson jumping out of the woodwork to say how much she misses her, saying, I will mark the day thinking of her. I think of Diana often. No mention of the fact for the last year of Diana's life. They didn't speak at all, but there again, never stopped Sarah Ferguson from jumping on any old bandwagon. Fergie unwisely claimed in her 1996 memoirs, Diana helped me by giving me all her shoes, and less happily for plantar warts. Yes, she always turns it to her own advantage, doesn't she, Sarah Ferguson? Can't wait to see what she'll be thinking about the latest thing. And the horror in Texas, 50 migrants dying in the back of a truck. 102 degrees Fahrenheit, the heat was in there. 102 degrees Fahrenheit. And the truck was just found abandoned. It was only because there was a muffled cry for help. It's a huge trailer. They have these enormous trailers in America. And as the city of San Antonio sweltered, inside a gruesome scene emerged, these stacks of bodies that were hot to the touch. People trying to get away and get through the checkpoints. Unbelievable. And the migrants, which is the story I told you about earlier on, caught piloting small boats across the channel, could be handed life sentences. Yeah, like that one's going to be happening anytime soon. I don't think so. I don't think so. And a nice picture of Maureen Lipman getting her award from Prince Charles. And she's made a dame, and very happy she looks too, which is lovely. Her heart is in just the right place. And Judi Dench admits she's stage struck by love. I talked to her late husband, Michael, actually. I thought he was a charming man. Absolutely charming and wonderful. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. This is the... Oh, we can't do the pinch and a punch, can we? We have to do that tomorrow, because that'll be the first day of the new millennium, because we're into July, and after that comes August, and after August comes Christmas, which is great. So I hope you're well this morning. Looking forward to the programme. I've been through the papers. I was right yesterday, wasn't I? I was absolutely right. Emma's out to Wimbledon. I knew she wouldn't make it. You know why? They're concentrating too much, unfortunately, on getting as much money raked in as possible. So she was wearing £36,000 worth of jewellery from Tiffany's to play at Wimbledon. How embarrassing for the company. If they think that's good publicity, more fool them. More fool them, because she's now crashed out. So in other words, they've got a disaster on their hands. £36,000 worth of jewellery to play Wimbledon. Wouldn't it be easy if she gets sponsored by Slazenger or somebody like that, or Nike, as opposed to a jewellery company? Most people go into Tiffany's and buy the cheapest items so they can get a little Tiffany bag, so they can walk out and go, I've been to Tiffany's. You go, what about breakfast at Tiffany's? Because I like that song, actually. But no, so she was out. Andy Murray's out as well. Serena Williams out. They're dropping like they've probably seen the price of the champagne. Probably put them off. But Emma is now going to go to America to defend her American Open title. I don't think she's going to do it. I'll tell you for why. Too much time spent trying to rake in money as opposed to concentrating on playing tennis. Even John McEnroe was saying, what do you mean she's sprained? Doing what, for God's sake? She's supposed to be a professional, but unfortunately she's just a professional moneymaker. That's all it comes down to. It's like every time you see Fred Siriax, he's now advertising chocolate biscuits on the television in the total misbelief that he's some sort of celebrity, which I can't understand. He's just a bloke who goes, oh, your table is over there. I'm sorry, I could find a 3-year-old to do that. But him and Gino De Campi, who was on, what programme does he do? I can't remember now. Family Fortunes. My God, we've scraped some depths on there, haven't we? Especially when they've tried to find celebrities. Mind you, talking of celebrities, Celebrity Juice is finishing. Keith Lemon has decided, enough. So they'll do 2 specials. I thought, why do they bother with 2 specials? Don't bother with that. And he's been doing it 14 years, and God does it show. God does it show. So, axed by ITV, they say. Now, I wonder why. Because, strangely enough, ITV seem to be in the news as well today, because Eamonn Holmes is saying they fired him. He didn't sort of walk out, he didn't go to anywhere else, and he wants to know what it was about, and it might have been something to do with masts, or he doesn't think it is. And so he's got a cooking show coming up. Very unwise. A cooking show, because every time he was on This Morning, because that's where he left from, replaced by Alison Hammond and Dermot O'Dreary, who have about as much in common as chalk and cheese. They've got nothing in common. No, they're not. It's fake. Absolute fake. Listen, when I watch, Pipsqueak and Holly Willoughby, I can tell that, they have chemistry. You can't force chemistry. You can't just go, pretend you're interested in each other. She's not remotely interested in him, and he looks bored out of his tiny. Mind you, Eamonn Holmes used to look bored out of his tiny as well. And on this programme he's on at the moment, where he claims to have 80,000 audience, we wiped the floor with him. He's got 80,000, we've got 600,000. I don't want to sort of, ring my bell. You can ring my bell. But, that's the way it goes. But they go 80,000 people. You think, yeah, but when I saw him on it, he looked fed up. He really did. He says, oh, should I do something else? It depends what the money's like. And I thought, what, you've not saved your money over the years? You must be minted, mate. You've got one of the best agents in the entire universe. Recently, and he must be getting you good deals, but there's no audience for that programme. 60,000 or 80,000, pitifully small. I mean, seriously. Keith Lemon's doing better with Celebrity Juice. Steve, my friend, got me hooked on your show when I was in London recently. Big shout out and thanks to Winston, who's a huge fan, says Susan Young. She's from Australia, so somebody's got to be. And the good news is that Archie's family have won the appeal over the ruling that he's dead. Now, I personally, go with the doctors. I have to go with the doctors, but stranger things have happened in heaven and earth, and they print all the pictures of it. It's the only time you're ever going to see a picture of a little 12-year-old boy who might or might not have brain damage, and they think it should be reconsidered. Judges have ruled the case of whether to end life support treatment. And it all hinges... Can you move it down a little bit? Move it down a little bit? No, other way. Sorry, other way. It all hinges on whether or not, if they take him off life support, he can survive. That's what it all hinges on. He's 12 years old. If you were his mum, you'd be fighting like hell. You would be fighting like hell for that little lad. Really. They think he's brainstem dead and should be disconnected from the ventilator. And his mum's saying, no, he's still you have to go with her. You have to go with it. It's a mother's instinct. Dear God in heaven, she doesn't want to, that, because that will be the last picture we'll ever see of, bless his heart, Archie. So they won this ruling, which is very interesting. Britain's oldest twins, 102 years old. They've celebrated with a cheese sandwich. I ask you. But that's how they've made it to 102. I like a cheese sandwich as well. What, in the cheese sandwich? Yeah, cheese. No, just cheese as far as I know. The Queen is feeling the pinch. 100 million a year to run that family. Seriously, I suppose they had to cough up for Andrew and his 12 million. Where that came from, we've got no idea. We think it came from Her Majesty, but we're not sure. He was pictured out the other day horse riding. Smiling. I know, I thought the same. What else we got? Bank fraud victims hit for 1.3 billion. And R&B star R. Kelly, 30 years in jail for sex abuse. He's a paedophile. 30 years, he was very lucky to get only that. Could have gone a long, long way further than... Over here, he'd have got 2 years, probably. You know what the court system's like in this country. BA have axed loads of July flights to Europe, 650 of them, so do check, please. And 4 pairs of jeans sold in the same shop as a size 18, but wildly differing fits. Because you've been out, you bought a pair of jeans, you take them home, you think, this is ridiculous, I can't get them on. And yet, I'm the same size, except when I go out to buy a suit or a suit trousers. They just don't make them in the right size, which is comfy. Jeans you can get away with. And it's okay because jeans seem to fit sort of every occasion. But, going out buying a suit and buying the trousers, you sort of buy the normal waist size. You think, I can't get them on. And if I can get them on, I can't do them up. Guess what they found at Glastonbury when the clean-up teams were there? The most unusual item they've ever found was a grandfather clock. Somebody really took a grandfather clock to Glastonbury. Listen, I don't know how it works. I really don't. Soaring number of Brits eating cheaper and less nutritious food. I was talking to my hairdresser the other day, and she was saying... Sorry? Yeah. Nice cut. Yeah. And very good, actually, £11. And I always tip £2 because she's very good. They don't make an awful lot of money. And she was talking about her son, who is 8, and he's learning the cost of things. He'll sort of go out with her and say, oh, I'd like that. And she'll go, well, you've saved up your money. She gives him £3 a week pocket money. And he can either spend that on something or he can save it up. And he's saving up for a Nintendo, which is 300 quid. And then he saw some Lego and he said, I think I'll buy the Lego. Can you buy it for me, Mum? And she said, well, yes, I can buy it for you now, but you have to give me the money when we get home. And he thought about it and he went, no, you're right, it's too expensive. So he's learning at an early age because, unfortunately, kids, and many adults too as well, I'm afraid, have no concept of money. They have no idea what money is, so when they see presents on the television advertised at around Christmas time, whoopee, round the corner, it's a case of, it says £87 or whatever it is. Kids don't know what £87 is. They just think that you open your wallet and there's 87 quid. They've got no idea. We used to have a limit on our Christmas presents when I was younger. 25 quid. That was because we didn't have a huge amount of money. And now if I need anything, I go buy it myself. When people say to me, what do you want for Christmas? It takes a really unusual present to get me going at Christmas. I like people who are very adventurous and who go out and buy something. And you think, wow, that shows real, it's like people who go, oh, I just bought you a gift voucher. And you go, oh, no, I don't want that. What am I like with budgeting? I'm not very good with budgeting. When I say not very good with budgeting, it depends what you mean by budgeting. I can afford to buy anything I want. There's nothing I need to save up for. I've even got, if I want to go and change the car tomorrow, I can change the car tomorrow because I've got the money there. And it's a case of I don't need to budget, but I'm careful with my money. I don't go completely berserk and go, oh, I think I'll drink Cristal champagne or something like that. That, to me, would be a total waste. That would be a total waste. So, you know, I know the value of money. I know because I work for it. And having just signed the contract this morning electronically. I ask you, me, my boss's PA, the lovely Hillary, she sent me a text saying, you have to sign it electronically, have a word with Joe, who's my producer. So he had to show me how to do it this morning, because I don't know these things. And she'd already written to him saying, you'll have to help him, you know what he's like. He doesn't know. I can't do these things. So I signed the contract, so that's very exciting. So I shall be it is very clever, isn't it? So I'm going to be slurping away and eating for the next goodness knows how long. Oh, it's lovely. Everybody loves the old slurp in the morning because it's too hot, the tea. I'm not going to sit there going... And we had our ice cream yesterday from Ian. We do like that caramel, don't we? I think we might have to try for either vanilla or strawberry next time. I like the idea of strawberry. I think strawberry could be really good. The family who've become prisoners in their own home, they're targeted by psycho seagulls. They're a bit dangerous, seagulls. And honestly... having just cleared the pigeons out, there was another one who decided to risk it the other day and started bringing in twigs. He's nest building. So what they do is they make a nest, then they impregnate another pigeon. They're just filthy, dirty people. And then they sort of sit on the nest. This one's not. I've dismantled the nest already. I don't know why they come to it. They keep going back to the same place. They're in for a bit of a shock today, actually. Can't tell you for why. You get the pigeon fanciers, the people who love pigeons. Oh, I love pigeons, Steve. They are putting an electric fence up, and I'm going to blast them with fire, which is good. Steve, I seem to have an internal body clock waking me up at 4 a.m. so I can listen to you. The bags, more like holdalls under my eyes, are worth it. So good luck for the next week, says Ruth in God's own county, Yorkshire. We were talking about that the other day. We were talking about Yorkshire because they did a bit on Hompton, which was the missile tracking station up in Yorkshire. It's where my dad used to work. Now it's a tourist attraction. You can go down 100 feet and it's all laid out. It's like they've got a big one in Essex, a big underground bunker, which has got a mortuary in it. My godson, when he was younger, he didn't like it at all. He thought it was very scary because it looks like a little house in the middle of farmland. It was commandeered during the war, and then at the end of the war they gave it back to the farmer, and he's opened it as a tourist attraction, but they left everything in it. All the equipment's in it, all the beds are in it, everything. The coffins, I think the coffins were in it. And you go there, and you go down this long tunnel. It's a little tiny house in farmland. I think it's at Kelvedon. And there's all the equipment there, all the maps are everything. It's unbelievable. Like an underground town. You know, big doors. I think it's Kelvedon. Is it? Am I right? Oh, no, it's embarrassing, isn't it, really? Yeah. Right about that. Right about Emma being out of Wimbledon, you know, because she can't play tennis. She was beaten by somebody better. And whichever... I was right. It was Kelvedon Hatch, secret nuclear bunker at Kelvedon Hatch in the borough of Brentwood in Essex. It's a big, large underground bunker maintained during the Cold War, and since being decommissioned, it's now a museum and a tourist attraction. You look at it, and it just looks like sort of a house, and you go down this huge, long corridor. And there, everything, all the typewriters are still there, the teleprinters, there's everything. Everything. It's worth going to, actually, and all different levels. But these long corridors, there you go, they've still got the coffins, I told you. They've got everything. They had a mortuary there because if people died, what were they supposed to do? Prop them up in the corner? No, they put them in the coffins. They've got all the bedding in there and the communication room, the big maps on the walls and everything else, and you can walk around it. It's quite something. And surprisingly, they've also got a little cafe there. Underground, you can go and get a cup of tea and a sausage roll. But as I say, my godson, Nathan, he hated it. He hated it when he was younger. Mind you, he didn't like fireworks when he was younger. He was just standing going, ow! And motorbikes and stuff like that, which is lovely. Steve, Brian says, in the US, carpool lanes are common. Oh, right. No, that's not for me, is it? It's for somebody else. I don't know why I get that one. Carpool lanes. I don't know what carpool lanes are. But I'm sure they'd be very, very good. Steve, I know someone whose son was seriously injured in a fight and was in a coma for weeks. The decision to turn off life support was made, and instead of passing away, he woke up and recovered. So it's very difficult for the doctors and the families to have to make such a decision. It is. Just imagine you turn it off, and all of a sudden it goes, his eyes open, and you think, oh, my goodness me. You know, it's just one of those things, isn't it? And that's why very difficult for his mother. Very, very bad news, isn't it? So we don't want it turned off. I don't think so. Ian says, Steve, vanilla, strawberries and cream, cookies and cream. Unfortunately, not today, as I'm starting over by the... So you're taking away the excitement? So we're supposed to sit here on a Thursday with no ice cream. But actually, when you do come back into our thing, I like the idea of strawberries and cream. That sounds a bit cool, doesn't it? That sounds nice. Yeah, no. And next time you're around here, no pressure. No pressure. But strawberries and cream sounds quite nice. And what else have we got? What else have we got this morning? Oh, yes, we had to do a message. We didn't have to do it. We wanted to do a message for Will Guyot's mum, who's Jane, who's in intensive care at the moment. So we did a lovely message for her. I know that you know about it because he mentioned it earlier on. So we send him all our love, my cuz. And I'm sure things will turn out for the best. So, you know, good luck. Good luck. And thank you for telling us about it. Unless we're told about these things, we never know, do we? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody else says, people talking about waking up through the night as I do struggle to sleep, says Suzanne from, is it Largs? Largs? Oh, I heard talk about mispronunciation the other day on the television. Hilarious. I was watching Lorraine. You're gorgeous. You're beautiful. You're marvellous. I love you. You're great. What are you talking about? You got a book? I can't believe it. Nobody tells me anything. And she had on the editor, the royal editor of the Mirror, who was talking about the dame who just died and saying, you know, she had this picture taken. And she went to, he said, Glyndebourne. And I thought, Glyndebourne? What the hell's that? Is that some new place? And then Lorraine said... Okay, she obviously thought that's how you pronounce it. It's Glyndebourne, dear. I mean, surely somebody would have whispered in your ear, and I can imagine that must be a nightmare. Perhaps it's the... No, he wasn't Scottish. Well, no, she might be, but he said Glyndebourne, and I went, it's Glyndebourne. Surely you must know that unless you're a complete ignoramus. You know, and then she repeated it, Glyndebourne, and I thought, you must have heard of this place before, Lorraine. You know, even with your little Scottish accent. And I love the subtitles that they put up on the screen now. Thank you so much. Very helpful. Okay, you're gorgeous, you're beautiful, you're marvellous. Shall we have some food to eat? Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? Oh, and that dress is very nice on me. And, oh, look, and I swear as well. Oh, she went on a programme and she swears, and they think this is Lorraine Kelly swears. Does she ever? I bet she's got a right turn. Apparently nobody messes with her on the programme. She rules with rod of iron. She really does. Have you seen the mother of all bunkers at Corsham near Bath? No. I like bunkers. I quite like bunkers. I think they're a bit secret. I've not been to the one, strangely, where my dad used to work. I'd never been. Oh, my God, that's huge, isn't it? This one's 80 feet, and it's the UK's largest underground bunker. Do you know where the largest bunker is in London? Come on. I know the answer. Under the BBC? No, I wish it was. You could bury all those long-dead presenters, couldn't you? Clapham Common. The whole of the Common is an underground bunker, and they use it now for storing cars. But during the war, it was an evacuation place where, you know, when the bombs were coming down, you went under Clapham Common. There are gates there. There you go. The cavernous shelter beneath Clapham. It's huge. It's absolutely enormous. And so they store cars in there now. There's also another one down Tottenham Court Road. You go down Tottenham Court Road, just past Tottenham Court Road station, on the left-hand side, there's a big, round, concrete bunker. It's now used as a bookstore, but that used to be for people in the war. People used to go there and I know all these secret places. But yeah, but in fact, there's all these drum-shaped sculptures around town. 3 pairs in Clapham, Belsize Park, Camden Town, Goodge Street, all over the place. In fact, they tried to sell the one in Goodge Street, I believe, as a home. Could have had it converted, yeah, because air was pumped into it. Just means you don't get to see very much. But it's, yeah, The shelters, they're all over the place. It's like the underground, stations that aren't used anymore. But if you look at this, Clapham Common is huge. It's absolutely enormous. Where do you think people went? I mean, apart from the underground, they went all over the place. And in fact, the shelter is full of other relics from 70 years ago. There's the gents' toilet, where the fixtures for the urinals are still apparent. One chamber's got the base of a food bar, and then there's a fuse box marked buffet. The buffet fuse bar. But you're underground. I mean, you must have seen all the pictures of all the Londoners sleeping on the underground. That was just amazing. Amazing. But the tunnels continue to offer shelter to those in need. Many of the passengers from the Empire Windrush, the first post-war ship to bring large groups of immigrants from the West Indies, slept down there in 1948. 1948. And that began in Brixton, the area's association with Caribbean culture. Amazing. I mean, absolutely amazing. But I didn't know that either. Well, I did, because luckily I retained these things in my... I don't know, I retained the stupidest things. Seriously. There is a tunnel from Caxton Hall to the River Thames, and there's a tunnel from the Playhouse Theatre, where they're showing Cabaret. Is it Cabaret, I think? Most expensive theatre ticket at the moment, £303 for a top-price ticket. But there's a tunnel from the Royal Box to the hotel over the road. So the King and his mistress could sneak into the Royal Box, watch the production, and then sneak back into the tunnel again. When we lived in Yorkshire, as you know, we used to have a tunnel under our house, which popped up under our stairs. It was bricked up, and it was a smuggler's tunnel, so that people could smuggle. We were very near the coast, and they could creep down, and you could follow it all the way back. It was brick, a brick tunnel. I mean, they'd have to be literally on their hands and knees, but that's what they did. That's what they did. So now we've seen the mother of all bunkers at Corsham near Bath. Thank you so much. Barry says, you mentioned champagne. I've just seen online a bottle of Louis Roederer Cristal champagne, 25,000. Well, it's a Jeroboam. It's gold medallion, isn't it? A normal bottle of Cristal is about, well, I can get it in Costco for about 150 quid a bottle, 150, 160 pounds a bottle. But if you buy it in a London club, if you're a footballer and you've got more money than sense, and your brains are in your feet, well, then you'll pay upwards of £400. £400 in a nightclub. That's why I never drink. Don't go to nightclubs to start with. But here it is. Yep, the Louis Roederer. Beautiful, isn't it? A gold medallion Jeroboam, 25,000, and it comes in a box. That'll be useful. But you can imagine the person. I've got a bottle of booze here for you, mate. Oh, have you? What is it? You're moving it about all over the place. Imagine taking the top off that thing. You're going to lose half of it, aren't you? But it's very nice. Looks a bit pretentious. Not for me. Not for me at all. But people will buy that, £25,000, and it's only one of 400 made in the world, of which 200 have been released. So they're keeping the other 200. So very nice. Very, very nice indeed. Very nice. But I couldn't tell the difference. Cilla Black only used to drink champagne. Whenever she used to go to Joe Allen's, always champagne, never drank anything else. Whereas me, they know me straight away. They go, Prosecco? I'm the cheaper end of the market. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Everybody's got their sort of thing. Brilliant Mrs. Doubtfire impression, says Andy in Cardiff. Visionaire Doubtfire. Yes. A man who fooled everybody by dressing up as a woman. Not. But good old Robin Williams, when he sort of did it with that comedian who sort of made the thing for him. And then he got on the bus and he had the bus driver looks at him and he sits down and his skirt's pulled up a bit, exposing his very, very hairy... Robin Williams was the hairiest man going. He looked like Christina Onassis with no clothes on. Seriously, it was like he was wearing an Afghan rug. He was covered in hair, absolutely. And so he showed his sort of legs off on the bus, not intentionally, and they were covered with hair. And the bus driver said, "Oh, don't you worry, missus," he said. "I like that European look." Because you remember there was somebody years ago, an actress, I think, who hadn't shaved under her arms, and they made a big deal about it, going, "Oh, she hadn't shaved under her arms." But apparently it's quite normal in European countries for people not to shave under their arms. In fact, in those countries, it's more men who shave under their arms than sort of women. Scandinavia, it's quite nobody thinks about it, but there you go. And Steve, I've just got off the plane from Ibiza. Couldn't wait to tell you I found banana juice in the local supermarket after you talked about it. It was delicious over us. I love banana juice. It's really nice. I haven't had it, no. It's very difficult to find. I mean, it really is. It's nigh on impossible. You'd think all these sort of supermarkets would have it. And they used to sell it, I'm pretty certain, in Waitrose, but they don't sell it anymore. And so I have to make do with tomato juice. But it's not the same, because banana juice I like. It's like Victoria Beckham. She only drinks coconut water. Coconut water. That's why she looks the way she does. Because I love coconut water, but the amount of people who hate it is really... I used to buy cases of it in Costco.
LBC.
Rosti. You do know what rosti is? Yeah, it's like grated potato, and you fry it in a frying pan. It comes with onions. There you go. It's lovely, delicious. It's a potato cake, and you buy it in Waitrose, and you buy it in one of those packets that lasts for 15 years, and you rip it open. It's like a metallic type thing, and you put it in the frying pan. It takes forever to cook. It's the most tediously boring thing I've ever done. So I go for the potato sauté with bacon bits and a bit of egg. And that's in the same thing. No, not dauphinoise. I like dauphinoise potatoes. I like potatoes full stop, actually. Oh, I went out to get my scampi the other day. I was having a bit of a moment. I thought I'll get some scampi. And so I go to Marks and Spencer's because they do 3 packs of scampi for 10 quid. That's one of the only things that hasn't gone up in price, but I assume that the amount of scampi you get has dropped. So anyway, so I buy it. We go to the till, and we have self-service tills. And I held it up, and it comes up as... What does it come up on? Oh, it comes up as lobster-tailed scampi. This was to prove my downfall, I'm afraid, because I then did the other one through. That didn't go through, so we had to get it through again, then the other one. And it came up as £18. 3 packs for 8. I said, no, it's wrong. And so a friend of mine who works down there, she said, let me try and do it. Anyway, she said it's not letting us do it because it was coming up as lobster tail scampi, and my scampi just said Scottish scampi. The two didn't correlate on the tills, so then they called in, one of the experts, and she said, I can't sell this to you. And I said, why? She said, well, I don't know. She said, I'm assuming it's because it says lobster tail scampi on the till, but she said, perhaps I can input it by the number. Well, you couldn't. And I just wanted to say that when I went back in later on, I didn't buy it. I couldn't buy it. It'd all been taken off the shelves because it didn't match up on the till what it said on the packet. So I bought, they couldn't type the barcode in because it said lobster tail. And it wasn't lobster tail at all. Somebody had screwed up big time. So I bought fish fingers, jumbo fish fingers. Well, I have to tell you, they were the most tasteless fish fingers I've ever eaten in my entire life. I should have remembered Phil Vickery's advice. Always get haddock fish fingers. These were Marks and Spencer's own jumbo fish fingers, made with cod, but it was so tasteless. Seriously, I was really disappointed. So today I'm going to have to go breadcrumbs. Well, okay, but it really was tasteless, and they weren't cheap. I'm not a cheap person. But today I'm going to get haddock fish fingers. They're the only ones that taste it, and also Young's doing a nice one in chip shop batter. You could eat a whole box. Seriously, it's so easy to eat a whole box, and you just sort of eat them as finger food. If I was going to a party, I'm not sure about fish goujons. I don't know what they're made of, apart from fish. It's just a posh name, isn't it? But it's just one of those sort of things, you get sort of tastes that go sort of quite well. But unfortunately, the Marks and Spencer's fish, I was eating it thinking this is the dullest piece of fish I've ever had in my entire life. They were big, and they were sort of chunks of cod, but it just didn't have any flavour to it. So I've decided that I'm going back to haddock. I should have stuck with that. Haddock is so much better. Crunchy haddock goujons. What is that? This is from Sainsbury's. Oh, they look quite nice, don't they? But definitely haddock, the most tasty fish that you're going to get. And it's really quite nice. And I don't have it with chips. I just eat the goujons or whatever. But I haven't had goujons for ages, but I'm going to go and get haddock today. I love the way of telling you all about my lifestyle, small one. And then somebody will write in and go, oh, I'm not surprised you're ill. Good, yeah. But I'll be alive long after you've gone, I'll tell you. But, chips you can have. There's no danger in chips as long as you don't have little chips. You have to have big chips. because big chips, there's less fat on them than there is on the little chips. So whenever you go to get a kebab, the little, for what we call French fries, really bad for you. Really bad because they've got more oil. Crinkly ones are bad, yeah? Just get big chunky chips, and I like them when they're triple cooked. Triple cooked chips, they're really delicious. But that's basically like cooking something, taking it out, letting it cool off, then frying it again, and it just goes crispy. I mean, they are nice. They are nice, but I haven't had chips for a long while, so I'm doing better. Davey says, Steve, the largest underground tunnels would be the current tube. Possibly. I mean, I don't know. I think we're sort of bigger than most areas. I want to go and see the Russian tube, but we don't talk about Russia because theirs is beautiful. Have you ever seen the Russian tube? Oh, goodness me, it's like going to a palace. Load of corruption, of course, as you can well imagine. But, yeah, the Russian underground stations are just works of art. Look at them. Look at them. Chandeliers, just beautiful places. But as I say, totally corrupt. And we don't go there. They don't go there, but they do look quite beautiful. Whereas the Viennese ones in Austria are very clinically, thing. But they have, I told you before, they have the trust ticket system. In other words, there's no barriers that you need to go through. You buy your ticket. Most people in Austria, most people in Vienna have a travel card, and when you go there as a tourist, you can go and get a travel card from the local tobacco shop, which is tobacco, and you go there and they will sell you a travel card, and that you just literally hold it against something and you use it in case the inspectors get on the tube train, which they do. You can, it's like an Oyster, but it's a travel carton, and it's got your picture on it. So go over there. No, it looks better than that. You go over there and you take your photograph with you, like a passport thing, and they will put it onto the actual card. And it's much easier than paying for your seat every time round. You can buy individual tickets, but these ones in Austria are very good, because when you get on the train, and I didn't realise, well, I did know, actually, I'd been tipped off that they have inspectors. They look like ordinary people, and they get on, and literally just as the train is about to leave, you'll see them all huddled together on the platform. That's how I knew it was them. They get on the train, one on each door. The moment the door's shut, they bring out their badges. Fahrschein. And if you don't have them, they take you off the train at the next station, and you get fined a lot of money. It's called black riding, because they consider it highly, illegal for you to cheat the system. And so, you have to buy your cards. Because when I did it, I bought a book of tickets. You can buy books of Fahrschein. And then what you do is you sort of tear one off, you put it into their machine, and it stamps it. So you've sort of demonstrated that. Well, of course, I knew what the system was. I was a bit naughty. And so the inspectors get on the train, and he comes down the carriage. Fahrschein, all you have to do is produce it. He'll have a look at it, like you get sometimes on the buses here. I've had it a few times. Fahrschein, he gets to me, and I knew what he wanted. And so I get my little book of tickets out, and I take one off, and I give it to him. And he goes, no, because you're supposed to take it off, punch it in the machine. It's like a parking sort of ticket kind of thing. You tap on the right sort of day and month and everything else. And so he took me off the train at the next thing, walked me all the way up the stairs and punched my ticket in the machine. I went, oh, sorry. I knew exactly what I'd done. But so I bought a travel card. It was much easier after that. Much easier. Steve, says Jill, listening to you from Basel in Switzerland. We're travelling to Paris this morning, and then on the Eurostar to London, arriving home this evening. We had rosti for tea last night. It was delicious. Oh, I love it. It just takes forever to cook. It just takes forever. That's why I like the other one. Sauté potatoes. I love sauté potatoes, which are delicious. And Hasselback. They used to sell them in Marks and Spencer's. They don't sell them anymore, presuming that you can make them yourself. But I mean, no self-respecting barbecue is a barbecue unless you've got Hasselback potatoes. And it's basically a potato, and you slice it, not all the way through, and then you bake them in the oven. They're delicious. And you bite it, and it's delicious. Can't tell you. I mean, a lot of people, it takes about 1:20 to cook the blooming thing, so it's a bit tedious. But in the meantime, you could probably have a prawn cocktail or a yoghurt or some ice cream, just to sort of keep you going until the next section of the food passes you by. So you have a nice journey, Jill. You'll love Eurostar. We love Eurostar. We love the girls down at Eurostar. Did you know that the golf balls listening station in Yorkshire was never printed on the Ordnance Survey map, says Colin, even though you could see them from miles away? Well, I tell you, we used to laugh in London because we used to go, that's MI5. It's on the embankment. And then they put up the new MI5 building. So everybody knows where it is because it's the biggest building. It's by Lambeth Bridge, isn't it? I think. The MI5 building. And people go, that's MI5. They even had an advert in the Standard. They were looking for British spies. You know, you could actually join and be a British spy. I don't know why. Vauxhall Bridge, yeah, sorry, I knew it was one of the bridges. I didn't want to apply, but I thought I quite fancied the idea of being 007.5, you know, or something like that. I could sort of be a spy, an underground person. But I mean, unfortunately, during the war, many of our spies were shot when they were captured. The Germans didn't 004 till 7. So clever, honestly. You are so funny and so witty. Right, you're out. Yeah, you get paid so much for that. And John says, just finished the overnight job trying out Ponzi cider that's got strawberries and lime. It's not too bad. Actually, I had one of the new drinks in Starbucks the other day, and it's basically, they obviously had a load of juice that had gone off because they kept pouring it down the sink yesterday in Twickenham, and then eventually they got my one, and it was just the most disgusting drink I've ever had. They've got two. It's got bits of dehydrated strawberry that they put in, not even fresh, with ice and this sort of thing, and then they top it up with water, and then they just shake it. It's not even put on the machine. It was really awful, because I had the other one, which they do. I can't remember. It's have a look on Starbucks. I'll tell you which two it were, because, to be honest with you, they were so awful. I think you should be warned about not wasting your money. This was like £3.80. £3.80 for some dehydrated strawberries in a little gluten thing. No, it's a made one. There you go. Strawberry Ake Starbucks refresher drink. Rubbish. And the other one, all this is dehydrated strawberry in here. The other one, show me that picture up again. There you go. The pink coconut Starbucks refresher drink. Another pile of rubbish. Seriously, I bought that one the other day. I thought they'd made a mistake. It didn't taste of pink coconut at all. I haven't tried the cool lime refresher. That'll just be lime juice, probably with the same blooming dehydrated strawberries in it. It was rubbish. Absolutely. She said large. Or venti, I think they call it, like we all speak Italian all of a sudden. Well, sorry, love, we're in Britain. Small, medium, or large, OK? Venti, grande, you know, and they're all Polish. Since when have they started using the word venti? But it wasn't very good. It's very disappointing. I like it when they whiz it up. And so I took a straw. She said, you won't need a straw. Because the tops, you have to take the top off. Rubbish. Absolute rubbish. 14 minutes to...
$4.56 million. 456 real contestants. But there can only be one winner.
Eliminate.
The biggest Netflix show ever.
Squid Games, let's get real.
Becomes Netflix's biggest reality competition series.
I will absolutely double-cross you.
Outshine the competition.
This is insane.
Steal the show. Squid Game, The Challenge. The real game begins November 22nd, only on Netflix.
Pretentious or what? You know, we're talking about places we've been to for sort of eating food and stuff like that. And Richmond, which actually a friend of mine, Graham, came back from, he used to have offices in Richmond, and he's now retired and he lives in Thailand. But he came back the other day because we used to go walking every day. He was my exercise, so we'd walk to Richmond from Twickenham and then back. I mean, the first couple of days nearly killed me. He'd go, you all right? I go, yeah, I'm fine. Could barely breathe. But after a week, you found it was quite easy. You sort of pick up the pace a little bit. And that was quite nice. And then we'd sort of go to different places. But the one thing he hated, Graham, was people smoking. If we'd come off the train at Twickenham, and of course he's not been to Twickenham for a little while, he didn't know it's all full of flats on the station now. He had no idea. He said, it's unbelievable. He said, you've got loads of shops, but Richmond is looking a bit decimated. They've got lots of empty shops in Richmond. We've just got another shop opening up at the moment, a kitchen shop in Twickenham. It took over where a hairdresser's were, which have been very successful, and then they went down during the pandemic. And this bloke spent a lot of money putting in a kitchen shop, and I begin to wonder, you know, in days of people tightening their belts, do they not go to an area and go, what has it not got? You know, and if it's not got something, there's a reason for it. And we've had a kitchen shop before, and, you know, you can, have you seen how much you can spend on a kitchen? Some of the kitchens, 150, 200,000 pounds. Seriously an amount of money. Yeah, if you go to some of the top-end kitchen companies, it's all hand-built cabinets and all the rest of it. If you're having, you know, one of those kitchen places where the cupboards come flat pack, it's going to be considerably cheaper. But still, you can still pay £5,000 to £10,000 for a kitchen. Easy peasy. But this bloke's opening a kitchen company, and I'm thinking, oh, God, I'm not sure whether or not I think it's a good idea. But our Starbucks, sorry, not Starbucks, our Pret-a-Manger, which people have told me they recognise in a few others, they just shut for no reason. Our one used to be open at 7 in the morning. When it first opened, 7 in the morning, you could get hot food and everything else. Now, they're not even open till 9 o'clock. They don't even bother. So I don't bother with them either. And they don't do hot food anymore. They've taken out the hot cabinet. It's all blooming rolls and stuff. I don't want rolls. You know, I wanted the thing. Because at one point, they did do it. And yeah, just to spite me, that Steve Allen's coming in again. Steve, you pronounced largs perfectly, and I love triple cooked chips. Woo, lovely. When I worked in the hospitals, says Jenny, around Bloomsbury and Gooch Street, the staff would use the old Royal Mail tunnels to get between the sides. Yeah, lots of places have got tunnels, haven't they? Which I quite like. Jazz says, Steve, listening to you after waking up in the middle of the night due to a hypo, and a few cookies and a glass of milk. Wee-wee! I did my I was terrible this one. I don't know why. I'd just woken up and I did 17. Not very good at all, actually, but never mind. So hope your hypo's calmed down. Now, Joanne says, I tried the tiramisu ice cream from McDonald's. It was delicious. You must try it. Oh, Joe, that sounds like a killer for me. I could do strawberries and cream. I could do strawberries and cream, but not today because Ian's doing other end of London. So Celebrity Juice is finishing. Now, whether or not Lee Francis has said it's got to go, because nobody could... No, I don't like the programme, as you know. And he knows I don't like the programme because I've told him. But it just doesn't appeal to me. It appeals to probably students who've had too much to drink and probably the old... You know, and the panellists, I mean, really, how to sort of, you know, denigrate yourself very, very quickly. Oh, Channel 4 are making a documentary about well-endowed men. So I put my name down, you know, as a bit of a joke. You know, bit of a joke. Producer said, you going on that? And I shouldn't think so. But fancy making a documentary about that. Sooner they sell off the company, the better. We don't want programmes like that on the television. It's about well-endowed men who apparently have problems. Yeah. Look at me swinging this thing around. Yeah, that's a problem, is it, nowadays? I don't think so. And yet you suddenly realise it is. It is. It's a problem. There used to be a guy who used to make adult entertainment films, and he came over here to make an adult entertainment film, and I interviewed him. And he was known for being well endowed in the downstairs department, like that bloke that Joan Collins used to go at called Bungalow Bill Wiggins. They called him Bungalow Bill because there was nothing upstairs, it was all downstairs. And I remember thinking, I think people make too much of a fuss about things like that. It's unnecessary. We don't talk about it on this programme. It's not really good. The next Bond film could be 2 years away. Good. Further away the better as far as I'm concerned. I haven't seen a Bond film since Pussy Galore popped up, but not my sort of thing at all. And the pair of killer whales, they call them orcas. It makes them sound a bit more friendly, doesn't it? Oh, look, an orca. It's a killer whale. They're called killer whales for a reason. They kill other whales. That's what they do. But these two have developed a taste for white shark liver. In other words, they pursue them. And I've seen killer whales, orcas. We've seen them on the programmes on the television where they eat seals. They're very clever. They're absolutely unbelievably clever. They're very intelligent. But in fact, this pair of killer whales are scaring off the great white shark population in South Africa. Now, I thought nothing would sort of attack a great white shark. These two do. These two, the killer whales will attack them. And I've seen them killing baby whales as well, where they will literally get the mother and the calf, and they will separate the calf from the mother, and you can see it because they've done it on the programmes on the television, and then they drown it. You wouldn't have thought you could actually drown a whale, would you? But they hold it under the water until it... I mean, they live in the water, you know, they drown them. But they've been terrorising and removing the internal organs. They're probably doctors, aren't they? They're probably doctor orcas or something. Perhaps they're doing transplants. But now the great white sharks are avoiding territories that they've dominated for many years. The spate of attacks began in 2017. Since then, 8 great white sharks have washed up on the shore. Of these, 8 carcasses have had their livers removed by whales. Some were missing their hearts. I mean, you'd have to disguise yourself, wouldn't you, as something really unattractive. I'm not a killer whale. No, I'm not a killer whale. I'm a seal. I loved it whenever you get... The trouble is it frightens the life out of me. I couldn't go swimming in the sea. Ever again. Mainly because if you go out on a surfboard, not that I've ever surfed, but if you go out on a surfboard, you've been on a surfboard, to a great white shark, you look like a seal. They see you because they see the shape, because they're not great eyesight, and they see, you know, arms and legs, and they think it's a seal. Until they bite it, they don't know what it is. You can imagine, though, you've got sort of the killer whales biting the person on the surfboard, and then the orcas coming along and biting the killer whales. When did the last time I go in the sea? I don't know, it was about 12, I think. I don't do the sea. I don't think you should go surfing. I've had a previous producer on this programme, Elliot, who goes surfing. Well, he said he goes surfing. He sent me a picture of himself in a wetsuit. Frankly, as I say, I've reported it to the police. I don't think you should start sending photographs like that out to people. I'm a radio presenter, for God's sake. Steve, so tiramisu ice cream. I didn't know they did tiramisu ice cream. Oh, I forgot to ask yesterday. I was going to ask if they could do me a milkshake in McDonald's, but I think they don't do milkshakes in the morning. They just do that orange juice and everything else. Perhaps I should try the one so some do a few hours, but I think they start cleaning their machines at that time of the morning, so it's ready for 11. Ridiculous, isn't it, really? Lee says, if you need to try Wiley's coffee shop in St Margaret's, yeah, we've heard about this one. Really nice and different from normal coffee shops, yeah. They don't serve coffee. Slam the door in your face. Lovely garden full of plants and flowers. You mean plants? I mean, what else do you think they're going to have in the garden? Windmills? Yes, flans. Steve, I wish Waterloo McDonald's was on the concourse instead of downstairs there. Well, that's all right for me, because that's where I come in from the bus. I come in downstairs. There's a queue a mile long every day. That franchise must be worth a fortune to whoever's got it. Seriously, I've never known a place so busy. It's just absolutely unbelievable. I don't like them touching my food, though, if they're not wearing plastic gloves. I'm very funny about that. Did you get funny at the subway? Was he not wearing gloves? So, a meat dish, and then what you do your vegan thing with the same gloves? No. No, you have to put your foot down. I'm like that with people. I have been known to say, should you not be wearing gloves? You know, people holding rolls and cutting them and things, and I'm thinking, what, with your bare hands? Have you washed your hands? Some of them have been outside for a cigarette, come back inside, and then carried on cutting the blooming stuff. Seriously, watch the sandwich shops in Twickenham. There's a lot of people not wearing plastic gloves. You throw them away afterwards. But you don't do meat and vegan. Absolutely not. It's very naughty. The trouble is all these places are independently owned. It's not like you can go to the head office. Yeah, there's a Subway 24 hours a day here. Yeah. Is that the one you went to? And they don't wear gloves? I don't like that idea. Wear gloves, please. Steve, my journalist husband, says Nick, took me to see Romeo and Juliet at Stafford Castle the other night. Brilliant. And as it was press night, we mingled with some VIPs, including your pal, Christopher Biggins. Oh, we love Chris. We love him. He loves stuff like that. I don't know where he gets the energy from. I really don't. He's very good. Very good. The Commons ban on distracting babies. MPs have complained they don't want babies to go in the Commons. I don't think they should either. It's a place, I mean, all right to watch porn, but definitely not to take babies in there. I mean, can you believe it? That bloke who was watching the porn, he claimed another MP dobbed him in. Well, of course they did. Who else do you think did it? I mean, they must have cameras that they could see what somebody's... I mean, that was just stupidity. But babies... Because there's a woman in the paper today, we get them every so often, and she was breastfeeding, not in Sainsbury's, in the car park, in her car. And apparently an employee banged on the window and said, can you stop doing that? Anyway, this woman promptly burst into tears. I've got no idea why. It's obviously not one of those strong people. Why don't you just turn around and tell them to do one? Don't sit there and go, yeah, it's none of their business what goes on in the... Although it's private property, the car park. They own the car park. But, I mean, I've never heard of somebody who was breastfeeding, being told off for breastfeeding in the car. My friend Rich told me a horrendous story about what happened to him on the train the other day, which I can't even repeat on this programme, as much as I'd love to. But, no, so Sainsbury's then, of course, have to apologise. They have to do an apology. But surely, shouldn't they train their staff better? They're very shoddy in Sainsbury's. You know, a lot of the time they're brilliant, but a few times they get a bit shoddy. You don't tell somebody off for breastfeeding. And this was a woman telling her off. A woman telling her off. Unbelievable. Nelson Piquet has issued an apology to Lewis Hamilton, but dismisses claims it was racist. You're obviously even more stupid, Mr. Piquet, than I ever thought you were in the first place. You didn't think that was a racist comment? You really are thick, aren't you? My God, what did you think it was? Just a little bit of light banter. Goodness sake. And Susie Dent, I've never heard of this one before. Susie Dent and Rachel Riley are such good friends, they wear each other's bras. I said to the producer, perhaps we can swap pants, or something like that. But he's not a big fan of that idea. That's a little bit more persuasion. Don't worry, I want to get my own way in the end. Let's take the news, shall we? At 5 on LBC. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is Thursday, June the 30th, last day of the month, and Amanda Holden says she loves being wolf whistled. Because some people don't like it. They think it's offensive. But other people say, no, it's quite flattering. I've seen it used in comedy programmes and things like that. I saw it on, I forget which programme it was. Was it Gimme, Gimme, Gimme? And she's walking down the road and the builders whistle. And Kathy Burke sort of going down the road, and they wolf whistled. She walked straight into a lamppost. Turns out they weren't wolf whistling her at all. They were whistling this other girl. So funny. So funny. So the good news, Archie's family win the appeal over the ruling that he's dead. And that's good news. Where it goes from here, I've got no idea, because I don't know whether or not the courts can convince a hospital to do something that they're doing against their own will. They've decided that he's not alive, but his mum insists he is. And as I've said at the beginning of the programme, and I stand by it, it's a case of you'd do the same if that was your son. He's 12 years old. We're all very familiar with his picture in the paper, and she doesn't want to let go. And I can quite understand it. Scott says, McDonald's will do milkshakes at breakfast time, if you can call it breakfast. The ones in Victoria are far away from the Brighton platforms as they could possibly be. The one on the Kent side is teeny tiny, but the busiest. The other one upstairs is a fair runaway near the coach station, he says. But no, they don't do them. Not all McDonald's do milkshakes for breakfast. They have to they've got to clean the machines or something. I don't know what it's all about. It's a clean machine, which is good. So R. Kelly, the R&B star, 30 years in jail. And then you get Ghislaine Maxwell. 20 years in jail. 20 years in jail. She's appealing against it, I noticed in some of the papers for today. But they're all full of Dame Deborah James, and they're hoping to get 10 million as the ultimate thank you. She's got just over 7 million, I think, at the moment. And Davina McCall says it would be so perfect if we got 10 million. They only need 3 million. Do you think some rich footballers might want to put their hands in their pockets? You know, as opposed to in the bookmakers' shops. That would make it a lot easier, wouldn't it? You know, I mean, there are all these people, multi-millionaires, who could quite easily cough up for £3 million. It wouldn't take anything at all, you know, to do that. Ridiculous. So that's what they want to do. There's loads of pictures of her. She was obviously very tired at the end. If you want to donate, you can go to bowelbabe.org. Because she wanted to make it more acceptable that people talked about it. Because I was having a long discussion with somebody earlier on, and we were talking about how men don't want to go to the doctors. Men in particular don't want to go, whereas women have no problem going to the doctors at all. You know, because they go there, girls talk to their mums about, you know, different bits and pieces, and, you know, this is working, that's not working, what do I do about this? You go to the doctor. Men brush it under the carpet. They don't want to know about it. They don't care. I mean, they do care, but they just don't. And so Deborah was the one who was pushing, saying, you've got to check for blood in your poo. It's as simple as that. Bright red or dark red. This can indicate all sorts of problems. And that's why it's very important. Don't do self-testing on the bowel cancer little kits unless you get it officially from the NHS or from your doctor. Apparently there are lots of kits you can buy, and they recommend you don't because they're not necessarily accurate. And so don't do that. If you are, somebody who is due a test, you'll be over a certain age, then you'll be sent the test kit anyway, and your doctor will also give you a test kit. So, Lewis says an EasyJet stewardess asked my sister to breastfeed in the toilet. So my sister told her to go and eat lunch in the toilet, and she slinked away. Oh, there we go. I mean, they used to have mother and baby rooms in certain sort of toilets, didn't they, so that mums could change the baby's thing. But what happens if it's a father? They don't have baby-changing facilities in the men's toilets. Well, not that I've noticed. The breastfeeding as well. Declan says, regarding the Vienna U-Bahn, when I was a student, I bought a ticket. Then I took some matte Scotch tape and stuck it over the part that goes in the stamp machine. So I would stamp the ticket wherever I need it. When I got off, I would lick my thumb and wipe the stamp ink off. Oh, yeah, there were loads of people who were fiddling it. Loads of people who were fiddling the U-Bahn. I mean, it was, you just had to hope that you were aware of the actual inspectors, because there would be about 3 or 4, and they would huddle together on the station. You could always spot them, because the stations there are so clean, you could eat your breakfast off the platforms. I mean, they wash down the whole of Vienna every morning. It is just amazing, just amazing. Here's a picture of lovely Bond actress Naomi Harris. She says she wants to be in another 007 adventure. Well, she might get to be there, because it's another 2 years, they've said, before they bring out another one. And AbFab star Jennifer Saunders has revealed she and Joanna Lumley think they're too old now to do a musical version of the sitcom. Jennifer, 63, played Adina Monsoon, and Joanna is 76. Love Joanna Lumley. And Jen said a pal told her that their kids enjoyed watching the original shows. So they should. I've interviewed Joanna Lumley on a few occasions, yeah. Never, ever done Jennifer. Never done Jennifer. But, and Bubbles and people like that from Jane Horrocks, lovely, because she lives around my neck of the woods. She lives Twickenham. Close friends. And, because she shops at Paul Cooper's place, so, you see people and, people chat to you and all that. In fact, we have quite a few people, actually. We got, the bloke from Coronation Street. I can't remember what his name... Is it Ashley? Ashley. Sorry? With a high voice. Yeah, Ashley. He lives round our neck of the woods as well, which is quite good. And, of course, I live there. So there's loads of famous people. Loads of famous people. That's right, Ashley Peacock. Ashley Sebelius Peacock. And portrayed by Stephen Arnold. I've seen him on his bicycle, actually, a few people. And his wife. There he is. Yeah. I think he was good, actually. I don't know what he's doing at the moment. He used to work with I Say. Who was that bloke? Fred Elliott used to drive me mad. Nobody could be like that. It just wasn't possible. But, no, I thought Ashley Peacock was great. So he's going to perform in a Shakespeare play. Woo, good for him. Because it's so difficult. I've said before that when you get somebody in a soap, OK, and they get big, you kind of can't go anywhere else because you're known as that particular character. People... Yeah, Ian Beale, classic example, leaves there. He's thinking of going back because, there is stuff on the outside world, but there ain't a great deal apart from pantomime. You could do your pantomime, so it only comes along once, doesn't it, really? A little bit difficult. I mean, people only see Ian Beale as Ian Beale. They don't see him as anybody else at all. I couldn't believe he was actually out of the show. I was really quite surprised, really. Very surprised. The probe on the Captain Tom charity has deepened. This one's looking a bit odd. Their account showed 1.1 million was donated this year, but while just 160,000 was given to charity, this is out of 1.1 million. 160,000 given to charity, 240,000 went on management and fundraising. It always costs more money to seem to produce the smallest amounts, including 54,000 to two companies run by Hannah and Colin. They said Club Nuke Limited made the application of they've got all these different trademarks which they're doing, and the watchdog fears a failure to consider trademarks when the foundation was set up gave the firm the opportunity to make significant profit. That is the problem with charities. When there's so much money coming in, people have to generate a lot of money to pay a little bit of money out. You know, somebody was telling me a short while ago, Help for Heroes has got a stash of money in the bank. They just don't have enough heroes to give it to. Yeah, seriously, because there are so many Forces charities. There are lots and lots of them. And in fact, at rugby time, we get people out collecting on the streets, half of whom you've got no idea who they are. They just stand there rattling a thing, or they've got a girl, and you think, who are you? You know, and it turns out, you know, if you're going to donate directly. You know, just give it to the charities directly. It's like anybody sitting by a cash point machine begging for money, you know, with a dog on a blanket, I'm afraid gets nothing. If you want to donate, you give to a homeless charity. They know how best to distribute the money. If you give it to somebody on the street, the chances are they could misuse the money. There is a distinct chance that they could do so. Give it to the charities, and they can help. Steve, who will play Bond, says Ward. Well, I'm putting myself forward. Steve 004-7. And I think I see no reason why. I mean, you know, a little bit of makeup, and well, quite a bit of makeup. And I see no reason why I couldn't be Bond. I just like the first ones. I don't like the modern ones. There's too many things going on a bit. I don't like it. I like doing Jaws. It's too confusing for me. And also, they're too blooming long. These films go on forever and a day. Nearly 3 hours, the last one, which, as far as I'm concerned, is almost a career. Seriously, I mean, that's 3 hours. That is just so long. So here we go. Emma crashes out of Wimbledon. No surprise. No surprise to me at all. I predicted it yesterday because I said she's not concentrating on the tennis. She's too interested in, oh, look, if I hold this picture up here, this is me wearing my Tiffany bracelet. It's just all come down to money. And she's only 19. You know, people of 19 are not the brightest pennies in the box, as we have demonstrated on Love Island. So now she's got to go over to America to defend her title, and I'll make another prediction. She won't. I think somebody else will take the title. That's the way it goes. I think she got lucky. When she won the other day, she was playing against this Belgian tennis player. I'd never even heard of them. You know, it's a very odd word. So the Love Island bosses, as things we mentioned them, we might as well chuck it in, because apparently it's very popular in a certain section of the country. They're bracing themselves for a record number of Ofcom complaints. Why? Because they had an episode which descended into soft porn. The cast, dressed in fantasy costumes, performed lap dances in an attempt to raise heart rates during Tuesday's show. It's just basically sad little people having to do it. I should imagine that Gemma was giving one of the Villa boys a lap dance. I mean, hasn't anybody got the guts to stand up on that programme and go, excuse me, why do we have to pander to your pervy old thoughts? Doing a lap dance? What is this? She's 19. Apparently, Michael Owen, who's revelling in the publicity by the sound of it, seems to think it's okay, but he says, I can't watch. So he printed a little emoji. I mean, I don't know what people were expecting, but I mean, if the producer, who I'm assuming is a man, says, OK, girlies, get your boobs out because you're all going to be doing lap dances, the rest of us are going, oh, God, setting the women's movement back. One female viewer tweeted, is it legal for a 19-year-old to be doing this to grown men on national TV? Hello, Ofcom. Well, the answer is it's legal, apparently. They also, I mean, but it's a bit embarrassing to watch your daughter. But obviously Michael Owen, you know, thinks that that's okay. All this, you know, play acting about, oh, I had to peer through my fingers and all the rest of it. You still watched, though, didn't you? Don't you think it's a bit embarrassing? Oh, blimey, honestly. And this is apparently laughingly called a career, ladies and gentlemen. God knows why. 5:15. Let's get the latest. Morning, every nice, every company nice. Apparently the cost of a pint will soar within a month if the UK does not help lift the blockade on 25 tons of Ukrainian grain. The Russian naval siege in the Black Sea means this year's harvest could rot on the dockside. An MP for the besieged port of Odessa said that beer and bread prices will be hit, but he claimed Britain could help Turkey and Putin hammer out a deal. Boris Johnson said last night he was working on it after talks at the NATO summit in Madrid. Did you notice Boris was talking about something in Russia the other day, and Downing Street were very keen to point out, no, he didn't mean this in a derogatory way. I thought, what are they frightened of? What are they frightened of? Some mad freak over there who sort of, you know, goes out riding without his shirt on and all that with his male friend. Very odd. 6 number 1 singles, and reigned as one of the biggest groups of the noughties. No, they weren't. That was the trouble. They were dreary and boring, and that's why the Sugar Babes finished ages ago. You know, but now they're coming back again. God in heaven. Honestly, they drag these people out of retirement, don't they? Or dig. Yeah, they're okay, but I mean, God knows who. So they do Glastonbury, and somebody said they did very well. They weren't even on the main stage. And so the Sugar Babes original trio are back almost a decade later than they had planned. Oh, God. I mean, honestly, it's like digging out. So they booked in a UK tour. They're playing all the big places, Southend Cliffs Pavilion. They've got the Cardiff Arena. They're not going to sell enough tickets to fill these places. They're as delusional as Bros. You know, and poor little Matt. I mean, what's he doing now? Nothing at all. But November they're doing. This is October and November. I'd love to see how many tickets are available and what they're charging for tickets. You know, because they're on sale tomorrow, are they? Oh, good, we better tell you. But, I mean, the Sugar Babes, they haven't had a hit single in the charts for 10 years, have they? So what are they touring? Are they touring the... it's a nostalgia tour. I just don't get it. I mean, I know that they bring back certain groups, but, I mean... You know, they're all fairly advanced in years now, aren't they? I mean, it is like, you know, they had a look at the little... They were just working to a little few people there, and they have to pretend they're still hip and funky. In fact, they had to do the set sitting on stools. I mean, I ask you, they had the strength to stand up. You know, occasionally they stood up. They were just in sort of a circus tent, and apparently with so many people outside, you know, queuing to get in. Yeah, people wanted to see whether you could hear the bones creaking from the back. I remember going to see the Royal Variety performance once, and they brought back Take That. And you could, you know, every night I do is pray. And as they went down, I thought, they're never going to get up again. They're never going to get up again. And they sort of struggle, and you sort of think, it looks a bit tragic. I don't know how old they are now. In fact, very wisely, they don't tell you how old they are. But apparently they've given their only newspaper interview to The Sun, to Simon Boyle's bizarre column. Yeah, in about 5 seconds' time, they'll be talking to just about anybody you can get hold of at hospital radio, because they'll be saying, the tickets, we need to sell the tickets. I mean, they must be doing it for the money. It can't be for the fans going, we want the Sugar Babes, we want the Sugar Babes. No, you didn't do that. You didn't do that with Steps. Why would you want to do it with the Sugar Babes? Honestly. Name me 3 of their hits. Go on. Round, Round, yeah. There's one. Oh, well, there you go. That'll keep the show going, won't it? Too Lost in You, yeah. And now you're cheating, I can tell. You can only come up with 2, can't you? That's it. You've got no idea. Freak Like Me, yeah. That'll make up an album, won't it? Do you think they're going to re-record and sort of do all their hits? Yeah, to you as well. Pistol Packing Mama. I love it. You know, men don't shine their shoes anymore. Men don't shine their shoes. The only reason I mention that is because in London you do find occasionally shoe shiners. And they will... I've never had it done. I wouldn't have thought I'd taken all my shoes along going, clean those. I don't know how much they charge either. But to have your shoes done... If you go abroad, there's loads of places that do shoe shining. And I don't have any particular shoes that need shoe shining. But I just use that shoe polish, which has obviously got vegetable oil in it, and you sort of, when it dries shiny. Or failing that, I buy Patent, you know, which is quite nice. Patent shoes, so they're permanently shiny. But apparently, a lot of people are not doing it. 3 in 5 men admit they never buff their brogues. You know why? Because everybody's wearing trainers. I mean, I'm wearing, at the moment, because they're very comfy, Skechers. Skechers are very comfy. I can't lift my foot up. I couldn't get my leg that high. Otherwise, I'd be on Love Island doing sort of a lap dance for people. Sidcup Julie says, you're very funny, mimicking Ashley Peacock's dad. Fred. And Shane says, I saw on the news last night they're pulling down the sets of Neighbours. It finishes on Australian TV in August. Yeah, they sent Janet Street Porter from Loose Women out there. Sadly, they brought her back again, which was a bit of a shame, really. And so she did the most toe-curling interview I've ever seen. It was just... Yeah, they sent her to go and interview people on the set. I don't know. I mean, she's gone a bit delusional at the moment. She's in another planet, I think, which is very funny. And still, I've just watched the new supermarket sweep with Ryland Clark Neal. What a load of rubbish. I miss Dale. Yes. Actually, is he still Ryland Clark Neal because he's divorced? So I think he's just Ryland Clark now. I don't, the man with the dyed hair and the Botox. He's just Ryland Clark, isn't he? I thought so, yeah, because he got rid of the last one. And apparently it's all been terribly traumatic, and I can't, don't know how he's coped with life, copying other people's programmes. I watched Bruce Forsyth. You suddenly realise watching Bruce Forsyth doing a game show, which was Play Your Cards Right, just how good he was. It was effortless. He had the people on there. He'd never met them before, and yet he still went through the same lines and the route. And, well, you knew that. And he was very good. There was nobody who did a Brucey bonus as good as Brucey. There's a daredevil here. His name's Adam Lockwood. I feel ill watching the picture. You'll see it online. He climbed 1,280 foot in Dubai. He posed as a workman to climb its tallest crane, and then he hung on the end of it with one hand. Seriously. He said the crane was covered in grease. I couldn't even see. I had 4 close calls, but it was worth the risk. He's 21. He was on the 77th story residential skyscraper Il Primo, and somebody was either up there with him taking a picture. I felt ill. Seriously, it makes me feel ill watching things like this. It's absolutely dreadful. Just supposing his hand had slipped. So who was up there with him taking the picture? They managed to get loads of different pictures. And they go, he's a teenage daredevil. No, he's not. He's an idiot. He's an idiot. I mean, he could have literally plunged to his death. I mean, there's no way he'd be... Good Lord. There's a naked daredevil as well. I don't think like that idea. Oh, it's him, is it? Oh, he's done naked daredeviling. Oh. It's all very bizarre. Why do these people do it? I mean, I've got a dread fear of heights, as you all know. But when you sort of see somebody doing it now, and he clings on with one hand, I always think, I mean, it could go so horribly wrong. So horribly wrong. Imagine you're sitting there on the 76th floor, all of a sudden somebody whizzes past your window. Not very nice, is it, at all? And a van driving along a motorway on 2 tyres drove for 10 miles. The white vehicle was pulled over by officers who spotted it rumbling along on one wheel rim at the front and another at the back. The driver was stopped. He's called Laurie Rosser. Between junctions 46 and 47 on the M4 near Swansea at 2 a.m. He was breathalyzed and allegedly found to be double the alcohol limit. Police also seized the van. To do what with? I've got no idea. It's only got 2 wheels. Because you love it when they have the spikes. They put out the stinger, don't they? And then these people carry on driving. All sparks are coming out the side of it and all the rest of it. Quite ghastly. Quite ghastly. So, a red robe worn by Muhammad Ali, set to sell for $800,000. He walked into the ring in the gown for his fight of the century with Joe Frazier, smoking Joe Frazier. I can remember Muhammad Ali appeared more times on Michael Parkinson's programme than anybody else. He was the most, he built up a persona, and he used to tell stories, and people loved him. He absolutely just won them over. But apparently, when he was at Madison Square Garden, the show was so hyped, even Frank Sinatra couldn't get a ticket, which is a load of old codswallop, because if Frank Sinatra wanted a ticket, believe you me, he could have got a ticket. Ain't nobody going to be arguing with old Mafia boy. Definitely not. You want a ticket? You get a ticket. Also, a velvet prayer cap he wore at a mosque before the third bout is also being tipped to fetch $800,000. Wow. It's amazing, isn't it? July the 21st is when they will come up for auction, and then you'll see whether or not they go for this huge amount of money, $160,000 for 2 items. I see no reason why they shouldn't go well. So Lee Francis has called time on Celebrity Juice. That's what Rod McPhee TV Sun, Biz or press release bloke. They just sit there and they decide which one to write up. I think ITV have called time on it. I don't know why. I don't know whether or not the ratings have dropped for it. I mean, it's not done anything spectacularly for ages. It's had its time, isn't it? I mean, they've had 14 years and 26 series. 2 highlight reel specials will air later this year to say goodbye. Why don't they just sort of send out a message? Goodbye. You know, it makes it so much easier, doesn't it? We don't have to waste the money. See ya. Goodbye. 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 Fab Daily, Beauty and Celebrities, got Ashley Horgan Wallace. I'm racing against time at 43, but she wants to be a mum. She thinks that her ovaries are past their sell-by date. I've never even heard of that sort of thing before. But she's... who's she friendly with? Ashley Horgan Wallace. She was on Big Brother donkeys years ago. I can't remember. I lose track of which series these people are in. There was another one who died the other day from a reality show. And it was on a reality show for little people. They were all dwarfs. But I can't remember what the show was. I thought they had an American one. But I didn't know there was a British one. And she died the other day. Very young. I think she was in her early 30s. That's all I remember. And so we sort of watch these programmes on the television, and people just sort of go on to them, but I never know who they are. If I knew who everybody was all the time, it'd make it an awful lot easier, wouldn't it? Ian in Sparkford says, I went to Morrison's yesterday to get some Anchor butter, and it's now doubled in price. $4.90 for a pack, and Lurpak was $7.50. Well, of course, the thing you have to do is not buy it. They were selling it for $5, the Lurpak, in Iceland. But then, don't buy it. I mean, surely you can get through life without butter. Couldn't you do a spread? Not the same. You've got to have butter. Better bit of butter on your knife, or something like that. Well, £7.50 for Lurpak, and so for Anchor, it was $4.90. Well, they were doing a $5, I think, for Lurpak, so it's obviously cheaper to get. But I mean, you can't keep going around all these different places, buying, you know, your things here and your butter here, and you just buy it all in the same place. It swings and roundabouts. Some you win, some you lose. I could live without butter. Like, there are certain things people say they can't live without. When I was talking to my hairdresser the other day, I was talking about the price of...
on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. 26 minutes to 6. I noticed on The Lady, I love this one. They're telling you how to stay healthy and happy for longer, if only. That's what people want, isn't it? But I don't know what sort of healthy and happy for longer means. Depends what age you are. But they've got a nice extract from Sheila Hancock's new memoir. Now, she is a good guest. She's a very, very good guest. And Caroline Quentin as well. She's got a new role coming up. And so she's given an interview to The Lady talking about ambition and passion and everything else. Apparently she's busier than ever, both on stage and television, but she's happiest at home in Devon with her family and pets. Some people are like that, aren't they? Some people sort of say, oh, you know, I love my life now. We've got sort of animals. I mean, look at Paul O'Grady. He's got every animal under the sun. I mean, you go to his place and they're in the kitchen, they're in the bathroom. He loves his animals. In fact, when he used to have Buster on the television, they would bring on dogs that needed adopting from, you know, people had dumped them and things like that. Inevitably, most of the time, he would actually take one of them home. He just couldn't resist. He just stockpiling dogs, I think. He was very good at it. Very good. What have we got here? The Met Office has warned Brits could face record-breaking heat waves every 2 to 3 years. Apparently, Japan at the moment, they've got terrible temperatures, really absolutely high. So much so they've said to people, don't go outside, stay in with air conditioning on. Because, you know, every time I go round one of these sort of places, you know, which sells air conditioning, they always put down, summer's here, get an air conditioning unit, because if it gets too hot, you're going to be going, oh, wish I bought an air conditioning unit or a fan or anything like that. That's what you have to do. Abby Clancy marks her 11th anniversary with Peter Crouch by re-wearing her wedding dress. Sickeningly, she still fits into it. And Eamon Holmes has assured his fans life's not bad despite being canned by ITV and suffering major back problems. We don't know why he left ITV. I can't remember what it was, but he's joined GB News. He's also got a new cookery game show on the BBC, but doesn't know what went wrong at ITV. He said that he wasn't fired, or was he? I can't remember. I can't remember if he said he was fired or he wasn't. It was a freshen up job, really. But I mean, listen, he should have retired by now, shouldn't he? I mean, he's old. He's in very poor health. Yeah, he's younger. I know he's younger than me. He just looks older than me. But he's in very poor health. And so he's got Farm to Feast. I mean, the last thing you put him on is a cookery programme. When he was on this morning, he couldn't wait to start eating when they were cooking. It was almost like a race. So we'll do this. Oh, Eamon's finished his already. Used to be standard, I think. My dear father, says Carolyn in Kent, always polished his shoes. And before we went to school, he would polish all the shoes of my brothers and sisters. We used to have a shoebox. A shoebox where inside it were the shoe polishes, the black and the brown. And it was always kiwi, and you turned the tins and he put it in there. My father, for his RAF shoes, used to have to melt the shoe polish, and then it would buff itself up to a shine, the like of which you had never seen before. It was amazing. Everybody had to do it. They get into trouble in the armies if you're not, your shoes are not buffed up. And so he would clean the shoes, and we had brushes in there and polishing cloths and everything. And you would clean your shoes, especially for school. If you were going into school the following day, you would clean your shoes. It was a ritual. Off to Gatwick today, says Jake, to teach 20 cadet airline pilots at a large flight training academy. Makes a nice change from the day job of flying jets. Back to it tomorrow, as flying to Xanthos. I always polish my shoes and starch my white shirts. A lot to be said for a crisp white shirt. And you starch them. Like, do you know what starch is? It makes them stiff. Makes them stiff. You generally put it on the collars, so your collar sticks up. It's quite an old-fashioned thing to do, to starch your collars. Mind you, the producer, he's never heard of an iron, so don't worry about it. You haven't got an iron. I don't have an iron. In fact, I don't do any washing or ironing at all. I have it done. I have service washers and irons and everything else. Yeah, I have it done for me. That's the only thing I look on as being a bit of a treat, really. Actually being able to sort of say, I don't want to do it. Because I've seen families before, big families, and their washing machine seems to be permanently going, and it costs an awful lot of money. I have got a washing machine, but I never use it. I haven't used it in years. Well, I do know how to use it. It's only push button, and that's it. It's a washer dryer, so it washes and dries, and makes tea, and can do spaghetti bolognese and things like that. That's my butler. But no, I mean, I don't do washing and ironing anymore. I just found it too tedious. I feel very sorry for ladies who sort of have to go, I've got the whole family's ironing to do. People just throw it on the floor and you're expected to sort of go round and pick it all up. So why are they doing this now? Oh, they're sort of, everybody's trying to offer you cheap food. All the supermarkets are running adverts in all the papers to make sure that you can afford to eat. So you can get baby leaf and herb salad, 49p. If you want to eat rabbit food. And maybe show the Queen how she could save some money. Costs about 100 million a year to keep her in the family. And she doesn't even eat that much. She's not really eating an awful lot, but they have banquets and stuff like that. And obviously money is no object. Dick and Dom say they're no longer on TV because they don't follow the rules and producers don't take risks anymore. No, it's just because you're not funny. That's what it was, I mean, I don't know why they're still trying to sort of resurrect it. Richard, who was Dick, and Dominic, Dom Wood, say they've been fired more times than they've been hired. Well, that's not a recommendation, is it? How are you going to sell that one? The only person who looks exactly the same is Dominic, is the other one. Whereas Richard is sort of, he's filled out a bit, and he was in the papers, wasn't he? And I can't remember what it was about, but it'll come back to me. And he says, I genuinely think there's an allergic reaction within the industry of broadcasters that aren't afraid to speak about what's actually happening and improvising a little bit. Yeah, but you were for children. You were for children. It's different if you're working for children, because Richard McCourt is 45. He says, people come up to us all the time and say, why aren't you on the television? No, they don't. No, they don't. They come up to you all the time and go, thank God you're not on the television. You weren't funny when you were on it. What did they used to say? They had a catchword, didn't they? Bogies. Apparently this was hilarious for sort of 3-year-olds. And they say, why aren't you doing something for the millennial generation, something a bit chaotic? And we're like, it's not up to us. The commissioners of the channels don't take risks anymore. Well, they must do. They're showing that programme on Channel 4. That sort of well-endowed people. Perhaps you could go for that one. Unlikely, but you could go for it. We've got the Queen's daily food regime. OK. According to Brian Hoey, the author of At Home with the Queen, Her Majesty enjoys a pre-breakfast of biscuits and Earl Grey tea, no milk, no sugar, with her corgis, who get table scraps before having breakfast with the Duke of Edinburgh, but now not. It's a very old article. And so served by tail-coated footmen in the Queen's private first-floor dining room at Buckingham Palace, and they choose from cereal, yoghurt and maple syrup, but often the Queen picks toast with marmalade, which she enjoys whilst reading the morning papers. They have to be ironed. The Duke of Edinburgh insisted on that, actually. So it's the Telegraph and the Racing Post. On the occasion the Queen has cereal served from Tupperware, she believes keeps it fresher for longer. I know, I've got the Tupperware pants on this morning, which is very nice indeed. Margaret Rhodes, the Queen's cousin, sadly not with us anymore, says Her Majesty loves a tipple before lunch. Her afternoon go-to cocktail is gin and dubonnet with a slice of lemon and lots of ice, and then a glass of wine with lunch. Darren, this is the chef, says a typical lunch would be fish and vegetables like Dover sole on a bed of wilted spinach. And she loves afternoon teas. Her favourite cakes are honey and cream sponge, ginger, I've never heard of that, but it sounds quite nice, ginger cake and a chocolate ginger... A chocolate biscuit cake that's very lovely. Prince William had it served at his wedding to Kate Middleton. Sandwiches consist of the classic cucumber, just cucumber. They just literally slice it and put it in the bread. It's a cucumber sandwich. And that lots of well-heeled people do that. I do it myself all the time. Smoked salmon, egg mayonnaise and ham and mustard sandwiches with the crust cut off. She loves jam pennies, which are small raspberry jam sandwiches, and they've got a little press, and that cuts them into the size and shape of an old English penny, all washed down with her favourite Earl Grey tea. See, I told you I was right. Earl Grey tea. Evening meals, game or fish. That's what do you mean, game? That was kiss chase or something like that, you know, as the Queen races up and down the stairs. You go, ooh, catch me. Keeps running. They'll have pheasant or venison from Sandringham, or salmon from Balmoral. She would also enjoy the white peaches grown in the greenhouse at Windsor Castle, or the strawberries grown at Balmoral for pudding, as well as other fresh fruit. The Queen rounds off her day with a dry martini and a glass of champagne. That's according to what Margaret Rhodes said, who had a book out about her. And it was lovely. It was lovely. She was the one who was there at the Queen Mother's end, and her book was called, I think, My Deepest Curtsy, because she curtsied to the Queen Mother after she died in the house that Andrew had sort of installed Sarah Ferguson in, and she's in one wing of the house and he's in the other, because she must have endless friends, although frankly we've never seen her with anybody. She's mainly because she comes up with some of the most bizarre things. And in fact, the thing she said the last time, wasn't it, to Ian Dale, was Andrew, ex-husband, is a good, kind man. I thought we obviously talk about somebody completely. Different. 6:15. Look at that, honestly. Let's get the travel, shall we, with Joanne Webb.
Thanks, Steve. There are delays on the M25 in Essex, clockwise to junction 30 at the A13, as 2 lanes are closed following an accident. And in the West Midlands, 2 lanes are closed on the M5 southbound between junctions 3 at Hellsowen and 4 at Bromsgrove. And that's because a lorry's overturned. So with all the traffic squeezing into one lane, it is very busy on the approach. Also on the M5, but in Devon, northbound, 1 lane's closed just after junction 29 at Exeter. And that's for emergency works. And in London, Tower Bridge is closed both ways after an accident.
This is LBC.
Hey, Harry.
Hello, mate.
What are your tips for the racing?
Funny enough, I'm just at the calf circling my favourites. Now, your best bet is to get a pen and paper and write these down. She's running as and the trainer is and her name is Tomato Ketchup.
Is that actually her name?
No, me bacon Sowley's here and I just needed some ketchup. Sorry, mate, I've got to go.
Harry? Listen to Harry and make your best bet at BetVictor. 18 plus, please gamble responsibly.
Who do you trust to help you out? Your best friend? A neighbour? Or your brother's mate Baz, who once watched half a video tutorial? Of course, you could find someone who really does know their stuff. At Trust a Trader. That's why we're here. Type in the job you need doing and we'll find you local tradespeople, reputable and reviewed. So you and Baz can get back to whatever you're good at. Baz, no, not that. You can always trust a trader.
TrustATrader.com. Set sail with Fred Olsen Cruise Lines in 2022. Aboard our smaller ships, we'll be heading off on handcrafted journeys to destinations far and wide, docking in ports that the bigger ships can't reach, delving into local history, culture and wildlife, and enjoying a warm and friendly atmosphere on board. Book now to sail from only $5.99 per person on selected cruises. Visit fredolsencruises.com for more information.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
You know, just looking at how many copycat products there are on sale in Aldi. They ripped off Lurpak. They've ripped off McDonald's Big Mac. They call it Big Stack. And they do chicken nuggets, which look exactly like the McDonald's things. But it's the Lurpak. The Lurpak butter pack is just, I mean, Norpak they call it, but it looks exactly the same. It just says Norpak as opposed to Lurpak. I mean, it's a bit much. I suppose it's the height of flattery, isn't it? It's almost exactly the same, the packaging, just different name on it. Just different name. I mean, how are they allowed to get away with it? I find it unbelievable. So it's Norpak spreadable butter from Aldi, which looks exactly like Lurpak. Even the box looks exactly the same. Perhaps they're a little bit worried, aren't they, that sort of, you know, people won't sort of think that they're making an effort. But the Big Stack, which is a Big Mac, it's two burgers exactly the same. I wonder how identical to it is. But they do hash browns and nuggets. And obviously it will be an awful lot cheaper, I should imagine. But there you go. The 10 breakfast hash browns box is a much cheaper option at just $1.45, whereas McDonald's is 89 pence for just one hash brown. Yeah, well, that's what it comes down to, isn't it? It comes down to how much money can you afford. 10 breakfast hash browns. And the Aldi Snacksters Big Stack Burger costs $1.49 and features 2 lean beef burgers, fresh lettuce and creamy cheese. It's also less than half the price of the McDonald's Big Mac, $3.29. That's for sort of fans of it. But does it taste the same? I shouldn't imagine so. Nothing could taste the same as a Big Mac, could it really? Ridiculous. It's like somebody, you know, copying, I don't know, trying to think actually, kebabs or something like that. We've done a kebab. Really? No kidding. Because most of the kebab shops get their meat from the same place. They turn up wrapped in plastic and you have them delivered. You know, I mean, I have seen them making them. But a lot of people tend to just buy them in because it's sort of cheaper. The spinny things, yeah. It's just, well, what they do is that they put the sort of they make a roulade of sort of the meat, like a round plate type thing, and then they push it onto the spike. Then they put bacon. Then they make another round thing and then you just build it up and build it up and build it up. And it's mainly minced lamb, isn't it, I think? And then they sort of slice it because it seems to... I mean, I like it. Don't get me wrong. I do like it. Doesn't help, does it? Scott and the team at Stagecoach, Littlehampton Outstation. Can you wish our colleague Trevor all the best in his retirement as he hangs up his bus driving gloves after 27 years? Littlehampton Outstation will not be the same without our hedgehog-loving Spurs-supporting little man. May he have a healthy, happy retirement. What did you buy him? I'm always keen to discover. I'm still wearing something that I was bought when I left a job that I had in a department store. I'm still wearing it. Not underwear, no. A ring. They bought me a ring. And I can tell you that this ring was £6.50. That's how much this ring costs. I wanted a ring, and so I wear it all the time because I can't get it off my fingers. I can if I really, really push hard, but £6.50 they paid for that. It's gold. It's gold. It's quite heavy as well, because I've often wondered whether it's worth insuring. The answer is probably not. Probably not. Alinka says, at my school, we had indoor shoes. We were not allowed to wear outdoor shoes on the convent marble floors. Well, actually, that echoes a friend of mine had carpeting put down in his house. You had to take your shoes off at the front door. Wouldn't let you to go in with your shoes on. Admittedly, the whole house was carpeted in a sort of like, not even beige, it was sort of, a whitey sort of colour, and just didn't want it to get dirty, which, of course, ultimately it does. So, Alinka, I know exactly what you mean. So, indoor shoes. Mind you, I saw somebody the other day. Who did I see the other day? They were wearing those, what are those rubber shoes called? Crocs. There was somebody in this building wearing Crocs the other day, and I can't remember who it was. I bumped it, James O'Brien. I think not. I bumped into Margarita Taylor earlier on. As I was sort of coming into the building, she was going out of it. We would stop and have a little chat, I fill her in on my medical history, and that's about it. Doesn't get in a word in edgeways, poor soul. Went to my local market yesterday, Steve, just as it was closing. Great time as they reduced, says Tara, all the foodstuffs. Picked up 2 crates of English strawberries, enough to fill a very large carrier bag for £2. Very glad of your tip about freezing strawberries separately. I had no idea. Best wishes for the hospital procedures. Thank you. You'll be back and bouncing in no time. I'm hoping to be. Absolutely. But yes, strawberries freeze separately. Then once they're frozen, then you can take them and put them in a bag. Because otherwise, if you just put them in a bag and stick them in the freezer, when they thaw out, they'll be mush. Absolute mush. And they don't look very good. Paul says Aldi chicken nuggets, the best. Also off to the airport to fly, Steve. Thank you, Paul. So you have to cook the nuggets, do you? And you have to cook the big stack, or do you? Oh right. Or do you put it? Is it made up? I don't know if you sort of microwave. Could be microwave. Could be. I mean, it's highly likely. Not going to do anything else, are you, really? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Repair shop favourite, somebody called Dom Chinia. Not a clue. And I'm looking at a picture of him, and still not a clue. He's getting his own TV show. What they do, they take somebody, they go, oh, TV favourite, Dom Chineo, like we're supposed to go, oh, yes, him. But anyway, the master metal worker will front the new BBC One daytime series called Make It at Market. Filmed in Leicestershire, Dom will help a group of budding entrepreneurs make a living from their crafting hobby. Oh, that sounds boring already. Doesn't it really sound... Why do they do this? Why do they can't they find anybody else? Couldn't Hugh Edwards do it or something? I mean, he's a bit desperate for a bit more exposure. Give it to him. Idris Elba has often been called a fox by his army of admirers, and now he's playing one. Apparently, he's providing the voice of the creature in a BBC One animated film based on the children's book, The Boy, the Mole, the Fox and the Horse. I don't remember that. I've never heard of that one, actually. But that's what he's going to be doing. I love Machine Mart. My favourite place. You can go and buy all the things you never knew you wanted, like an electrical submersible, or fans all types and sizes, starting at £199. Plus, they could do a MIG welder and pressure washers. My brother wants... Is it a real shop? No, it's a real shop. We've got a Machine Mart in Twickenham. It's lovely. It's very good. I mean, I often have a look in the window to see what sort of bargains they've got. And where did I go the other day to get something? Oh, I went to, what do they call it? Screwfix? Screwfix. I went to them to see if they had any glue, but I wanted No More Nails. And they don't do No More Nails. They do their own brand of something. I didn't want their own brand of something. I wanted No More Nails. Yeah. So I sort of left. I said, no, I'm looking for No More Nails. It's definitely got to be No More Nails. But they said, we do our own version. They all do... I don't know, called This Is a Nail or something, I don't know. Oh, dear. So Emma... Did I mention Emma Raducanu's out of Wimbledon? Did I mention that? I don't want to sort of do it. Prince Andrew, grinning, pictured out riding. Very shortly, nothing to be smiling about. The cash flooding in for Deborah's legacy. I'm glad that she raised so much money. Oh, and it's Cheryl Tweedy's birthday today. Cheryl Tweedy, knee, this and that, whatever it is, actually. Nobody knows what she is. She's been called reclusive. It's called not got a job. And now there's no X Factor. She can't promote her music. Not that anybody was particularly bothered about the music. I think she's about 38. 38, 39? Yeah, 38, 39. I thought so, yeah. Something like that. I mean, to be honest with you, it doesn't make any difference, does it really, how old she is, because nobody knows what she does. What can she do? She can't do anything. She can't go out singing "Sound of the Underground," you know, because that's a bit dated. Rich says, "Stop saying Big Stack." I can't stop. Well, that's what they could, and it looks identical to a Big Mac. It really does. It's very funny, actually, and it's got exactly the same. Oh, they do a Village Bakery English muffin, 39p for a 4-pack, with an Oakhurst pork patty, 175 for a 6-pack. You can have a breakfast muffin. 10 breakfast hash browns for £1.49. That's very good value, actually, because I did have the other day. I did buy their breakfast roll. I had to throw the egg out. I don't like their eggs. McDonald's. And I bought 2 hash browns. And I felt really guilty. I always feel guilty every time I have a McDonald's or anything that vaguely resembles. I just feel guilt. You know, I sort of sit there eating it thinking, I wonder if I'm being watched by a camera. The answer is probably yes. Yes, a shame. We'll shame him at the station. What's he doing? He's eating a hash brown, the end of platform 18. Apparently Aldi chicken nuggets are the best, says somebody else. Steve, time for buttered crumpets, says Dean. Oh, we like buttered crumpets. Buttered crumpets with peanut butter on. It's quite nice. No, crunchy peanut butter. Or buttered crumpets with butter, very expensive, and Marmite on. You have pikelets. Oh, I like pikelets. They're very nice. You just pop them in the toaster, don't you? They're very nice. I like those. Actually, I'm due to get a new toaster. I don't know why. I'm just occasionally go out. When it gets sort of a bit dirty, I think it's easy to just replace it. As opposed to sort of, yeah. No, we never clean things. And Kim says, I make my own burgers made with Aldi's best steak mince. Cheap and, although I say it myself, lovely, Steve. And my mum used to make them as well. She had a little kit which had round, what do they call them? Plastic, cellophane discs. And she had a little machine, and she would put one in the machine, and then she puts in some mincemeat, and then she turns it upside down and pushes it, and it forms the beef burger. So she made her own beef burgers. We had all sorts of strange gadgets. We had a thing that could slice hard-boiled eggs. You put it in there, pull the little handle down, and it sort of separated it all into slices. And I've got a very strange thing at home that can do a wonderful thing with a cucumber. And you just literally screw it into the end and then turn the handle, and it basically sort of takes the skin off the cucumber. It's very impressive, very impressive. And I've got little baskets for steaming vegetables. I bought all this rubbish over the years. I never use it. I mean, it's absolutely pointless. I mean, the idea of Steve Allen standing in the kitchen attempting to cook anything is hilarious. Although we might have to go for the potato sauté potatoes, I think, today. And I'm definitely going to get haddock fish fingers. I've decided I'm not going to go for those cod ones from M&S because they just really didn't taste enough, actually. They really didn't. Boris Johnson says that Vlad wouldn't have invaded Ukraine if he was a woman. Don't know what you'd think he'd do. I mean, the very idea, what does Boris Johnson know that we don't know? Why would we think that Boris Johnson, if he was a woman, and there is no evidence to suggest that in any way, shape or form, even though he takes his shirt off when he goes riding horses, he wouldn't have invaded Ukraine. Of course he would. Of course he would. He would have done it exactly the same because, that's what he does as well. How many have we done that, actually? We've done the comments and thing. Airlines forced to cancel flights. Apparently Heathrow can't cope. They're so busy at Heathrow Airport. It's really, really difficult. And they're also, BA, as you heard, axing lots of July flights to Europe, 650 of them. So if you've got flights booked in, I would check whether or not the blooming things are actually going to take off. And the Meghan bullying inquiry has been buried. It's just kind of disappeared, brushed under the carpet. And why are there empty seats on centre court? The fans are very, very frustrated.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
We enter July. I know. Frightening, isn't it, really? And Steve, somebody else who makes their own burgers. I think that's quite clever. I think we should, producer's not too sure about that. They're not very expensive burgers, but if you make stuff yourself, at least you made the effort. Apparently, says Brian, Poundland in Twickenham has no more nails. It's not a pound, though. And, the trouble is, they do sell stuff in Poundland that is not a pound. Some of it is way in excess of a pound, whereas at one time it was all a pound. We used to have in Kingston, a 50p shop. A 50p shop. Everything was 50 pence. I used to go in there and buy Jiffy bags, because I don't know why Jiffy bags. Why was I buying Jiffy bags? There must be some reason I used to send stuff. Oh, that's right. I used to send money in Jiffy bags to my brother. It was easier to do it. Now I can just do it on a transfer. But I do like going at my friend Graham wouldn't go in Poundland if you paid him. Mind you, wouldn't go in Iceland either. He couldn't bear the idea. He's way above things like that. Oh, he's a terrible snob. But he just did Iceland. Nothing in there that would appeal to him in the slightest. When I used to go and buy a few little bits and pieces like biscuits and things like that to bring in for the team, he'd hover outside the shop. He wouldn't go in. He's never been. I don't think he'd ever been in it at all. And in Poundland, I'd say to him, but they've got loads of interesting things in there. Loads of interesting. You could buy a tin of Nivea or something, and they've got big brands. Yeah, but I think they're specially made for Poundland, the big brands. I discovered that on the coffee. It was sort of like, for example, it wasn't, but it would say Maxwell House, made for Poundland. And I got the distinct impression it wasn't, there'd be more profit in it than the stuff they sell in the big supermarkets. But still people go in there because they go, I think people think you come out with a basket full of stuff and they go, that'll be a pound. Whereas, in fact, it doesn't like that. You've got 30 or 40 items in your bag. That's 30 or 40 quid. It's very expensive. And at the moment, our one does clothes. Aldi do their own brand of coffee. Yeah, loads of them do. It's called Al Cafe. It just looks like something else, doesn't it? Al Cafe. But also, I bet you somewhere it says, especially made for Aldi. And it would be from another manufacturer who would make it, and then they just sort of label it with something different, which is interesting. What have we got here? Bullying victims will never be told of the findings. This was the controversial Harry and Meghan interview with Oprah Winfrey. They've obviously got scores to settle, haven't they? Which seems a bit feeble, actually. But they've said that Buckingham Palace have buried this report into allegations of bullying. Royal aides yesterday admitted for the first time that the findings will never be made public. Well, they probably will be, but it won't be for like 50 years or 100 years or something like that. And even those who took part in the inquiry haven't been told what the outcome is. Royal aides announced they were launching an inquiry into claims that Meghan's belittling behaviour whilst a working member of the royal family drove two female personal assistants out of the household. They were said to have been left in tears and feeling traumatised. I get the impression, though, with sort of Meghan, that, you know, no matter which bits you take, it's a case that she doesn't really understand how the royal family work. You know, she doesn't understand that it's steeped in history. I think she just thinks that she's something a little bit special, but she's not. She was a very, very average actress, claimed not to know anything about the royal family, whereas in fact she knew everything about the royal family. Don't ever be fooled by the facade. Why are the fans frustrated at hundreds of empty seats? And in fact, why are there hundreds of empty seats at Wimbledon? Hundreds of the best seats in the house were vacant on the sold-out court during the first day at South West 19, despite Wimbledon returning to full capacity. Teething problems with digital tickets were thought to have impacted resales, while rows of prime seating reserved for hospitality guests and club members were left abandoned. So before the club can resell a centre court ticket, it needs, as you now know, to be handed back when the ticket holder leaves. And of course what they don't do is they don't hand the ticket back again. Peasants. Most tickets are now digital and carried on phones, so guests have to scan the tickets instead of return. And so many people leave early, but they're so selfish that they sort of go, nobody's going to have my seat. I'm going to leave it. And so that's what they've done. Visitors have slammed the club's digital system as being steam-powered after struggling to scan tickets while others simply forgot to do so. Stewards admitted there had been an issue at the start of the week, which saw some staff scanning the wrong parts of the ticket. I'm sorry, this is just amateur time. Yesterday, there was still space on the show court, with Sue Barker noting there were lots of empty seats at the start of Emma Raducanu's second-round match. Perhaps she could have got her fan to come and sit there or something like that. Despite a late-night battle, which saw Serena Williams knocked out Andy Murray's impressive first-round match, swathes of seats, when they say swathes, they mean swathes, remained empty on both Monday and Tuesday. Paul Miller, founder of Eden Mill, the official gin partner of LTA, yesterday admitted that some corporate visitors preferred to drop in and out. In other words, they're not really fans of Wimbledon at all. It's just, OK, we go to Wimbledon, then we'll sort of pop out, go have something to eat, drink, smoke, and then pop back in again. I mean, if you've paid for it, you would stay. It's like sort of going to see Wicked, you know, and you go, oh, I think we'll sort of just go and have a cigarette outside, you know, 10 minutes into the show. And you think, no, you've paid for a ticket, you sit there. Ridiculous. Last night, those at the front of the queue for centre courts tickets said they were fed up after waiting in line for more than 2 hours. I mean, it just doesn't seem to make any sense, does it? But when people leave, you go and give your ticket in and then they can resell it and somebody can go and sit there. No, they'd rather have empty seats watching somebody who's not particularly good at tennis losing. You know, I mean, they've obviously been listening to my programme and obviously realised. Celebrity fans the other day, Carol Middleton, Georgie Toffolo. I mean, she'd turn up to the opening of a fridge. Seriously, she turns up to everything, doesn't she? And Rose Ayling-Ellis. I'm none the wiser on she. I don't know who she is. She won Strictly. Oh, right. She was there. And then there's a picture of discarded racket strings from last year's championships. Racket strings. No, they've been recycled to create countertops that can be found dotted around the All England Club. So they're recycling stuff. Harriet Dart on her way to a first-round victory, and Emma Raducanu. Oh, look, I'm wearing a Tiffany bracelet. You know, very exciting, dear. Didn't help you win, though, did it? Didn't help you win. And poor old Andy Murray, who's been sort of out. But, I mean, it's not saying that the fans weren't behind him. They seem to like Andy Murray. They really do. But, you know, it's just the way it goes, isn't it? That's why Wimbledon, I suppose, people say is so exciting. It's because you can never predict what's going to happen. Like yesterday, the producer, tongue-in-cheek, was sort of predicting Emma could win Wimbledon. And I thought, she's not experienced enough. She's 19. Are there any Brits? Oh, I don't know. I'd like to ask. I have a feeling that there might be a couple. There might be a couple, but they're way down the list now, I think. Way down the list. Bit embarrassing, isn't it? It's our Wimbledon, and yet we can't even do anything with it. But with sort of Emma, I think the big mistake for her was, and she won't see it as a mistake, and neither will her management, because she's coining it in on doing, you know, promotions and being sponsored and everything else like that. So I did say, if you remember, if you listen back to some of their programmes, I did say, I wish you'd stop concentrating how much money you're raking in and concentrated on learning how to play tennis. That would be handy. You know, the ball has to go over the net. OK, just thought I'd mention it. Because, frankly, it just makes a mockery of it. The papers were full of her the other day. Too much publicity, very little action, ladies and gentlemen. Steve, thought of you yesterday. I saw a man wearing a flowery shirt. Looked like one of your Tommy Bahamas, says Sidcup Julie. I'm not sure anybody could ever be wearing any of my shirts. Yes, and also not in Sidcup, Julie. I don't think they've made it that further down there. Apparently, Aldi do an amazing wine from Austria for $6.99. Tastes like top-notch Pinot Noir, says Kathy in Cardiff. What are you doing drinking Pinot Noir in Cardiff, I ask you, honestly? Dear me. Steve, after more than 25 years with a boyfriend who's Dutch, still can't say much more than hello, goodbye and thank you. When we're here, 95% speak English. But tonight, says Mike, making Indonesian curries. Oh, that sounds quite nice. An Indonesian curry. I quite like, actually, the Thai curries that Marks and Spencer's do, but the range is so limited. They should... Yeah, it's green or red. You know, and they do this... What's the rice they do? Is it jasmine rice or something like that? Well, I can't tell the difference, honestly. I quite like egg fried, which is quite nice. Oh, that looks like Indonesian curry. Oh, it looks very nice. I bet that smells delicious. Apparently it's spread worldwide from the School of Wok. Oh, and they do different coloured rices as well. So they're doing a yellow curry and with turkey leg and green cabbage. And you don't need very much, actually. But they've got Indonesian-style chicken curry. It takes 1 hour 15... I can't wait for 1 hour 15 minutes, seriously. I want stuff way quicker, but I'm definitely getting haddock fish fingers. I might have them for breakfast. I just feel like I'm going to go through a phase of haddock fish fingers, because the fish fingers I said before from M&S, they were quite bland. There was no taste to them, and I do like taste. I do like taste. Brenda says, hey, Steve... Brenda here, Richard Madeley's biggest crush. I got my sister Julie, who lives in Abu Dhabi, to tune into you whilst we were in Marbella early this month. She's now a huge fan, obsessed. So can you say hello to her, because she's melting in over 40 degrees heat. She said, I bet you'd love that. You know me so well. I can't do heat. I don't know what's the matter with me, actually. But we've now got air conditioning. Well, the air conditioning in my studio, I mean, I'm down to about minus 20 or something in here. There's icicles hanging off my nose. And outside in the office, it's taken the temperature down a bit as well, which is, it's cool. But everybody's complaining before, they're going, oh, it's so hot, it's so hot. And I was going, no, I thought it was actually okay. I think it was okay. Still to come, hospital staff told change sheets only if essential. Only if essential. I mean, that sounds a bit odd, isn't it? And the food giants at war, as a store says the price rise is unjustifiable. Early break. Final day of June. Tomorrow we get into July, and then apparently the weather might change. I don't know if it gets good, bad, or... Listen, every single day is a revelation as far as I'm concerned. People say, I wonder what the weather's going to be like today. I say, well, look out the window. That'll tell you. It's either raining or it's sunny. We got some lovely pictures yesterday from Dawn Neeson. Absolutely beautiful, actually. Lots of scamming stories in the papers again today. The scamming, because it's a bit of a lottery, getting a refund from places. Bank fraud victims have now been hit for $1.3 billion. There's a lady called Christine Logan. She lost nearly £3,000 to a scammer posing as her son, but was refused a full refund by her bank. Do you remember Gloria Hunniford? Somebody walked into a branch and pretended to be Gloria Hunniford, and the staff thought she was and gave them money. I mean, either they... I couldn't imagine why you'd be so risky as to pick a celebrity like Gloria Hunniford, who is so identical. You know, she's so identifiable as Gloria Hunniford. I mean, it's, you know, they should have gone to Specsavers, says Gloria. A plump elderly fraudster posed as her and duped a bank cashier into handing over $120,000 from her account. Banker Aisha Davis was fooled by thieves. She didn't recognise Miss Hunniford's name when it was given to her, and she was arrested on suspicion of being part of the plot, but told the court, I had to Google Gloria Hunniford as she's not from my time. I mean, it's almost unbelievable, isn't it? But, I mean, she's been on television. You must know who she is. Everybody knows who she is. And you sort of, please continue to hunt for the imposter as the grandson avoids jail to go to university. And this particular lady, Christine Logan, got a WhatsApp message saying her son had broken his phone and was using a new number and needed £2,800 to buy a new mobile. God knows where he was shopping. £2,800 to buy a new mobile. Anyway, Mrs. Logan transferred the cash in 3 separate payments, but only later realised she'd been conned. Yet HSBC claims she didn't do enough check as to who was actually texting her and said it provided scam warnings on 2 of the 3 transactions. In the end, it agreed to refund half of one payment, £314, where it did not provide an alert. Mrs. Logan said, I was absolutely hysterical. When I lost the money, it was all of my savings, and I had to borrow money from my 82-year-old mother to cover my rent. HSBC says it treats all of our customers fairly and each case is looked at individually. I have to be honest. I mean, if you seriously think a mobile phone costs £2,800, you're on cloud cuckoo land. You can get an Apple phone. I mean, blimey, I should imagine you could buy a brand new mobile phone for an awful lot cheaper. So all she does, she gets this message saying he'd broken his phone, but she gets a message from a phone telling her he'd broken this phone. I mean, were the alarm bells not ringing? Duh. So she transferred the cash on 3 separate payments and then later realised she'd been conned. But HSBC were quite right. She didn't do enough to check. I tried to transfer some money. Do you remember I told you a short while ago? I had to transfer £20,000. Yeah, exactly. And you can't do it in one lump because it looks a bit suspicious. The bank want to know, is this a fraudulent transaction? So we had to do it in a roundabout way. It was all done and it all went through and it was fine. But, banks have got things in place. She just transferred this money without thinking. Yes, long-lost relative. I've still got Russian women who want to go out with me. It's all a little bit worrying in our area, I tell you. I didn't know there were any Russian women in our area, but anyway. But this woman is a university administrator. You'd have thought alarm bells would have rang. I need, my phone's been, what did she say? He'd broken the phone. Well, if you break a phone, you take it into a shop and they repair it. You don't need £2,800, but she did it. So, she said I was hysterical when I lost the money. You have to check things. What have I said before? If it sounds too good to be true, it is too good to be true. And some of these scammers are very clever. But, I would have thought a university administrator, and 2,008, I'd have written back to him going, you're not having a phone for £2,800, go whistle, and that was her savings. That was everything. So she got £314 back. But the bank have said they sent 2 alert messages. She should have realised. It was only on the one that they didn't alert her on that they paid the £314 back. Very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. So, if in doubt... I used to get them. Do you remember them years ago? They say, oh, hi, I'm stuck at the airport. I can't get out. I've lost my credit card. Can you email me some money over? Did you ever get those? No, just me again. Obviously very... No. I think, well, what they were doing, they were just sort of banking on the fact that you go, OK, I'll send you the money. Like that was ever going to be happening. Yeah, how much you need? I'll just break my bank account for you. I don't do things like that. I would never do it. Yeah, I don't want to help people. God in heavens, I'm not in that kind of world at all. A bank has infuriated customers by telling them they can close their accounts if they don't like seeing gender pronouns on staff name badges. So you get Gemma, she, her, hers. And some customers at the Halifax say that they don't want to be with them. Well, leave them then. You can leave banks. It's very easy to do. It's not complicated. Yeah, if you're that precious about it, it's a people thing. The Halifax have said we strive for inclusion, equality, and quite simply, in doing what's right. If you disagree with our values, you're welcome to close the account. I had exactly the same years ago when I was with American Express and somebody cloned my card to the tune of about £9,000. And they had to investigate every single blooming transaction to find out if it was fraud, and I knew about it. It was as simple as that. They've got a very big fraud department. And in the end, I said, I have a good mind to hand the card back. And all I got from them was, well, you are entitled to do that, sir. That is your prerogative. And I thought, yeah. So I cancelled my card immediately, and I've never been anywhere near them ever since. So there you go. You don't need, that'll teach them. I'll learn them, I tell you. But if you don't want to be with the Halifax, don't be with the Halifax. Tory peers Baroness Nicholson of Winterbourne told the Mail it's an unseemly way to treat customers. They don't care. Get it through your thick skull. They don't care. People complain. I mean, the only thing years ago that used to work was when you used to get Esther Ranson with, That's Life. And they would challenge companies, and the companies would back down because they were getting bad publicity on television. Nowadays, they couldn't give a forex. They don't care. If I have a dreadful drink in Starbucks, who cares? They're not going to close down Starbucks. Who cares what's on somebody's badge? You go. I mean, it's like going into, Marks and Spencer's outside Twickenham Station, having a look at their name badges and going, "Thank you, Ivan." Or what? Why would you want to know their badges, their names? You're not having a relationship with these people, and nobody cares. You don't need to know their names. Hi, happy to help. And all that kind of stuff. They used to do it in TGI Fridays. Hello, I'm Greta. I'm going to be your server today. Lovely. TGI Fridays. Oh, it's Fridays now, is it? Oh, they lost the TGI bit. Did they really? We used to have one in Kingston, but it's gone. Went ages. It's gone down where? Oh, there's one down there. I know I went in it, actually. Didn't really care. Didn't really care much about it. I thought it was okay. But then, all I want to do when I go out is just either have a burger or ribs. I do like ribs because they're so messy and you can just get really involved in it. Testing the line. Oh, sorry, testing. That's not what you're talking about. Testing. Although, where does that fit into spare ribs? Do like the spare ribs. So if you don't like the pronoun badges, close your accounts. Simple as that. But there is a picture in the paper today and you will go, what? And this is the horrifying video that captures the moment a Russian rocket bears down on the Ukraine shopping centre. Seriously, it looks like a plane coming out the sky. This thing is absolutely enormous. And the footage from a CCTV camera shows the AS-4 missile striking this Amstor Mal on Monday, leaving at least 18 dead. It's huge. It is absolutely huge. 21 people remain missing, 59 were injured. And the explosion caused an inferno which tore through the packed shopping centre. This rocket is absolutely huge. I've never seen the size of it. In fact, the producer went, that looks like a plane. I said, well, that's basically what they are. It's just that we're used to seeing something a little bit smaller. And again, absolute carnage. I mean, this was a deliberate blow to intimidate and cause mass casualties by the Russians. What are they going to end up with? Nothing, because they're too stupid to realise that they're just destroying something they claim they want. Well, what do you want? Pile of bricks, love? Because that's what you're getting. Try haddock fish cakes from Sainsbury's, says Ken. I tried fish cakes from M&S, I think. They always go, this is our superior range. And I thought they were okay. And Steve, took myself off to Brighton for a day out. Love it down there. You should go. Well, you should have stayed there then, shouldn't you? Brighton, honestly. Poor soul. Just washing up before I go to work, says Posty Paul. And notice I'm using your tea towel. What? Using the tea towel? How cool. Weather rainy and damp here. Where's summer gone? It should be coming back, actually, soon. I don't know when. And Mary Kate says, I'm 40 today, off to London on Monday to celebrate. Any suggestions how to spend the day? Well, no, you can do everything in London. We've got everything here. We're open Monday through Friday. And you can just pop down 9 to 5. After 5, everything closes. And we serve food, and we have theatre shows. Very popular. We have red buses, black taxis. And we've got the River Thames that runs through the middle. You can just go and sit by the River Thames, have something to eat, and you can watch the boat. Nick's live this morning from overseas. I wonder what the weather's like over there, actually. Can't imagine. How can you grant Deb's last wish? The Mail's gut health guru, who knew the Bowel Babe, urges readers to honour her legacy by safeguarding their health. There's all sorts of things that you can do, by checking and making sure you're eating, the right food, you're eating health. I mean, seriously, it's you have to think about these things as you get a bit older in life. there's certain, problems which start and are not so good. The name's Elliot, Billy Elliot. So could Jamie Bell, who shot to fame age 14 as the dancing son of a County Durham miner, swap his ballet shoes for a PPK handgun. He's been invited to a dinner. He was invited to a dinner the other night where the James Bond producers, Barbara Broccoli and her half-brother Michael Wilson, were awarded BFI fellowships. He was accompanied by his wife. This is Jamie Bell. So I wonder, do you think they're thinking about Jamie Bell? He could be good. The trouble, does he look too young? Does he look too young? I interviewed him, actually. I thought he was great. But there again, I loved him in Billy Elliot, which I thought was fantastic. He could be, he could do it. He did a fabulous film which was about the storming of the Iranian embassy, and also the woman died the other day who was famous for doing paintings of children with big eyes. And I interviewed the director of this film ages ago because I knew about the pictures. And in fact, in court, her husband claimed all sorts of things, and the judge said, both do a picture. Let's see who knows how to do the big eyes. Her name was Margaret Keane. She was 94, and she did children with big eyes. And they made a film about it because I went to see it. She died of heart failure at 94. And she lived in California, studied design, and she met this guy, and these saucer-eyed children looking very sad. They started selling them. Art critics were a bit unimpressed, but in fact they made a film about her. And she was really good. But she sued both Walter Keane and USA Today for claiming that he was the one behind the paintings. She won the case after a paint-off in court, but never got the damages because he put himself into bankruptcy. That's how people get away with it now. And the judge said, all right, let's see you doing the paintings to see who can actually paint off. We're having a paint-off. And it was very good. Amy Adams played her in the film, and I went to see it. I thought it was very good. But no, the more I think about Jamie Bell, he could be a good James Bond, He could be a good James Bond. And but Broccoli says she won't rush into casting Daniel Craig's successor. She said, I'd say that filming is at least 2 years away. It's a reinvention of Bond. I think he could be the one. He could be the one. Go on, let's actually go for it. And also the SOS has gone out. They're looking to find a saviour for Churchill's funeral boat. Now, if you watch on YouTube and you see Churchill's funeral, you see all the people queuing. It's a really moving piece of footage of the coffin coming through the streets of London on the gun carriage. And the music is I Vow to Thee, My Country. And they show it. It's been not speeded up, but they've sort of cut bits out. So you see it going through the streets of London, then you see it in St Paul's Cathedral, and then they take the coffin onto the boat. And the thing was that the cranes along the side of the Thames all dipped. But because the crane drivers didn't like Churchill, they had to be paid to do it. But it's very moving to watch. And they put the coffin onto the boat and they take it up the Thames. And you watch it and you see all these cranes and they've all dipped. It's absolutely amazing. But anyway, I don't remember. I can remember coming home. We lived in Lincolnshire, I think, at the time. We were on an RAF base. And I remember coming home, my mother was in tears in the kitchen. And I remember saying, what's the matter? And she went, Churchill's dead. And it affected a lot of people. I did a documentary on his house ages ago for part of a series I did for LBC called A Place in the Country, and we did Churchill's place. I went out with my producer, Dave, and we recorded this interview. And we did lots of different places around London, but Churchill's was particularly special. But my mum was crying, like a lot of people did, and the people turned out. But the boat, the funeral barge, which was called Havengore, headed along the Thames, and Chris Ryland, a retired businessman who bought her for $800,000, it's a lot of money for this boat, has spent over $1.5 million restoring it, has concluded he needs to hand her to somebody younger. Unfortunately, the running costs of a boat, what do you think they are? $100,000 a year to keep, boats take a lot, you know, and it's quite nice. But he says his father-in-law's passion stems from watching Churchill's funeral procession. So whether or not it sells, I don't know. It's constructed from oak and teak. It needed massive restoration because it's getting on a bit now. But and that was the time that millions stood in silence on that freezing day in 1965. But you watch if you watch it on YouTube and you see the people at the beginning, the camera was quite beautifully set up to show people standing there, and as the cortege passed them, people took their hats off and things like that. It was absolutely amazing. I think he was buried at Blaydon. I don't know why I've got Blaydon on my mind, but no, that was smog. Smog. London was riddled with smog and everything else. But this boat and the flowers, you know, that everybody else sort of threw and put on his grave and everything else. It was quite, you know, and it was just very moving, very, very moving at the time. So you'll probably be one of those people who remembers everything. Alan in Sutton says, on the subject of Wimbledon, Steve, did you know on Monday BBC continued coverage of tennis on BBC One and switched Sherwood to BBC? So anybody like me who records Sherwood for later viewing gets an hour of tennis when they come to watch episode 5. They do that all the time. Well, I tell you what I really hate. But, of course, the BBC, it's a freebie for them. It's a freebie for them to go out and watch Wimbledon. Hundreds of them go down there. And it's a case that they show it on BBC One, BBC Two, to the point of boredom. Seriously, I mean, why don't they just show it on one of the channels? I mean, you know, not everybody enjoys watching it. And, of course, says Jimmy, Jamie Bell has got the initials for James Bond. You see? Not a coincidence. I'm telling you, the stars are moving into position. I'm telling you, we're putting our money behind Jamie Bell as the new James Bond. Janice says, 60 years ago today, Peter and I were married at St Mary's Church in Clapham. On holiday in Scotland at present. Could you give him a surprise? Loving thanks from me. Oh, get something out of him as a present, Janice. Come on, you can push for it. It's worth it. It's worth it. If you can make anything last that long, it's an absolute miracle, I think. I can never make anything last that long at all. And apparently, Reggie Jean Page is the favourite for the new Bond. Well, that won't work. Definitely not. Who's that? Let's have a look. Nope. Jamie Bell. I'm not arguing with you over it. I'm just telling you that, listen, I was right about everything else. Right about Emma Raducanu, so I don't know why you even bothered questioning it. Happy birthday today to Rupert Graves, the actor. Do you know Rupert Graves? No. He's 59. He's a Somerset-born actor. He says he tried to take his own life at the age of 15, but he said, if I could go back to just before I took the pills, I'd probably just sit down, hold my younger self's hand and say, listen, I can help you through this. He left school with no qualifications to join the circus, and then he worked at Butlins. Rupert Graves is very famous, very, very famous. And I thought he was a lovely actor, and he's 59 today, so many happy returns of the day. On this day in 2003, we lost an actress. Katharine Hepburn died on this day, 2003, aged 96. The screen legend won a record 4 Best Actress Oscars in a career that spanned 70 years. She was married once, briefly, but the love of her life was Spencer Tracy, with whom she made 12 films. So there you go. Also born on this day was Florence Ballard. Ring a bell? God, you're hopeless today. Come on, I'm trying to help you out. She was born in 1943, died in 1976. She was the original lead singer of the Primettes, who became the Supremes. The Supremes. Before being replaced by Diana Ross 9 years later, she died of a heart attack whilst living on welfare. That's how sad it was. Yeah, very young. Very, very young. Very young. Also, Madge Bellamy. I've never heard of her either. But she was born in 1899, died in 1990. She was a silent film private life than for her career. Bellamy and husband Logan separated 4 days after their wedding. She was charged with assault after firing 3 shots at a boyfriend who jilted her for a model but escaped with a 6-month suspended sentence. Those silent film stars, they didn't care. They didn't care. And Barry Norman died on this day in 2017. I used to like Barry Norman. He was 83. 83. So there you go. And believe it or not, once home to the only Elizabethan purpose-built indoor theatre outside London, so it's fitting that the Merseyside borough of Knowsley can now boast a Shakespeare North Playhouse, which cost them £38 million. And it looks lovely. The first glimpse of the venue shows the breathtaking galleried interior. 60 tons of English oak has gone for this place. It looks absolutely wonderful. It's projected to attract 140,000 visitors a year, and it will bring £5.5 million into the local economy. Set to open next month. If you've never seen the Globe that we built down here, Sam Wanamaker's Globe, it's quite impressive. You go down the Thames, you know, and you go on a boat, or you walk down to St Paul's Cathedral and then cross over the river. You can go there and you look at it and you go, that's Morning, nice to have your company. It's, it's 11 minutes to 7 already. Henry Cavill all the way for Bond, says Reed. Oh, no, we're going behind Jamie Bell. Listen, there is a clue in the fact that he was there at this Barbara Broccoli. That, you know, I think that sort of says it all. I mean, Henry Cavill, okay, maybe a little bit too good looking. A little bit too good. You know, I think Bond shouldn't be too good looking. Mind you, that makes it sound awful, doesn't it, for Jamie Bell? But I think Jamie could fit into that role very, very well. He's proved himself. He's a good-looking boy, but Henry's a little bit too good looking, you know. Always reminds me of myself, actually. Steve, it's Sam Hugan who's favourite for James Bond, as Barbara wants a Scottish actor. No, she doesn't, Deborah. No, she really doesn't. She said she's made no decisions on anything at all. Everything that comes out at the moment is pure speculation, but it's indicative. And I think an indicator as well that Jamie Bell was at this special thing. The other people weren't. Cavill wasn't, and neither was Sam Hugan, who is favourite. I don't think it matters whether they're Scottish or where they come from. I don't think it makes any difference at all. It's just who's going to take it on to the next level. Well, let's wait and see, shall we? We're going to wait 2 years. I shall still be here. Steve. I sold Barry Norman 3 shirts when I worked for CNA at Oxford Circus in the 70s. Well, there's a claim to fame. There's a claim to fame. Also, here we go. Rob's now said, Steve, the Welsh actor Luke Evans is tipped to be the new Bond. No, this is always from their agents. You know, they're available, and they could be available for this. No, it'll be, you know. Andrew in Woking, you have to download. You haven't missed anything. We've given away £1 million this morning, and to everybody listening. And unfortunately, you've missed it. So there you go. You don't get anything at all. What else we got? What else we got today? Says Billy Elliot. Yeah, these pictures. You look at Jamie Bell, and you go, yeah, that's it. But he was there. Specially invited to a dinner with Barbara Broccoli. Come on, you know, I'm telling you now, never wrong on these things, just so that, you know, people know exactly where we get it from. So you can keep whistling at Amanda Holden. When you see her walking into the building today, you can whistle at her. She loves it. She absolutely loves it. And still loads more tributes to Dame Deborah James. We haven't got any details of the funeral as yet, but that'll be attended by lots and lots of people, because I've heard nothing but nice comments coming. I mean, she raised over £7 million. I'm still trying to get used to the fact that Lorraine Kelly called it Glyndebourne the other day. Yeah, the most famous, you know, opera that takes place anywhere in the world. And she calls it Glyndebourne, and the royal editor of the Daily Mirror, a child of about 12 by the look of it, he also called it Glyndebourne. It's Glyndebourne. Dear me. You'd think people would know these things, wouldn't you? What else? The £2.6 million boost for Prince Charles, who will never again accept cash in a suitcase. Well, it wasn't even in a suitcase. It was in a carrier bag. I mean, honestly, I just couldn't believe it. It's supposed to be cheque. It's supposed to be a cheque. That's how it works. But, so Raducanu knocked out, say, The Guardian, but not everybody was there to see it. I mean, there were empty seats all over the place. People wanted to go and see it, but because the selfish people who had the seats left. How rude leaving in the middle of her games. Perhaps that's why she didn't win. But, leaving, and then when they go out, they're supposed to, hand it back in so they can resell the seat, and then somebody else can get the pleasure of going. But no, the selfish ones again killed. They probably didn't even buy strawberries. They probably took in a Mars bar or something like that. Also, the royal family cost you £102.4 million last year. The Daily Mirror have said, as the nation struggled in the cost of living. Listen, it doesn't cost us anything, really. They end up paying mostly for themselves. And Norman Baker says it's not right. They have to find people who basically are still back in the dark ages campaigning. Listen, for what they actually get, it's interesting. But Ingrid Seward says they give more than they take, which is absolutely. They give a lot more back to it. They did, admittedly, the Caribbean tour was not the best thing I'd ever seen. Thank you very much indeed. Oh, the numbers are amazing when you look at the cost of doing things. It's mainly on transport. Transport seems to be their big thing. They seem to have all of these. So, for example, the cost of the staff at Buckingham Palace, 23.7 million. That's for the staff. The tax paid voluntarily by the Prince of Wales, 5.8 million. The Prince of Wales's annual income from the Duchy of Cornwall is 23.2 million. Royal train to Edinburgh for an official visit. The train cost 46,000 for. I don't understand. It's just they're moving a carriage onto the lines. It can't be that blooming complicated, can it? Charles and Camilla charter flight for official visit to Barbados was £138,000. The charter flight and helicopter official tour of Northern Ireland was £30,000. Charter flight, wait for this one, the charter flight to attend the royal premiere of James Bond, No Time to Die, £32,000. Where are they getting these prices from? Princess Anne, charter flight for visit to the north of England and Scotland, 20,000. Charter flight for official Platinum Jubilee tour to the Caribbean, £226,000. Wouldn't it be cheaper for them to have an aeroplane? Average number of full-time staff employed by the Queen, 491. Number of engagements undertaken by the Queen and senior royals, 2,300. Duchy of Cornwall funding for the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, 4.38 million. That's what it costs us to have them. Annual food and drink costs, relatively inexpensive, at 600,000. This is for the year. The cost of cleaning and laundry at Buckingham Palace every year, £700,000. The Queen's annual income from the sovereign grant is 9.9 million, which you knew. What was the other one that I quite like? The Royal Train to Coronation Street, £29,000. Couldn't they just have bought a ticket like anybody else? What does that have to be the Royal Train for? Why are the costs so high? It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. 84850 Steve at LBC. Oh, no, don't bother. We're going in a minute. I've just realised. And also, this flying William and Kate on a tour of the Caribbean, £226,000. It was the single most expensive trip by a member of the royal family in the last financial year. It is just amazing, isn't it? The ministerial RAF Voyager jet used by royal family and the government is now run on sustainable aviation fuel, as is the Queen's helicopter. I don't think the great British public care about that, to be honest with you. But there is a rigorous process to actually get to the top end and sort of to find the money for all of these things. They do try and cut back a little bit, but the total travel bill for the monarchy's official duties funded by the taxpayer through the sovereign grant came to £4.5 million in 2021. How about we don't send them abroad or anywhere else? Even getting a train in this country to Coronation Street, 30,000 quid. Well, don't go. I don't pay that when I go there. When you just buy a ticket, under 100 quid. How come theirs is £28,000? Are they having different food than I'm having on the train? I just don't understand. They've got their own buffet car. Hospital staff, I was trying to squeeze this one in earlier because I thought it was a bit odd, actually, have been ordered to only change bed linen if essential, as the NHS is hit by a shortage of clean laundry. Well, that's all I saw when I was in hospital, is people changing sheets and everything else in the pillowcases and everything else. Mind you, when I went into one hospital, because it was prostate, we needed to change the sheets on a fairly regular basis. Apparently, the Textile Services Association, which represents laundry firms, said Brexit and the pandemic could cause labour shortages. Because there are companies who literally will, do the sheets, the bed linen and everything else, and they must get through tons of it. Which they do, actually. The health service is facing this supply crisis. So only change linen if essential. Well, I wouldn't want to climb into a bed if it hadn't been changed. I've never heard of that before. Have you ever heard of that? It's like going into a hotel and them going, we haven't changed the bed linen because it was okay. It didn't look essential, and we've sort of just brushed it over. It's all right, we can cope with that.